In this project, we will be creating a classic platformer style game. We will learn how to create platform style character movement, power-up collection, multiple enemy types, and level design. On top of all that, we will also create a boss battle as a final level for our game. If you would like to play the example of this game for free, you can navigate to the link below. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. In this section, we're going to set up everything we need for our zombie shooter game. We're going to start off and download all the asset packs we're going to be using at these links here. We're then going to go ahead and create all the new folders for the game's art and components. After that, we're going to add a main node that will be the starting scene for our game. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is the first asset pack we're going to use for our game. It's called Top-Down Shooter. You can locate it at kenny.nl/assets/top-down-shooter. Once here, simply scroll on down and select the download button. Once downloaded, open it up in File Explorer, right-click and select Extract All. For our second asset pack, if you don't already have it, it's called UI Pack. You can find it at kenny.nl/assets/UI-pack. Again, once here, simply scroll on down, select the download button. Don't forget to open it up in File Explorer, right-click, and select Extract All. Once you've downloaded all your asset packs, let's go ahead and create a new project. I called mine Zombie Shooter Game. Once your project's loaded up, go ahead, select the 2D view. Once you're in the 2D view, let's create a couple folders. Let's go ahead, right-click, create new folder. We're going to call this first one Art, and this is where we're going to drag and drop in all those asset packs. I'm also going to change the color of this one to color of red. Let's also go ahead, right-click, create new folder. Let's call this one Components. I'm going to make this one yellow, right-click. Let's also go ahead, create one for our scripts. Let's right-click, create new folder, call this one Scripts. And I'm going to go ahead and make this one the color of green, right-click, green. Now we just need one more for the scenes, so let's go ahead, right-click, create new folder, Scenes. And I'm going to change the color of scenes simply to purple. Nice. All right. Next up, we just need to create our simple main scene node, which we can do right on the left here. Select that 2D scene, rename it as main. Go ahead, save that. It's going to ask you where you want to save it. Simply save it in the scenes folder we just created. Go ahead, save what you got. And we're looking good so far. In this section, we're going to go ahead and get started creating our UI. We're going to start off and discuss all the UI needed for the game. We're then going to go ahead and create the main node for the UI. After that, we're going to add our first UI page for the Start Screen menu. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents all the different UI screens we're going to create. Starting off on the top left, this is going to represent our main menu. When the player first starts the game, this screen will be visible. It's going to consist of a simple game title and then also a play game button. We're also going to add a nice little animation in the background of zombies running across the screen. Once we hit play, we're going to be sent to the second screen, which is the in-game screen. This screen is going to consist of a couple different things. On the top left, this is going to represent our current health. We're also below it going to have some text representing how much ammo we have and what type of gun we're using. On the top right of it, we're going to have our quit game button. On the bottom right, we're going to have the current wave we're at. The third screen is going to be our store screen. Once the player walks into an area where it's going to have the store activated, we're going to have a couple different options. First thing, of course, it's going to tell us which gun we can buy. And then we're, of course, going to have the option to buy the new gun, or instead just buy more ammo for that gun if we currently already have it. The final UI screen we're going to create is going to be our game over screen. Once the player is in the game over state, a little animation is going to darken out the screen. We're then simply going to have our game over text, and then a button that sends us back to the main menu. Alright, let's get started creating our first UI. This is going to be our starting menu. Before we start that though, let's go ahead and create a new node to house all the UIs we're going to create. So let's go ahead, right click on our main, add child node, start it off with a simple node 2D, change the name of the node 2D, simply call it UI capitals. Nice. Then we're going to go ahead and right click, add child node, and we're going to use a canvas layer. Now the reason we're using that canvas layer is because we want things to scale correctly. Alright, so let's create that. Now we can rename this as menu. And we're going to do the same thing for each other UI screen. So for our menu though, we need to add a couple things, starting off with a nice little background. And I found the best way to do this is simply use a tile map layer. So let's go ahead and select menu, right click, add child node, search for the tile map layer, make sure you're selecting that one, hit create. Now we can go ahead and adjust things. First thing you need to do is set the tile set from empty to new tile set. Select it again. Alright. Now what we got to do is go ahead and open up your art, open up top-down shooter, locate the tile sheet, and we're going to be using this one here, which I think is going to be a 64 by 64. So before we drag and drop it in, let's change that tile size from 16 to 64 to 64. Then go ahead, select tile set, simply drag and drop the tile sheet underscore complete.png right here. Go ahead and select no for this because we're going to slice it ourselves. And again, because this is 64 by 64, make sure that texture region also says X64 and Y64. Now we're going to reuse this one a lot, but for this one, we simply just want a nice little green background. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the top left one right here, and then I'm going to go to tile map, select it, use the rectangle tool, and simply just outline the background of the screen, just like that. Nice. And again, you can use whatever tile you want. This is simply going to be the background of our main menu. Now, next thing we can do is let's go ahead and give it a nice label and a button. So let's right click on menu, add child node. Let's go ahead and for the title, we'll just do a simple label. Go ahead, give it the correct text. I'm going to call it capital Z, Zombie Shooter Game. I'm going to go ahead, stretch this out a bit here, make it match up. Then we can go ahead, center everything up, select it, new label settings, go to the font, and just simply increase it to something you want. I'm going to do, let's see how 90 looks. That might be a little too big. I do kind of like it though. I'm also going to go ahead and do an enter after the game to have it look like this. I might also lower it just a bit. Looks good. I'm also going to change the color. I'm going to change this to a red. Kind of fits the theme of the zombie game. I'm also going to give it a nice outline. Make sure to set the size to something pretty high. Let's do 35. And change that color to black. And there we go. That's going to be our title. And if you want to, you can go ahead, give it a name. So label title. Then, of course, we need the play button. Let's go ahead, right click on menu, add child node, another node 2D for this. Go ahead, rename this as button, capital P play. Now we just need to add the components for it. So let's right click, add child node. We're going to use a 9 patch rect because we know this helps the scaling of different buttons. So we're going to have this in there. Then we just need the simple sprite we need, which we know is going to be inside of our Kenny underscore UI dash pack. Go ahead, open that up, go to PNG, and I'm going to use the red buttons. Again, you can always use whatever color you want, but I'm going to use the red one. default size. And I'm going to scroll on down to this one here, the button rectangle depth border.png. I'm going to take that, drag and drop it in, and then simply just scale it out to the size I want. Something like that should be good. If you want to zoom in a bit, you can also adjust it. If you go to the patch margins, you can set this to whatever you want. Usually the best one to do is 5 all the way around. So I'm going to set that just to make it look nice and pixel perfect. There we go. Looks good. All right. Then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take the button play. Make sure you're moving it by the main node of it. And I'm going to put it like right underneath our game. Nice. That looks pretty good. I'm also going to give the button play another label. Capital P play. Stretch it to cover it. Center it up. We might move it up just a little bit, just so it's a little more centered. And then go ahead, give it a new setting. Change the font to something a little bigger. I'm going to do 25. Maybe a little bigger than that. Let's do 30. It's up to you what you want to do there. And then go ahead and change the color to black. And with that, I think it looks pretty good. I might increase it just a little bit more, just to like 35. And there we go. Nice. All right. Now we just need the actual button component. So on button play, right click, add child node. Look for that button node. Make sure to label it correctly. So button play is what we'll call it here as well. Go ahead, stretch it around the entire button. Go ahead now. We need to adjust this because I don't want to grayed out. To change that, we can go ahead, look for the theme, change type variation from nothing to a flat button. Now, if we don't change this other setting though, it's going to have a nice little white rim and I don't really like that. So what I like to do is go into theme overrides, go to styles, and then see where it says focus, select that empty. Go to new style box flat, select it again, and simply make the BG color completely invisible by lowering the A value all the way. And you'll no longer see that button. Nice. Or the button rim. You'll see the button, but you won't see the rim of it. I can show you it by saving real quick, starting current scene, let that load. And if I hit it, you'll see there's no white rim around it, versus if we didn't change that, there would be. Now we just need a nice little background, and I think it would look really cool if we have a little zombies coming down, and we can do that pretty easily. Let's go ahead, close these up here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, close the button. We're going to right click, add child node, and we're going to use a CPU particles 2D. All right, let's go ahead and add that in. This just helps us make little particle effects, but to make the particle effects work with the zombies, we can do that as well. If you move it though, you're going to see it's already working. It's just shooting down little white particles, but we don't necessarily want that. We want to change that a bit. So what I'm going to do is set the settings to what we need. So let's go ahead and first change the texture. Currently it's not set to anything. We can go ahead back into our art folder, top-down shooter, and simply look for the PNG and scroll on down to zombie 1. Go ahead and select the zombie you want to use. I'm going to use the hold one because it's sticking out its arms, which I think it looks really cool. Let's take that, put that right there. There we go. Now we just need to adjust this. Let's adjust the amount simply to 9. That'll be a better amount. We're also going to position this right above, right here, and you'll see why. Then we're going to go ahead, adjust some things in time. Current lifetime is set to 1. We need to make that a little longer, clearly, because it's disappearing right here. So I'm going to simply set it to 2. Now you can see it goes correctly all the way down. We're also going to go ahead. Let's adjust the pre-process. The reason why we need to set the pre-process is because it won't just start from scratch. It'll actually have some before it, which will look a lot better. And I'm going to do that just simply 2 seconds. We're also going to go ahead, speed scale, set to 1. I'm going to change that to 0.5. That's going to look a little more smooth. And then we're also going to go ahead. We're going to do a couple things. We're going to do emissions now because it's just a line here. We kind of want it to like spread out. So we're going to go to emission shape. And we're going to change it from point to rectangle. And then we just need to adjust this from the starting area to the ending area over here, which we can do simply by setting, let's set the y value to 1, but the x value, we're going to extend that a bit. So we want it to go from all the way here to here. So I'm going to put this one over here and then extend it. Let's do something like 590. I think that should work. All right. Now, the one thing to note when this happens is because it's extending both ways. So how we can fix that is simply just center it up in the middle of the game. And what I want to make sure is there's none going too far or too close to the edges, which I think we should be okay. Looks like there's a little bit to the edge. So instead, I'm going to decrease that. Instead of 590, let's do something like 570. That should be a little better. You might need to play around with this, but I think this looks pretty good. All right, nice. Next up, we're going to go ahead. We're going to change a couple things. Let's scroll down, to gravity. And the gravity is set to 980. If we decrease that, it'll be a little more smooth. Let's do 500. There you go. It's a little slower, as you can see. I like it. We're also going to go ahead and we're going to go to the angle because they're currently not facing the correct direction. Let's go to angle. Angle velocity, or it should just be an angle, which should be around here. There we go, angle. Currently we're set to 0 and 0. We're going to set this simply to, let's do -90 and -90 here as well, and that should make them face the correct direction. Nice, and as you can see, that looks good. Now, the other thing we can do as well is adjust the scale. They're a little small, I think, so we can adjust the sizing. Go into scale, simply set it to 1.5 for each value here, and there you go. And again, if you want to back it up a bit, just so they're not on top of each other, you can. It's kind of up to you. I think this looks pretty good though. There's a bunch of other settings in here if you want to. There's like randomness you can set, explosiveness, all that different stuff. But so far, I think this looks pretty good. We might adjust it later, but for now, this works great. Now, one thing to note though, as you can see, they're going on top of the label and the play button. To fix that, easiest way is simply take the CPU particles 2D and put it right on the top, or better yet, below the tile map layer, but above the title. Right there, and there we go. The scaling and the layering will be correct now. Looks great. Let's go ahead, close up what we got here. Close everything up. Let's close up the menu. Save what you got, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the UI for in-game. We're going to start off and create a new node for the in-game UI. We're then going to go ahead and add all the nodes for the health bar and the quit button. After that, we're going to make sure to add the text for the ammo counter, current money, and zombie waves. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started. So before we start, let's go ahead and turn off the menu screen just so we can see things a little better. We're then going to go ahead and create another canvas layer inside of our UI node. So let's go ahead, select our canvas layer. Let's go ahead and simply call it in-game, lowercase in, capital G game. Then we're also going to add another node in here. And the reason we're doing this is because eventually we're going to have a script attached to it. And it's not really best practice to have scripts attached to canvas layers. So let's go ahead and we're just going to call this game screen. And then now we can begin adding everything we need in here. So let's go ahead. First thing we're going to add is our progress bar, which is going to be like our health bar. So let's go ahead, add progress bar. Let's rename that as health bar. And then we'll design this the way we want. I'm simply going to use the pointer tool and drag it over just a bit. I don't want it to be too long, but something like this should be okay. I'm also going to remove the show percentage just so we can make it a little bit thinner. And it's kind of up to you how you want to design this. I'm also going to move it down just a bit and to the right just a bit as well. Just about there, and we can go ahead, zoom in just to make sure it's scaled correctly. We can always move it around later, but I think that should be okay. I like it. I'm also going to go ahead, change the value of it to what we need, and I'm going to set it to a max value of 90, and you'll see why we're doing this once we get into the script. And I'm going to go ahead, let's set it to its max. So we have max value set to 90, min 0, current value set that to 90. And I don't really like the color of it, so let's go ahead. Let's go to theme overrides. Let's go to styles, and you see background set to empty. Let's go to new style box flat. Let's make this just black. So go ahead, lower the color value all the way down. And then for the fill, let's go ahead, same thing, new style box flat, select it, and I'm going to make the health bar red. There we go. Looks a lot better. And you can test it out simply by lowering the current value. You set it to something like 70, you'll see it looks like that. But I'm going to go ahead, keep the default at 90 for now. Now let's go ahead and create our quit button. That's going to be in the top right corner. So let's go ahead, right click on the game screen, another node 2D, and just like we did with the play button, let's go ahead, call this button quit. And we're going to go ahead, right click, add child node. We're going to add another 9 patch rect, just like we did with the play button. Go into your art folder and go ahead, locate the correct UI pack, PNG, and again, red, all the way down to this one here, button rectangle depth border. Just take that, drag and drop it in, and then go ahead, scale the button to your liking. I'm going to make it a little bit shorter than we did the play button. Something like this, maybe a little bit thinner if I can get it. There we go. A little shorter. We're also going to go ahead, put it all the way to the right. I want it to be somewhat matched up with our current bar here. Doesn't need to be perfect. Just so it looks like about that, we should be okay, maybe in a little bit more. There we go, nice. And then of course we need to give it its text. Let's go ahead, right click. Let's go ahead, label. And I'm gonna adjust that just so it will center up. I'm going to go here, there, and if you remember, we went up just a little bit because this one has a little bit lower lip. Let's go ahead, capital Q, quit. Let's center everything up. Looks good there. New label setting. Font, make this simply black. And if you want to increase it a bit, you can. I'll do something like 20 just to see how that looks. Might move it up just a little bit more still, just so it's more centered, but overall I like that. Nice. All right, we're also going to give it its actual button component. So again, right click, add child node, select button, make sure it surrounds the entire node, and down there. And then so it's not grayed out like we've done in the past, simply go ahead to theme, select type variation from nothing to flat button. And then so you don't have the white rim, go ahead, theme overrides, styles, focus, and go ahead, new style box flat, select that, and that BG color, just make sure it's all the way to nothing. And that'll get rid of that white rim. If you like the white rim, you can keep it. I just don't, so that's why I remove it. But there we go, that's our quit button. All right, now we just need a couple different texts. So let's go ahead and start with the ones that are going to be default. Let's go ahead, right click, add child node, label. We'll do the money text first, so label, capital M money. And I'm going to put the money text right below the quit button we just created. So I'm going to go ahead and put it to here. It's really up to you how much you want to make it. I'm going to go down a bit, and then up a bit, I am going to match this up with the other text over here though. So make sure it is at least a good size for that. You can test it by using the move tool and just move it over a bit here. It should be okay. I'm going to Control Z though. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead and add a couple zeros in here. I'm going to add 3, or better yet, we'll do 6 zeros. I'm going to center it up, center it here as well. And I think it'll actually look better if we just move it all the way to the right side, which I'm going to do. So instead of center, we'll just go ahead and move it to right. We'll go ahead and increase the size. I'm going to make it a little bigger. Let's do 25. Maybe a little bigger than that. Let's do 30. And I'm going to go ahead and make the color yellow. Eventually that'll be where the money is counted. Let's also go ahead and create a wave counter. So let's take that same label money, Control D, change the name, label waves. Go ahead, take label waves, move it down, make sure you're holding the arrow so it doesn't move the X value. And I'm going to simply put it like right here. Go ahead, change this. I'm just going to put it at a default value of wave 1, capital W. And I'm also going to go ahead and change the color of the text. Now before you do that though, if you do it right now, you're going to see what happens. It's going to change both. That's because we did not make it unique. So let me put it back. Let's right click on it, make unique. So now if we go ahead and change this, it'll only change this one here. But with that, it looks pretty good. All right. Now we just need, of course, the ammo counter and then the current ammo name. Now because those are going to change, we're going to have a specific node for each. Let's right click on game screen, node 2D, and go ahead. I'm going to call this, we'll do ammo text. And for ammo text, we're going to use the same type of text we have for this. So what we can do is just duplicate the money text again, Control D, drag and drop it into ammo text. We're going to rename this though. Let's call this label ammo. And just like we did, we're going to move this all the way to the right. Simply hold that arrow and just move it over. I'm going to match it up kind of with the progress bar. There we go. Go ahead, make this unique as well. Change it from right now to left. And the default of this is going to be actually a 0, 0 / 3 zeros. There we go. I'm also going to make this text white. I think it looks a lot better. So again, make sure you had it as unique, select it, go to font, change the color to white. And with that, I think it looks pretty good. We're also going to have one for reloading. So I'm going to select that label ammo, Control D, change it from label ammo 2 to label reloading. And this will be present once we're actually reloading. Now I'm going to turn label ammo off for now. Select the label reloading and go ahead and just go ahead, type in reloading here. And I'm going to do ... I'm also going to make this one yellow. So let's go ahead, make this unique, select it, font, and simply change the color to yellow. Now the default one is always going to be label ammo, so go ahead, turn this one off for now, but turn on label ammo. Now, of course, we need the different names, which we're going to put to the right of it. So I'm going to take the ammo text, make sure you spell that correctly. And then I'm going to go ahead, Control D it, change this one now to, let's say, gun name, capital N. And then for gun name, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to have 3 different labels for 3 different guns you can have. First one is going to be the pistol. So let's do pistol. And this one, I'm going to go ahead, just move it over to the right a bit. And let's go ahead and just put it like, yeah, right there. That should be okay. Go ahead, capital P pistol. Make sure though that the reloading though isn't touching it, which I think it is. If it is like that, then simply go ahead, take that pistol one and just move it over a bit. It's really up to you how long you want to make it. I want to make sure though that nothing goes past this, so we might adjust the progress bar. But what I'm going to do is delete that label reloading we have in the gun name. We know pistol is a good size. I might move it just a little bit more so it's not too close. I'm going to go ahead though, select label pistol, Control D. This will be for the silencer gun, so let's go ahead, silencer. And then go ahead, turn off that one there, change this to silencer. And let's go ahead, do the next one, Control D on this one. This will be for the machine gun, so I'm going to go ahead and just say machine. Don't forget to change the text to machine. And now I just want to make sure that the health bar, progress bar is past each one, which I think we need to move it just at least to there. So I'm going to go ahead, select the health bar, use the pointer tool, and just move it over a bit just so it's at least going past it. I just think it makes it look a little better. You can always design this how you want, but I think this looks good. For now though, I'm going to leave it as default with the pistol, and then of course default with the ammo and not the reloading, just like that. Now the last thing to make sure though is make sure you have the button of the quit button as the correct name. We currently left it at button, but that's not going to work because we're going to eventually select this into a script with multiple buttons. So it's best to name this a unique name, which I'm going to use button menu for this one. The reason I'm doing button menu and not button quit is because we're going to have multiple buttons that send us back to the main menu, such as the game over button. So for now, leave it as button menu. Go ahead, close it up. Close everything up here. Close up your art. And with that, let's go ahead, save what we got, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the UI for the store. We're going to start off and create a new node for the store's UI. We're then going to go ahead and add all the nodes for the item's name, the gun, and its ammo button. We're then going to go ahead and ensure to have the store items for all 3 different guns. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's get started creating the store node. So let's go ahead and right click on our main UI node, add child node, and we're going to create a new canvas layer. We're going to go ahead and simply call this store. Now, just like we did with the in-game, we're going to have a base node. The reason we're going to have a base node is because eventually we're going to have a script attached to it. So let's go ahead, right click on store, add child node, add a node 2D. Let's simply call this store components. Now for store components, we're going to have a node for each individual gun we can purchase and their ammo. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node, another node 2D, and let's call this pistol store. Now the good thing is most of these are going to be the same, so once we create one, we can simply just duplicate it and change the things as necessary. So let's go ahead for pistol store, right click, add child node. We're going to add a label for the title. So let's go ahead. I'm going to put this somewhere like this. Change this to pistol. And then we're also going to go ahead, center it up, give it a new label setting, make this somewhat bigger. Let's do 40, maybe a little bigger than that. Let's do 55. That should be a good size. I do like the positioning, so I'll keep it where it is. We're also going to go ahead now and create 2 buttons, one for buying the gun, and then also one for buying the ammo if we have the gun. So let's go ahead, right click on pistol store. Let's go ahead, node 2D. Let's call this buy gun button. And then for this, we're simply going to do what we've always done, right click, add child node, add in a new patch, 9 patch colored rect. And let's go ahead, drag and drop in that same button sprite we're using. So let's locate that in our art, UI pack, PNG, under red, default, and simply scroll on down till you find that one we have, the button rectangle depth border.png. Take that in there, and I'm going to go ahead and stretch this to the size I want. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger than the quit button. So let's do something like this. That looks good. Let's go ahead now, move the button into the correct position. I want one on either side, but not blocking the player once the player shows up. So we're going to go ahead and put it like right about here. I think that should be okay. We're then going to go ahead, give it a nice label, right click, add child node, label. Let's go ahead, move this over here. And this is going to be for the gun. So let's go ahead and just put gun. And then the price, which I'm going to make 1500. Let's center it up. Let's go ahead, open up label settings, font, increase the size a bit. Let's do 25, maybe a little bit more, 28. And then go ahead, simply change the color to black. And again, you can always customize this how you want, but I think this looks pretty good. I might move it up just a bit because this button is not centered with it. So I'm going to go about there. Then we just need, of course, the button. So let's right click on it, add child node, select the button node we've used. Make sure to give this one a specific name. I'm going to call this button by gun. For button by gun, make sure though you go ahead, wrap the button correctly with the node. There we go. Nice. Then we're going to go ahead, get rid of the gray, go to theme, type variation, change that to flat, and then of course theme overrides if you want to get rid of the ring. I'm going to get rid of it. Style flat box. Go ahead, change the BG color to completely invisible. There we go. Looks good there. Now we just need the ammo one. So let's go ahead, select the buy button, Control D, change the name of the main node of this. Instead of buy gun, we'll do buy ammo. Get rid of the 2 at the end as well. And then just don't forget also, we got to change the label and then the actual button node as well. So for the label, we'll change this to ammo. And I'm going to make the ammo price a little bit less. Let's just do 1,000. And then also go ahead, change the name of the actual button by gun to button by ammo, capital A. Nice. Then all we got to do is just move it over to the right in about similar position. So we'll do about there, okay? And again, you can always adjust this however you like, but I think this looks pretty good. All right, and that's gonna be everything here for this. Now, of course, though, we need one for each other gun. We know we have 2 other guns, so what we're gonna do is just take that pistol store, Control D. Let's make the current one invisible on the top. Change the name of this one to silencer. And we'll do shop. For silencer shop, don't forget we need to change the label as well. Change that from pistol to silencer. Looks good. Then what we'll do is actually keep everything else the same. You're going to see how we're going to actually allow the functionality and once we get into the script. But for now, I'm going to leave everything the same, such as the gun being 1500 and the ammo as well being 1000. Let's close up everything here. Let's make this one invisible as well. Control D on silencer shop. Or I think we should have called it silencer store, not shop. So I'm going to change that. Now the next one is going to be the machine. Make sure it's lowercase. Machine store as well. Let's make that one visible. And then all we got to do is simply change the label to machine. Nice. All right. Let's close that there, close that there. So this is going to be our store. So once the player is in and they walk on top of any of the locations where they can buy a new gun, then one of these store items will pop up and allow the player to either buy the gun or buy the ammo if they already have the gun. And we'll go ahead and add all that functionality in once we get to the script down the road. But for now, things are looking pretty good. I'm going to go ahead, close up the pistol store, leave it as is. Let's save what we got. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the UI for the game over. we're going to start off and create a new node for the Game Over UI. We're then going to go ahead and add some nodes for the text and the menu button. After that, we're going to ensure we have a simple animation to play once the player gets a game over. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating our Game Over UI. So let's go ahead and create a new canvas layer for this. Right click on UI node, add child node, canvas layer node, and create. And we're going to simply just call this Game Over. As mentioned, we're going to have a couple things in here, but just like we've done before, we also need a parent scene for them. So add child node, create another node 2D, and we're just going to call this Game Over Scene. Inside of the Game Over Scene node, we're going to add a couple things, starting off with a panel. Now we're going to have a panel specifically for blocking out any other functions on the screen, and of course darkening out the screen. So let's right click, add child node, search for that panel node, select it, hit create. What we want to do is we want to make sure it stretches beyond each corner of the screen. The reason why we're doing this is because it's actually curved and has a little curved effect, so I like to just go a little bit beyond. Nice. Alright. On start though, we're not going to have this as visible, so what we want to do is select the panel, go to node, go to the inspector, first we'll go to the actual visibility, make that modulate from what it currently is to a value of all the way invisible. Now we also need to make it completely not visible, because if we try to select anything behind this, it's not going to let us. So we have to make sure that visible is set to off. Alright, nice. Then we're also going to have a text saying Game Over. So let's right click, add child node, add a label. I'm going to go ahead and just put this somewhere towards the top, like right here. Go ahead, just say Game Over. Give it a new label setting. Go to that font. Let's make it pretty big, similar to the title screen. So I'm going to do like a 60. Maybe even a little bigger than that. We'll do 80. And I'm going to go ahead, make the color red, just like the title. Make the outline, we'll do black and increase that to something pretty big. Let's do 35. And then we're also going to go ahead, center this guy up. Just like that. Nice. All right. Now, we're also going to make this invisible on start so you can keep it as invisible. We're going to have another button here on the bottom. So I'm going to go ahead, and just so we don't have to recreate an entire new button, I'm going to go into the store and just take one of our buttons we have inside of one of our nodes, like the Buy Gun button, Control D it, drag and drop it into our Game Over scene. Okay, let's close that up there. Let's go ahead, change the name. We'll just call this Menu Button. Now, one thing to remember is, of course, we need this to equal the same name we have for our Quit button, which, if you recall, it's going to be Button Menu. Okay? Go ahead, Button Menu. If you need to double check, no worries. Just simply go into the in-game, look for that Button Quit, and just make sure it has Button Menu, and all the caps are the same as well. Now, we also are going to change the label. We'll just change this simply to Menu. And then we just want to make sure it's positioned correctly. So I'm going to turn on the label and just go ahead and move that menu button right underneath it, and then just move it down a bit below. I'm going to put it like right there. Looks good. Let's go ahead and now create the animation. So for now, everything should be turned off like this. Now let's add that animation player. So add child node, animation player. And for the animation player, we're going to have two animations. We're going to have our idle one, which is kind of like our starting one. So we'll go animation new, call this one idle. For our idle, all we want to do is keep everything here as it is. So what we'll do is select panel. We're going to save the key of visibility off. So create that. Same thing for label. Go to the visibility, save that. Same thing for the menu button. go to visibility, and save that value as well. Nice. Next up is the actual game over animation. So select animation, new, and we're just going to call this game over. Now for game over, what we want to do is turn on the panel, but we're going to go ahead and save that as on. We're also going to slowly make this visible and make it red. So I'm going to go ahead and save the current modulate we have, which is set a value all the way down. Move that over to 1 and go ahead, select modulate, and we're going to increase this to there. Make sure you have it on though. Oops. Oop, I was doing the wrong one. Yeah, make sure you're selecting panel. Looks like I was doing menu button, no worries. Just remove those and redo it. So like I said before, we want to make sure this is on, so select panel, save the visibility as on. Make sure it's in the right spot though. I'm going to delete it again and do it one more time. Yep, so save it there, key value it on. Nice. Then we're going to go ahead, slowly make it red all the way at 1 second. So take modulate, and I'm going to go ahead, increase that there, and then go ahead, make the value red here, and save that. So now if you hit play, it should start it. If it doesn't start it, that means we need to also set the color. So what I'm going to do right over here is go ahead, take modulate, lower that A value down, and simply save that there. And then if we hit play, still didn't save the red, so go ahead, go to 1, go to modulate, and then go ahead, make sure that is set all the way up there. And now if we go ahead, hit play, it'll slowly go red. And once it gets to red all the way, then we want to do is turn on the label and the button. So go ahead, select label, go ahead, turn that on there, save the key value. Same thing for the menu button, turn that on there, and then go ahead, go to the visibility, save the value. Now if you want to be double careful, is go ahead at the beginning of this and make sure these are both off and saved as well. It isn't necessarily necessary because we have the idle one, but it's always nice to have your double checks on. So let's go ahead, put that there. And then same thing for label, back at 0 seconds. Turn off the visibility and save the key value. So now if we start from the beginning, nothing is on. We hit play, slowly darkens red, and then there you go. You got the game over text and also the menu button. Perfect. Double check the idle one as well. Make sure everything's off on play. Looks great. And that's going to be everything for there. So let's go ahead, close out of the animation, zoom out a bit, close up that, close up there, save what you got, and we're looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to create our global script. We're going to start off and create that new global script and open it up. Then we're going to go ahead and add all the needed variables to the script. After that, we're going to create some helper functions to update any values throughout the gameplay. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started creating the global script. So let's go ahead and add that new global script by going up to Project, Project Settings, Globals. Go ahead, type in a name for it. I'm going to call mine Global. Hit the Add button. Make sure you're saving it in the correct folder, which is going to be the scripts folder. You can go up a path here to view them all and then simply select it, open. Then hit create. From here to open up the script, just simply hit this button right here, and there you go. All right, let's begin with a couple of the variables, starting off with a couple constants. Now, these variables are in our global script specifically because multiple other scripts and other nodes are going to need to access these. So the global is a great spot to put anything like that in here. So let's go ahead and begin. We have a constant. This is going to be called magazine underscore size. And I'm going to default set this to 1. Of course, we'll change that over time, depending on which gun we're holding. But 1 will be our default. We're also going to have one called bullets underscore in underscore clip. And we're also going to give that a default value of, let's do 2. Let's create another constant below. Let's call this ammo underscore reserve, which is going to be our extra ammo we have. And we're going to equal this. Let's simply do it equal to something like 3. All right. Yeah. Oops. There we go. Make sure you spell it correctly. Nice. Then we're going to go ahead underneath that. We're going to create a just regular variable. And we're going to call this shot underscore delay, because each gun is going to have a different shot delay, which I'm going to set the default value to 0.3. Nice. Then we're going to have some game state values. So below, we'll create another var. Call this one game underscore on. And we're always going to default set this to false. For testing, we might set it to true, but for now, we'll leave it at false. Next up, we're going to go ahead, have another one for game underscore over, which by default is always going to always equal false. We're then going to also have a variable for money, which we're going to set to our default value of 500. We might change this later just for testing purposes. Next up, we're going to have another variable. This is going to be called player underscore health. And the reason I'm putting this in global is just because, again, it's a lot easier to find this in the global compared to connecting a bunch of scripts together. It's a lot easier just to point these kind of values directly in the global script. Let's continue on. Next up, we're going to have variable, and we're going to call this store underscore opened. Now this variable is going to change depending on which store we're opening, but by default we're always going to set it to null whenever we don't have a store opened. Next up, we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this reloading, and this is just going to help us get the state of whether or not our player is reloading, because when they are, we don't want to be able to shoot or do any other action. Next up though, we're going to create a short little list for our current items, and the best way to do this is actually just to use an array. So we're going to do variable, call this underscore current underscore items, equal this to regular brackets. Within those regular brackets, we're going to add 2 more brackets, each bracket representing which current slot we're using. In the first one, we're going to go ahead, give our default weapon, the pistol, outside the quotes, comma. We'll also give it a default clip, and we'll do 12, default current clip amount, 12, and we'll do default current ammo, 120, and then also a default max current ammo, which we'll also set at 120, okay? So if you guessed it, these values are going to change depending on which gun we're holding, and of course depending on how much ammo we have. So let's do the next one. So inside of here though, because we're not going to have a secondary weapon off the bat, we're going to go ahead and leave it as blank, 2 quotes, comma, 0, comma, 0, comma, 0, and comma, 0. Because over time this will change, and of course our starting one would change as well if we want to replace that slot. But for now, this is perfect for our current items array. Let's go ahead and wrap up the variables, only a few left. Next up, create another variable, call this current underscore slot. This is going to be a type int, and we're going to simply equal this to 0. Now, if it equals 1, then we'll be using the secondary slot. Next up, let's go ahead and create another variable. We're going to call this reload underscore time. And our default one, which is going to be for the pistol, is going to be a float, equaling it to, let's just do 2 seconds, 2.0. Next up, create another variable. We're going to call this bullet underscore speed. This will be our current bullet speed, which honestly I think we're going to leave the same for all the guns. We'll just go ahead and decrease the reload time and of course the amount that can be shot at once. And what we'll do here for this, I'm going to simply set it to a float, equaling it to 1400.0. All right, next up, we'll create another variable. we're going to call this unlocked underscore areas. And this is how we're going to keep track of which areas are currently unlocked in our map. And again, we're going to use an array. We're always going to start with the first one, which I'm going to call the bottom, which is going to be the bottom part of the map. Eventually, we'll add on other things, such as the right and left side and the top side as well, okay? But for now, just keep it just like this. All right, next up, we're going to go ahead, create another variable. This is going to represent which current wave we're on, and we're always going to start on wave 1. We're also going to have the current health we're going to add to the zombies each time the wave goes up. So we'll do variable zom underscore health, and we'll equal that to 0, because on wave 1 we don't add any health. We're also going to go ahead and keep track of how many zombies we have defeated, which I'm going to call dead zoms, just like that. And those are going to be all of our starting variables. Make sure to save that, and looking good. All right, let's continue on. Now we're going to get started with a couple of the functions. Now these functions are going to help out basically updating certain values when needed. The first one we're going to do is going to be our simple process function. So do a function, process. Let me make some room here. And all we're really going to do is just update some values with this, simply by doing a couple if statements. We're going to say if current items, and we're going to look for specifically the current slot selected, so current slot. And then we want the name, which is going to be, of course, 0. So basically, if this current slot is set to 0, we're going to be looking at specifically this name right here. If we change that value to 1, it would go here, 2 here, 3 here, and 4 here. So what we're looking for is if it equals pistol, which we know it currently does. And since it currently does, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to set our shot delay, equaling it to that 0.3, which is our default value for now. But we're also going to go ahead and set our reloading time equal to 1.0. Now we just need this for each type of gun. We need to do one for the silencer and then also the machine. So let's go ahead, take this whole line here, paste it here, change the if to an elif. Now instead of pistol, we're going to look for specifically the silencer. It's going to be like our second level gun. And for this gun, it's going to have a shorter shot delay. But the reload time will also be a little shorter as well. We'll do 0.5 instead of 1. So we'll go ahead and do that, 0.5. Let's do the last one. That's going to be for the machine gun. Let's take this whole line, paste it below. Now I just need the name, which I'm going to use as machine. And then for this one, we're going to have a shot delay of 0.1 seconds, but this one's going to take a lot longer to reload, which is going to be 2.0. The reason why we're making this longer to reload is because the magazine size is going to be very large compared to the other two. All right, so that's going to be everything for our process function. Now, like we've done in the past, we also need a function to reset all the values when we restart the game. All right, so we're going to go ahead, create a function for that, call it function underscore reset. And actually, we'll just do reset instead of underscore, reset underscore game underscore values. Give it an empty set of parentheses, colon. And now we can go ahead and reset each value. Now, we want to reset pretty much all of our defaults, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and start off with the first one, which is probably the most important, which is going to be our game on. We want to turn that back to false. Same thing with game over. Turn that back to false. Then we're also going to go ahead, set our money back. So we'll set money. We'll go ahead, equal that back to 500, which I think was the default. We're also going to go ahead, get our player health, set it back to default, which was 90.0. And I think we should have set that. Yes, we did. We're going to go ahead for the next one. We're going to do our store opened. If you remember, the default value is null. Next up, current slot. Reset it back to 0. Then we're going to do our reloading. Make sure it's capital. And we're going to equal that simply to false. After that, we're going to go ahead. Unlocked areas, we want to reset that back to what we originally had. You can either type it out or just copy it. I'm going to copy it because it's a little longer. Paste it in. We also need the wave, so let's go ahead. Wave equals 1. Zom health equals 0. We're going to go ahead. Dead zoms equals 0 as well. And then we also need to reset our current items. Now, easy way to do that, scroll on up. Go ahead, just copy this all the way to here, just like I did. Or better yet, actually copy it all the way to the name, just like that. Control C. And then just simply paste it right here. And that should work. And that's going to be everything for our reset game values, okay? So anytime we want to restart the game, we run this function. All right. Now we just need a couple other helper functions for keeping up the state of current things. Let's knock those out real quick. We're going to do a function. We're going to call this get underscore current underscore weapon underscore stats parentheses, and we'll just do arrow to array because it's going to be inside the array where our items are. And what we're going to do is we're simply just going to return our current items bracket current slot. So what this is doing is basically whenever this runs, it's going to grab the current items we have, which we know is something like this, and then it's going to return that current item here. Ooh, make sure that's current slot, not current item, current slot, because we know our current slot is either going to be 0 or 1, which is going to be either this one or this one. So when we return it, it's going to simply return this value here if we're on 0. Let's do the next one. Function get underscore current underscore bullets parentheses arrow to int, and we're going to do again return, this time current items, and we're going to go ahead current slot, and we're also going to grab the bullets and clip. So go ahead, bullets and clip, and that'll go ahead and grab our current bullets and clip. Let's do our next one. Function, call this get underscore max underscore clip underscore size parentheses set arrow to int colon. Now again, same thing, return current items, current slot. Outside of that, just like we did above, mag size. There we go. Next up, last one. Function. Call this get underscore reserve underscore ammo. Parentheses set. And same thing. Arrow to void. Close it out. All right, now in here, do a return. And we're going to do current items, current slot, and then same thing we did above, ammo reserve. And there we go. Make sure you got that there. Let's double check some things. Didn't like that for some reason. Oh, we never did int here. That's why. Nice. All right. And that's going to be everything for our global script. Again, this is going to help us basically connect a lot of different values together in a lot simpler way. So make sure you have this here. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's go back to 2D view. Zoom in a bit. Save what you got. And we're looking good. In this section, we're going to go ahead and start creating the game's map. We're going to start off and discuss the game's map being created. We're then going to ensure to place 4 rooms for the player to walk into. After that, we're going to add some collisions and navigation blocks onto the placed tiles. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents the map we're going to create. When you first start the game, the player will be spawned into the bottom room here. They will not be able to leave that room until they can buy the doors on either side. Once the doors are bought, the player and the zombies will be able to move in any other room. To make the game more difficult, we'll add specific spots that the zombies can spawn in from all directions. We're also going to make sure to add specific collisions so that the player and the zombies can't walk through specific walls. We're also going to make sure that we add some navigation layers so that the zombies will be clever enough to locate exactly where the player is. Meaning, if they spawn in somewhere at the top and the right doors are still shut, they'll know exactly that they have to go to the left side to get to the player. Alright, let's get started creating the game's map. So I'm going to create a very basic one like I showed you before. You can always customize this however you'd like. Just make sure you have the correct components of it, meaning the navigation and then the collision so the player can't walk through, and of course the zombies know where to go. So to make this a little easier, I'm going to go ahead and turn off the in-game screen. I'm actually going to turn on the menu. And the reason I'm going to turn on the menu is because we want to make sure that the background kind of matches up. So what I'm going to do is add another node under main, not in the UI. Call it node 2D. I'm going to put it towards the top. We're going to call it BG for background. And then right click, add child node. We're going to add a tile map layer. We need to make sure it matches up, which if I remember, it was 64 by 64. So make sure you're selecting it. Give it a new tile set. Select it again. Set the tile size to 64 by 64. Then we're going to go ahead, go to tile set, locate our tile set in the art folder, Kenny top-down shooter. Under tile sheet, we're going to use the tile sheet _ complete.png, drag and drop. Go ahead, hit no there. Let's go ahead now, and we're going to start off with just the grass. So select the grass one here, go to tile map, and I'm going to use the rectangle tool and just make sure it's the same size, which it is. Perfect. What I'm also going to do is go back and turn off the menu now. Now that we know it's the same size, that's great. Now we're going to go ahead and just make a big square around our screen. Something like that should work. It doesn't need to be perfect because our player is going to be locked in specific areas anyway. I just want to make sure that when the player goes to the left or the right, that they're not going to see this gray. Okay, so maybe a little bigger just in case, like that. All right. So now that we have our background, we need to make another one specific for the map. And we're actually going to put this in another node. So we're going to right click on main, add child node, node 2D, bring this on up. And I'm going to call this, we'll just call this game, okay? Or we could better yet call it game world. So everything in the game world is going to be in here, okay? So in the game world, we're going to go ahead now, and we're actually going to take a copy of that same tile map layer, Control D, drag and drop it in game world, okay? You can remove the 2 in there. Now, one thing you have to remember to do, because it will start messing everything up, make sure on tile set, you right click and make it unique, because if we change anything here, it's also going to change that other one. So make sure you set make unique. Now that we have this here, I'm going to actually remove the current tiles we have. So go ahead and remove that. Perfect. Now we can start creating the world. But before we do that, we actually have to go ahead and select the tiles we want to use. Now again, you can customize this however you want. But again, we want to make sure we have those navigation tiles and the collision tiles. So go to tile set. First we'll add in all the tiles we're going to use. And I'm going to keep mine real simple. For the ground tiles, I'm only going to use 2. I'm going to use this one here for some stone ground, and then also a wood planks ground, which is this one. Now, like I said before, we need to add some navigation, and we got to do that up on the right here. Make sure you're selecting the same one. Navigation, or actually, you know what? Select into it, and you'll see another navigation tab. All right, navigation layer, not just navigation, navigation layer. And now all you got to do is select add element. Then we're going to have navigation enabled. Now we just need to add on the specific tiles, which we can do by going to paint, opening this up, Scrolling down, you'll see this navigation layer 0, which matches up here. Select that, and just simply select the ones you want to give it to, such as this one here and this one here. You'll see it kind of like tint the color a little bit, which means it's active on it. Let's go back to select though. Let's add the other tiles we need. So we also need some wall tiles. I'm going to use this orange wall. I think it matches really well with these tiles on the ground. So let's go ahead and select all the ones we're going to use. We're probably going to use quite a bit of these. So make sure we go here. Might need to go to setup actually. Yep, setup, and then go ahead, select. I'm pretty sure it's like this whole row. So go ahead, just select the majority of these ones. I think we're also going to need the corner ones, which are here, here, and here. I think that should be everything though. Yeah, all right. Now we just need to add that collision on here. So similar to what we just did with the navigation, we need to add collision. The collision will make it so the player and the zombies can't walk through these walls. So we need to go ahead to physics layers this time. That's going to add the collision shapes, add element, and just like we did, we're going to go back to the paint tab. Make sure we're on the paint one. We're still on navigation, so let's select it. See that new physics layer 0? Now we just select the ones we want to add it to, such as these ones here. Let's just add it to each one. Just like that. And if you want to adjust the boxes, you can. I'm going to keep it as default. As you can see, it's just surrounding the whole thing, which is perfect. But if you want to adjust it to be more specific to the tile, you can. That's up to you. But I think that looks great. All right, let's go to tile map. Let's go ahead and turn off the eraser. Get ready here, save what we got. Let's start with the first bottom room. All right, so this is the room that the player is going to spawn into. So let's go ahead and start with some floor. I'm going to go ahead and use this floor here. Make sure we're on tile map. Make sure you got rectangle enabled. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just make it about this size here. Again, it's always up to you how you want to do this. I'm going to actually maybe fill out the whole thing. All right, and then I'm going to have like a middle area the player has to avoid. So let's go ahead, add a couple wood blocks here. And then I'm going to make it pathway a bit. Let's say about, yeah, let's do like about there. And then about here, make sure it's about the same. About 3 blocks, yep, 1, 2, that's 4. Is this 4 also? 1, 2, 3, 4, yep, okay, that's fine. All right, so then we're going to go ahead and let's give it some room. Let's do the one that goes across, which should be this one here. Remember, these ones have the actual wall barrier on them. So I'm going to go ahead and just add a couple here. And then down here as well. Let's go ahead, do the opposite direction here. And this way as well. And we're also going to have like a middle area, like I said before. So let's do that there. And then over here, go across. We'll add the corner ones in. And if you want to, I might just add a green here just to make it look a little bit more realistic. And now we just need to add the corners, so let's go ahead and add those. I'm going to do one like this. And then here, here, and then here. Nice. All right, and we're also going to give some corners to there, here, here, and then the top one. All right, looks good. Okay, so now we just need to make a little bit of room though, specifically for where the zombies are going to enter. So what I'm going to do is use the eraser tool, and I'm going to remove a couple different spots. We're going to have an entry point here, here, and let's do some at the top as well. And then same kind of deal right over here. Okay, so eventually we'll make the actual barriers that we can repair, and then of course allow zombies to come through once broken. We also, though, need some room, of course, so where the doors are going to be. I'm going to put them in the top corners, like right here. So let's make sure to erase these spots. And again, we don't want to put any navigation down yet. And that's how we're going to prevent them from getting in when the door is still closed. So we're going to add that in once we unlock the door. And you'll see how we do that once we get into the script of it and of course the node itself for the doors, okay? But this is going to be the first room. Our player is going to spawn somewhere about here, but overall I like the first room. It looks good. Let's move on to the second room. So let's go ahead and just carry on over here. Let's make it just kind of go up and down. So what I'm going to do is go ahead, locate the door. Let's use this one here. Let's go across like 1, 2, 3. Yep, we'll do 3 there. And then same thing up here. Actually, you know what, better yet, we'll just curve it upwards. Maybe we'll go out like 1 more. And we'll curve upwards this way, so we could do this here. And then just change this one out to here. And then of course this one here as well. And then we'll continue on. Let's go ahead, curve this one up. Let's move up to here. We'll go a little bit more. We'll go to there. And what I want to do also is kind of make it expand just a bit, just to give the player a little bit more room. And of course an area for them to buy a new gun if they want to. So we'll go ahead, add some room there. And then carry on. We'll move this up a bit. Not too big because I don't want the whole room to be too big. But overall I think that looks pretty good. If you wanted to expand this a little more, you can. I might just expand it 1 more over. We can use pointer tool here. Just highlight the whole thing and move it over. So I'm going to do that. Just move it over 1. And then just fill out the point right here with the rectangle tool again. And then again, we're going to go over here, close that out there. Make sure to give it the correct curves, like there and there. And then of course the actual tile floor, which we're going to use this one for the sides, okay? Just like that. Now remember, we need to keep this space empty though, because of course we need to block that out. All right, so don't fill in that spot there. Now we can add some new entry points, just like we did below. I'm just going to add like 1 over here. And then let's add 1 over here. And then maybe like 1 more right here. Okay, nice. All right. So now we just need to do the same thing on the other side. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and use this one here. Let's paste it in. Make sure we don't have the eraser on. We'll do what it was. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we curve that up. And then what we're going to do is give that one a curve. There we go. We'll keep it moving. We're going to match it up pretty much the same as the other one. Just going to make sure it's the same across. There we go. And then we go out 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. Make sure you're using the right one. Set the curves for it. Then again, we'll go up just like we did before. Make sure it is set to the same, which I think it is. Yep. And we'll go ahead. We'll do the other side now. So we go 3 in. So let's do this one here. So let's see, it's 1, 2. So 1, 2. Make sure we curve it up. And then just simply use this one, going all the way, matching the current one. And then we just need to go across. So let's do the curves. And then the curves here as well. And just match it up. Nice. And again, we can fill out the floor. Make sure not to do the spot where the door is going to be. So I'm going to do all of these there. And then we need the entry points. So use the eraser tool. And we're going to do right here. Make sure that's the same. I think it is. Yep. And again, we'll do over here. Make sure it's the same. Nice. And then the last part right below, right here. Nice. Looks good. Now we can do the final area, the top area. We do need some doors going into it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to erase these 2 spots here for the new door area. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to just start off with the floor this time just to be a little faster. I'm going to make the floor look like that. Make sure you got your eraser tool off. Let's go up a bit here. We'll go about there. And then I'm also going to expand this below towards the middle a bit. Let's see if that's the middle. Let's go, yeah, a bit downward. And maybe one more. Let's see if that's the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Nice. Now we just need to give it the walls. And I think actually we should give it another middle area just like this. So maybe let's go ahead and let's just put another green in the middle. Just something small. We might raise this up just a bit because I don't like the 2 blocks. So let's go ahead and just get this a little bit more room up there. We can start off with this middle spot. And I'm going to go ahead. Let's do that there. Just add all the corners up. Again, it's always up to you how you want to design this. I think this looks pretty good though. And then across. Nice. Now we just need to do the rest up here, over here, and the down one. Looks good. Nice. Now we just need to add the curves. Let's go ahead. One there. And this one, let's go there. There. Other way around here. Don't forget these sides as well. This will kind of just make it look a lot better. And let's see how that looks. Nice. I like it. All right, now we just need the entry points for the zombies, so similar to what we did. I think a cool way we could do this is add, let's do 2 there, 2 here, and then just 2 at the top somewhere, like right here, and right here. Again, you can always customize this how you want, but I think this looks pretty good. Now, there is one more thing we need to add, and that is specific to basically the tiles of the zombies. So when we spawn a zombie in, let's say we're spawning a zombie right here. If you remember, we only have that navigation tile on these ones and these ones. So if they spawn in here, they're not going to know where to go. So a cool little trick we can do is use the same green tile here, give it some navigation, and put it just right behind. Now we know this is unique compared to the other one, so it's not really going to affect the actual background. So let's go ahead, back to our tile set. Let's go ahead and make sure we're selecting the navigation. Select the grass, back to tile map, and now go ahead and select this here. Now it's going to be hard to see this because it's blending in already. So what I like to do is just select the tile map layer, scroll on down on the right on the inspector, locate the visibility, and just simply change the modulate color for now, just something a little darker so we can see where we're putting these, okay? So we're here. We're going to add a couple going backward where the spawn points are going to be, somewhat a little far. So let's go ahead and add that for each area. Doesn't need to be perfect here because these are not going to be visible. It's just going to help with the navigation of the zombies, okay? So we'll add some there, here, here, here. Oops, make sure we add a good length because they might build up over time. And of course there as well. Here. And then these 2 at the top. I might not go all the way to the end, just somewhere like there. Let's zoom out and just verify we got all of them. We got the ones here, here, and there. Now, if we go ahead, back to visibility of it, and then change it back to normal, we're no longer going to see those, and it will blend really well within the background. But overall, it looks great. All right, let's close out the tile map here. Let's go ahead and zoom in a bit. Close up everything we got here and here. Let's save what we got. Close out your art folder, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to get started creating the player. We're going to start off and discuss the player and their functions being created. We're then going to go ahead and create a new node scene for the player. After that, we're going to make sure to add all the nodes for the player, including collisions, hitboxes, animations, timers, and everything else. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents the majority of the nodes we're going to add to the player. Starting off on the top left, we're going to create a shoot controller. We're going to have a specific script on this node that's going to be responsible for controlling all the shooting functionalities, such as aiming, spawning in new bullets, and of course reloading. The next node we're going to create is the player body. The player body is going to house everything that makes the player visible, such as the animations, specific attacks, and new weapons. We're then going to go ahead and create those animations. We're going to keep it real simple with only a handful, such as an idle animation when the player is not moving, a walking one, an aiming one, and a getting hurt one. Next up, we're going to have to build a specific node for the knife attack. The reason we're doing this is because the current asset pack we have does not have a knife attack, so we're going to create our own. After that, we're going to go ahead and create our hitbox. Our hitbox is responsible for initiating the hurt function when a zombie hits us. After that, we'll go ahead and create a camera 2D on our player. This camera will simply follow around the player. We'll also add a simple script to make a shake effect when hit by a zombie. After that, we're going to go ahead and add some timers. The timers are going to be responsible for a couple things, such as time in between shots, time getting hurt, and time reloading. The last nodes we're going to create are going to be the sound effects. The sound effects will give a little bit more life to our game. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the player. So let's go ahead and create a new scene for the player. On the top left, scene, new scene, other node, and let's use the base node as a character body 2D. Now that it's created, let's rename it as all lowercase player. Let's go ahead and save that real quick. Make sure we're saving it in the components folder. Next up, we'll add our first node. We're going to right click, add child node, and we're going to add just a simple node 2D, and this is going to represent our shoot controller. Now we're not going to have anything in this node yet, because eventually we'll attach a script on it in the next few sections. Let's move on to the next node. We're going to create the player's body. So everything in the player's body is going to represent the visual that you see when you play the game. So let's go ahead, right click on the player node, add child node, add another node 2D. Let's rename this as all lowercase body. Now in body, we're going to add a couple things. I found it easier just to add individual sprite 2Ds instead of creating an entire new animation for it. So let's start it off, right click, add child node, simply add a sprite 2D. This will be our first one, which is going to be our idle position when the player is not moving. Now all we need is the image for it, so let's go into art, Kenny _ drop down shooter, PNG, and I'm going to specifically use the blue man one. You can use whichever one you want. Just make sure you're using the _ stand. Drag and drop it in, and we're set. Now, I would adjust this just a little bit so it makes it look a little bit better when we put it on the map. So make sure you're selecting it. Let's increase the size just a bit under transform. Change the scale simply to 1.3 for X and Y. Now another thing you can also do is go to the texture and change the filter from inherit to nearest to make it a little more clear. Let's go ahead and create our next one now. This one's going to be our attacking sprites. So let's right click on body, add child node, add another node 2D, and let's just change this as attack, capital S sprites. Now in attack sprites, we're just going to add 3 different sprite 2Ds, just like we did with idle. So I'm going to take idle, copy it, and drag and drop it into that new node we just added. Let's go ahead and create the first one, call it pistol. Now for pistol, we're going to go ahead, locate the one where he's holding the pistol. It should be the first one, and just drag and drop it in just like that. Now, what I would do also is just adjust the positioning. As you can see, it backs it out just a little bit, so make sure you just push it in a bit. Doesn't need to be perfect, just similar to it. Let's do the next one. Control D on pistol. This will be for the silencer. Then all you got to do, drag and drop in the silencer. Should be this one here. Simply drag and drop it in, just like that. Again, if you want to adjust, you can. That's up to you. One more now, Control D. This is going to be for the machine gun, so let's type in machine. And then simply drag and drop in the machine sprite. And there we go. Nice. All right, next one is going to be the knife one. So let's go ahead, close up the attack sprites, right click on body, add child node, and we're going to go ahead, use a sprite 2D as the main node for this. Let's change the name, all lowercase, knife. Now knife, we're going to have to build our own because there is no default image for it. So let's go ahead and choose the man blue underscore hold.png, drag and drop it in. Make sure it's the same as the others, so go ahead to transform 1.2 for X and Y. Don't forget the texture, change it to inherit to nearest. And then go ahead and make sure the positioning is also correct. I'm going to turn off the idle one and also the attack sprite so we can see this a little better. But now we need to add the actual knives, so let's go ahead, right click, add child node, add another sprite 2D. This will represent the knife on the top, and then we'll do another on the bottom. Now we just need to locate the knife image. Let's go ahead, open up tiles. And if I remember, it should be around 200. So let's scroll all the way down till we get to around 200. Maybe 240. And there it is. Yep, 241. Let's simply drag and drop it on the sprite 2D. Then we just need to position it correctly. So what we're going to do is we're going to rotate it a bit to about there. Position it on the player's hand. Maybe a little less rotation. Move it on up. Then we can adjust the positioning. Let's select it and go to visibility. And then select show behind parent. So it looks like they're holding their weapon. Looks good. All right, let's do the other one. Control D on that. Let's flip the image, go to offset, and flip H value. Then all we got to do is adjust the positioning to match up. And then adjust it there. And again, you can always customize this how you want, but I think this looks pretty good overall. So I'm going to keep it as is. Let's go ahead, save that real quick. And we can turn off the knife positioning just like that. Close up the body. Next up, let's add a couple of area 2Ds. So these area 2Ds are going to be the reactions. So let's go ahead. Let's add a new one. Right click on player, add child node, add an area 2D. And let's go ahead, right click on area 2D. And we're simply going to add a collision shape. And then eventually we're going to connect a signal to this, but we want to make sure that this is surrounding the player perfectly. So go back in the body, turn on idle, and just make sure the shape that we make for this on the right is about similar to the shape of the player. Now we are going to give them an actual body shape so they can't walk through walls. So make this one a little bit bigger than their current box, about this size. Now one more area 2D we could add also is for the knife. We could add a simple area so when the zombie goes into it, the zombie will get hurt. Let's go ahead, turn the knife image back on, right click on knife, add another area 2D. But this one we need to give a specific group tag. So let's go ahead, select the main node, go all the way up to node, and just add a new one. We're just going to call this knife, all lowercase. Then let's give it the shape, right click on it, another collision shape 2D. Let's add another box, and simply just surround the knives at the end of the player. Just like this. Looks good. Let's save those changes, turn off the knife image, and keep idle on just like that. All right, next up, we need the aim area, so that's where the bullet is going to spawn. Let's right click on player. We're just going to use a simple node 2D for this. And so we can make sure that the positioning is correct. Let's go back into body and turn on the attacking sprites. Let's rename the aim as aim. There we go. And let's put it right in front of the player, a little bit towards there, so it still looks like we're shooting forward. We can always adjust that later. All right, next up, let's add the camera 2D. Let's right click on player, add child node, add that camera 2D. It'll automatically surround the player. The only thing we need to enable here is simply the position smoothing. So go ahead, open that up, and select on. You can adjust the speed if you want to, but 5 should be good for this type of game. Let's move on to the next couple nodes. These are going to be the timers. So let's right click on player, add child node. Let's add our first timer. Let's go ahead, let's call this timer knife attack, because we're going to have a limited time for that. So knife attack. We'll attach a signal to it later. Let's copy that, create another one. This one here, we'll call it timer reload. That'll be our reload time that it takes. And then one more. This will be the hurting timer. Timer hurting. And again, we'll set the settings later once we get into the signals for them. All right. Now, next thing we can do, we can add the actual body to the player. That's why we're getting this little warning right here. So let's do that real quick. Right click on player, add child node, add a collision shape. Let's create a new box. And we're just going to wrap this inside of the hitbox. Doesn't need to be perfect, but I'm going to make it look just like this. If you want to see it a little better, I recommend changing the debug color to something the opposite of the current color, just like that. Next up, let's go ahead and create the sound effects node. So let's right click on player node. We'll give this a parent node and just call this sounds. And we're not going to have too many sounds in here, just a couple simple ones. We can locate the sounds if we scroll up. And I don't think there's any in this top-down shooter asset pack, but we do have some in the UI pack, so I'm going to open that up, open up sounds, and then we can simply just drag and drop in a couple sounds, and you can choose the best ones that you want. I'm just going to use the click one on the top for the shooting, so I'm going to go ahead, drag and drop it in, change the name to shoot, and then for switch -B, that's going to be the knife attack, so let's drag and drop that into sound, change the name to knife. And then the last one, the tap B, that one sounds kind of like a game over. So I'm going to go ahead, drag and drop that into sounds. And I'm going to call this one just hurt. All right, final thing we need to do is add the hurting animation. And there's a really simple way we can do this. All we have to do is create a new node on the player node, an animation player 2D, and then we're going to create a new animation. First one we're going to call is simply idle. Now idle is going to be the resetting one, and all we have to do is select the main player node, and we're simply going to go to visibility and keep the modulate color as is, just like this, so we can key value that to save that value, hit create. Then we'll create the actual hurting one, so go ahead, call this one hurting. And then we're just going to give it a nice red flashing effect. So let's go ahead, start it off at red, unmodulate, which will change all the sprites underneath. So go ahead, just like that. You can save the value if you want. Key that value. Now let's go to 0.2. Change it back to the original. Key that value. Go to 0.4. Change it to the red. Key the value, and then back to the original at 0.6, sliding it all the way up. Save that value. Then we want to make sure to limit this, so go ahead, make the max to 0.6. Then if you hit play, you'll see the actual hurting effect. Looks great. And with that, I think we're looking good. Let's close out of there. Save what you got. And there we go. section, we're going to go ahead and create the player's script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to the main player node. We're then going to go ahead and add all the variables to the script. After that, we're going to ensure to have all the functions for movement, aiming, player damage, attacking, and reloading. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the player script. So this is going to be our first script for the player, which is basically going to be our main controller. So let's go ahead, select the player node, add a new script, make sure we're saving it in the correct location, the scripts folder, open, and hit create. Alright, first things we'll do is of course add all of our basic variables. So let's go ahead and start off with an @export. This will be a variable representing our current speed of the player. This will be a type float, and we'll simply equal it to something like 400.0. We can always change it later. Next up, we're going to go ahead and have a representation for each node within the player. So these are going to be a bunch of @onReadies. So we'll have an @onReady. This one will specifically be the idle sprite. And then simply just equal it to the current idle sprite we have under body. Drag and drop it in. Next up, do another @onReady variable, and this will be our attack sprites. Attack_sprites. And then we'll simply equal that to our current attack sprites node. Drag and drop it in. Next up, we'll go ahead, another @onReady var, and this will be our knife sprite, so knife_sprite. Simply equal that to our current knife sprite. After that, we're going to have one for our aim. So let's do an @onReady var, and we'll just call this muzzle for the aim, and simply equal that to our aim node. Drag and drop it in. Next up, we'll have another @onReady. This will be our variable, and this will be our shoot controller that we have below. And we'll simply just equal that to our current shoot controller. Let's keep going. Next up, another @onReady var, and this will go ahead. This will be our reload_timer, and we'll simply equal that to our current reload timer. Drag and drop it in. Next up, another @onReady var. This one here will represent our knife_attack_timer. And we'll simply go ahead, equal that to our knife attack timer. Next up, we'll go ahead, more @onReadies var. This one will represent our current hurting animation, so hurting_anim. And then, if you guessed it, go ahead, equal that to our current animation player, which holds the hurting anim. Nice. Next up, another @onReady var. This next one is going to be, let's see, we have our hurting timer next, so let's do that, hurting_timer. And simply equal that to our current hurting timer. Next up, we'll have our hitbox, so @onReady var. And we'll just call this hit_box_area. And go ahead and simply equal that to our current hitbox area, which is right here, the area 2D. Next up, let's go ahead, create one for our camera now. So @onReady var. We'll just simply call this camera, and we'll do _shaker because we're going to add that shaker script. Just helps define it a little better. Let's equal that there. Looks good. Let's continue on. A couple more left. Let's go ahead. Create a constant. We'll call this zombie_damage. And we'll set the default value equal to something like 30. And we can always change that down the road, but I think it works pretty well with that. Next up, another constant. We'll go ahead, call this hurt_cooldown. This, of course, is going to represent the time in between getting hurt. So we're going to make this a float and go ahead, just equal that to 2.0 for 2 seconds. Next up, create another variable. This is going to be called is_vulnerable. I will do invulnerable. And basically this is going to go ahead, and when it is equal to false, that is when we can get hurt again. So we're going to be resetting that, of course, when the hurt cooldown goes out. And those are going to be all of our starting variables. So go ahead and make sure you got all those in. Remember, you can check the source code. Let's go ahead and get started with our first couple functions now. So let's start off with our first function, which is going to be our ready function. So let's go ahead, function_ready. So as we know, this is going to be everything that happens on start with the game. And we're just simply going to do a couple things, all right? We're going to go ahead and initiate that we are in the player group. So we can do that by doing add_to_group and then double quotes, all lowercase player. Next up, we're going to go ahead and set some things for the timers, starting with the reload timer. We'll do a dot wait time. Simply set it to our global dot reload time. All right, reload_time. And that's because, of course, we're going to change that reload time depending on which gun we're using. We're also going to go ahead, get our reload timer dot one shot, and simply equal that to true. Below that, we're going to go ahead and get our knife timer now. Let's go ahead, dot one shot as well, and simply equal that to true. Underneath that, we're going to go ahead, get our hurting timer now. So hurting timer dot wait time. And we're simply going to set this to our hurt cooldown value. Last thing we're going to do in our ready function, we're going to go ahead, again, hurting timer dot one shot, and simply equal that also to true. And that's going to be everything we need in our ready function. Now you could do these also inside the functions or the timers themselves, but it's a little better to go ahead and do it inside the script just to make sure we're not forgetting anything. So let's go ahead. Next up, next function. This is going to be our physics process function, which we know is going to initiate any movement or any physics movement we want for the player. So first thing we're going to do though is we want to make sure that the game is on and not over. So how we're going to do that is have a simple if statement. That's going to be our safety check. We're going to say if global dot game over, if game over equals true, or if our global dot game on equals false. If it's either of those cases, then we're going to go ahead and simply do a return. So anything below this will not run. If that's not the case though, then we're going to go ahead and initiate some of those physics processes, such as a function we're going to create called rotate_towards_mouse. And we're going to create that, not right now, but for now we'll leave it in. We're also going to go ahead and create a new variable. We're going to call this input_vector. We're going to equal this to another function that we don't have created yet, which we're going to call get_input_vector. And all that's going to do is just get whichever direction we're currently going. Because again, we want to be able to go all up, down, left, and right, but we'll get to that in a bit. Next thing, of course, is once we have that input vector, is we'll set the new velocity equal to that input vector times the current speed we have for the player. To actually initiate the velocity though, we have to use our pre-built function move and slide. Next up, we'll go ahead and get our shoot controller, and we're going to initiate a process within it. So we're going to do process underscore, and we'll just call it controller. Now again, we don't have this created yet, but we will. Just keep it as this for now. Next up, we're going to go ahead and do another function called handle underscore sprite underscore state. And we're going to create this in just a sec as well. This is going to basically just update which sprite is active, which one, like idle, attack, knife, and any others. Now let's go ahead. Next function though, we'll create that rotate towards mouse one. So we'll do function, and then if you want to, just copy the name, paste it, and then go ahead, do an arrow to void. And then within it, all we're going to do is get our variable for our mouse underscore position and simply equal that to our get underscore global mouse position. Okay. Once we have that, which is going to be an x and y value, we go ahead and we set look at mouse position. That's a pre-built function that all it does is just rotate it towards whichever value we pass in. So save what you got currently. Let's continue on to our next couple functions. So let's go ahead and do our get input vector one. So I'm going to copy the name there. Let's go ahead, backspace function, paste the name, parentheses, and we're actually going to get an arrow void out of this. So let's go ahead, do arrow to a vector2, because remember we're returning a vector2 value, an x and y, so we can of course move towards that direction. So let's go ahead, close that up, colon. All right, so first thing we need to do is get the direction. So variable, we'll call it direction. And what we're going to do is just simply equal it to a empty vector2 dot capital Z 0. All right, nice. Then we're going to go ahead, make sure though, yep, we got the arrow there. Let me see, make sure that goes away. Function get vector2 arrow vector2. Doesn't seem to like my little function here. Make sure we have it as the same name. Let's see, handle sprite not found. Let's see if we get that out. Just want to make sure that our current one, not node paths, return value. Oh, that's because we do not have the return value. So whenever you have an arrow to vector2, we have to return a specific value back, which we'll get to at the end of this. So let's go ahead and continue on. Let's go ahead, and now we're going to do a couple if statements. We're going to say if input, and we'll do dot is action pressed. And we're looking for the UI write for this one. So go ahead, double quotes, UI write. And then we'll go ahead, colon, and we'll set our direction dot x plus equals 1. Okay, and now we just need to do this for each direction. So let's go ahead and copy this, paste it a couple more times below. So we have our UI right. We also need to do our UI left. So UI left. And then of course, UI down and UI up. So UI underscore down and then UI up. Okay. UI underscore up. Nice. And then for the values, UI right plus equals 1. This one's going to be minus equals 1 for that x. Now for these other ones, we need to do a dot y. So we'll do dot y plus equals 1. And then this one again, dot y minus equals 1. And then since we have a value now, we can return it. So that error will go away. We'll do a return. And then we'll do our direction dot normalize to just make it a whole number. Nice. Okay, now one thing to note though is these UI right, UI left, UI down, and UI up are going to use the arrow keys on your keyboard. Now I like to use the AWSD keys. So how can we set those? We can set those in our project settings. Go to project settings, go to input map, and then you're going to see this show built-in actions. Then you can go ahead and see all these other UI left, UI right, and anything you want. So if you want to put in the AWSD keys, you can. So for instance, the UI left would be the D key. So let's go ahead and add a new one here with the plus button, add event. Just select D key. Now you will initiate that with the D key, including the arrow key as well. So then we're going to go ahead and do the other ones. Let's do the right. It's going to be the A key. Or actually, this one's going to be the D key. We need to switch those. So D key for this one. Let's remove the left one and re-add it. That's going to be the A key to go left. And then the up one, that's going to be the W key. So let's go ahead, add a new one in there. W key. Then down is going to be the S key. So now you can go ahead and use AWSD for movement also with the arrows. Let's close that. Perfect. let's go ahead and do our next function. That's going to be the handle sprite state. So let's copy the errored one right here. Let's go ahead, backspace function, paste that in. Okay, now to get started here, we need to do a couple things because we're going to have multiple states, specifically for the knife and the attacking ones, and of course the idle as well. So the first thing we'll do is get a variable. We're going to call this is underscore knife underscore attacking, and we're simply going to equal that to our shoot controller dot is underscore knife underscore attacking. Okay, and we don't have this value in yet because we don't have that script created, but we will in the near future. But that's going to get and make sure we have that. Then we're also going to have another variable, which is going to be called is underscore reloading. We're also going to go ahead equal that to not reloading timer dot is stopped, meaning if the reloading timer is active, then we'll go ahead and have that. And if it isn't, then we'll have it equaling false, okay? So basically this is just checking to verify whether or not we are reloading. Next thing we're going to do is also a variable, call it is underscore shooting, which we're going to get that from our input dot is action pressed. And we're looking for specifically the left click button, and I do not think we have that in there, so we're going to have to add that, which we can do in the same way we just did for the AWS keys of project settings, input map. But because this is one that does not exist, we can go ahead, close the show built-in actions, and create a new one, and just call it left underscore click. Simply add that in, and then choose what we want for it, so mouse buttons, and just look for the left mouse button, and hit OK. Now if we go ahead and look for that, it should pop up. You'll see the left click right there. Perfect. All right. Now we can have the if-else statements. This is going to, of course, make whichever sprites we want active. And the first thing we'll do is say if is knife attacking. And we're going to go ahead, say if that equals true. Then we're going to go ahead inside of it, set our attack sprites dot visible equal false. But we are going to go ahead and set the knife attack sprite dot visible equals true, and also go ahead get the idle sprite dot visible equals false. Okay, and we need to do this one for each kind of state. So after the if, I'm going to do elif, and this time instead I'm going to say is shooting equals true, and we'll say is reloading equals true. Actually, instead of and, we'll do or, because either or should activate that. So or. Then what we're going to do is simply make only the attacking one active. If we had a specific sprite for reloading, we would want this here for the reloading one. But because it's the same, I'm just going to keep it as is. So go ahead, false the knife one, but make the attack one true. Perfect. All right. Then the last one, of course, is going to be our idle position. So we'll go ahead and simply have an else. And then all we're going to do is copy the values above, paste it in below. This time, of course, we're going to set this to true for idle, but false for the other ones. And with that, it looks pretty good. Don't forget to give your colon up here. And there you go, your error should be gone. Let's go ahead now and do a simple function for our reload timer, which we can go ahead and we'll do function, and we'll just call this cancel underscore reload. And then we're going to go ahead, do an arrow to void. And all we're going to do in here is we're simply going to say if not is, where is that, is underscore invulnerable. We'll go ahead and do a return. And then we're also going to go ahead, or better yet, instead of this, actually, because we're just going to cancel the reloading, let's just say if not, there we go, reload timer dot is stopped. If that's the case, then we'll go ahead and simply do our reload timer stop, okay? And all that's going to do is a simple check to force it to stop reloading, because again, once we start switching the weapons or using the knife attack, we don't want this to go on anymore, okay? Nice. Let's continue on though. Next function we can create, let's do the take damage function. So let's go ahead and do function, and we'll do take underscore damage. And we're going to pass in a couple values here, so I'm going to say damage int, and then again, arrow to void, because we're going to pass it out, or we're passing it in this time actually. All right, then for this one, we're just going to do a couple simple things. First thing we're going to do, of course, is say if is vulnerable equals true. Then we're going to go ahead and do a return, because we don't want to get hit over and over again. We want to make sure the timing goes out. But that will say global dot player health minus equals damage. Then we'll go ahead and set our is vulnerable equals true. Then we'll do a simple hurting animation play. So hurting anim dot play. And the one we're going to play is going to be the hurting one. Then we can initiate the sound for hurting. So in our little sounds area, I'm just going to take the hurt, drag and drop it in there, and just do a simple dot play. Last thing we'll do, of course, is kick off the timer. So we'll go ahead, get our hurting timer, and do a simple dot play. Or actually dot start, because it's a timer, not an animation. Looks great. I know that was a lot. Remember, you can go ahead and look at the source code if you need to. Let's wrap up this script with two more functions. One for the area entered, and then another for, of course, timer out for hurting. Okay, so let's remove the extra spaces we have down here, because we are going to connect a signal. So we are going to do the area entered. So go ahead, select your area 2D. As you remember, this is going to be for our hitbox. So select it, go to node, signals, area entered, and let's go ahead, connect it to the correct script. Should see this new area down here. All right, so we're going to add a couple things in here. Let me make it bigger so we can see it all. So first thing we're going to say is if our area dot is underscore in underscore group, is in group, and we're looking for specifically the group of zombie, okay? So if we interact into a zombie, then we'll say and not is vulnerable, because we want to make sure that is off. So is underscore is invulnerable, and global dot game over equals false, because if the game ends and we're still getting attacked, we don't want to keep getting hurt and initiating shaking the screen or anything like that. We just want it to not affect, okay? But with that, we'll say if, make sure we're on the same line. So if, and we'll say camera shaker equals true. Then we'll go ahead and initiate our camera shaker dot start shake, which again, we don't have this function in there yet. We will create it, but that will initiate the shaking camera. We're also going to pass in some values for the intensity of the shake, and we'll just do something like 8.0, comma, make sure you have 8.0, not is comma, and then comma, 0.2, okay? Again, this function does not exist yet, but we will create that in the next section. But all that's going to do is just initiate the shaking of the camera, okay? So that'll start. We're also going to have another. We're going to say if our global dot, we'll say our player health is less than or equal to 0. If that's the case, then all we're going to do is set our global dot game over equal to true, because we have now lost the game. And because we've lost the game, we don't want anything else to happen, so do a return, okay? Now if that's not the case, and we can still take damage, then we're going to run our take damage function, and then of course pass in the zombie damage value. Nice, and that's going to be everything for our area 2D, okay? Now, for our final function, we're going to initiate the signal for the hurting timer, okay? So let's go ahead, select our hurting timer, go to timeout, select the player. We'll clean this part up a bit, just so we can see it a little better. All right, let me go ahead, clear the pass, add some enters. Now, the first thing we're going to do when the hurting timer goes out is we're going to have to go ahead and say if our global dot game over, if that equals true. Okay, if it does, then all we're going to do is return, because again, we only want to get hurt once before we die, and then that's it. We don't want any other shaking going on, any other animations playing, nothing. But if that is not the case, then we're going to go ahead and set our is invulnerable back to false. We're also going to go ahead, set our hurting animation dot play back to what it was at idle. And then we're also going to go ahead, create a new variable, and I'm going to call this overlapping areas, okay? And this is just going to kind of help the effect of it. And we're simply going to equal this to our hitbox area. And I'm going to do dot get overlapping areas. And then for that, we're going to do a simple loop. All right, we're going to say for area in overlapping areas. So for each one, we're going to say if that area dot is underscore in underscore group of zombie, which we know is going to be tagged. If that's in the zombie group, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to say if camera shaker equals true, and we're going to say camera shaker dot start shake. Okay, start shake. And again, pass in those same values, 8.0, comma, 0.2. And then pass the if right there, take damage, pass in the damage we have, zombie damage. And then go ahead, do return. Now, why are we doing this specific loop? Okay, this specific loop is because if we are getting attacked by a zombie and we stay in its overlapping area for longer than the hurt timer, then we get hurt again, okay? So this is a nice little effect that if we just like stay inside that enemy, it won't stop hurting. It continues to hurt until, of course, we die if we're standing in the zombie's area. So again, this is like a little safety net just to make the game a little more realistic, okay? Nice. But that's everything though. So make sure you got it all down. Make sure to check the source code if you need to, no worries. Let's save what we got here. Go back to 2D view. Let's close up some things here. Make it look nice for now. And again, save what you got. In this section, we're going to create the camera script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to the camera node. We're then going to go ahead and add all the variables to the script. After that, we're going to ensure to create a function to start the shake when the player is hit. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the camera script. So let's go ahead and select the main camera 2D node we have on the player. Let's simply add a new script, make sure we're saving it in the correct scripts folder, hit create. All right, starting off, we'll give it a couple different variables. These variables are going to help give it the shaking effect. So we'll first start off with an @export. We'll call this var, and we'll call this intensity. Intensity underscore multiplier. And this will go ahead and be a type of float. And we'll simply equal this to 1.0. Next couple variables are going to help create that intensity calculation. So we're going to go ahead, create another variable. We're going to call this shake underscore magnitude. And we're going to go ahead, make this also a type float, and simply equal it to 0.0. We're going to go ahead and create another variable under that, call it shake underscore duration. This is also going to be a type of float. and we're simply going to equal it to another 0.0. Next up, another variable. We're going to call this shake underscore current underscore time. And again, this will also be a type float, equaling it to 0.0. Next up, we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this original underscore offset. And we're going to go ahead, make this one a vector2 type because we're going to pass in both an x and y value. But the default value will always equal a vector2.0, being 0x and 0y. So those are all of our starting variables. Make sure you have those. Let's continue on now and create the rest of the functions. So we have our variables here. Let's go ahead and start with our first function, which is going to be our start shake function. So let's go ahead, function, start underscore shake. And as you remember, we're already calling this function inside of our player script. So just make sure that it's the same. Control F, paste that there, and there you go. You should see that. So we are going to pass in some values as mentioned here. So let's go ahead and go back to our camera script. Because we're passing in values, we need to give those some names. So we're going to call this magnitude. And it's going to be a type float, comma, duration. And again, type float. Then you got to go ahead, arrow to void. Next up, we're going to go ahead and do a simple if and say if our current or shake current time is less than equal to 0.0 or magnitude is greater than our shake magnitude, then that's either or the case. We're going to set our shake magnitude equal to magnitude times intensity multiplier. After that, we'll go ahead and set the shake duration equal to duration. Then we'll go ahead, shake current time equal to duration again. And lastly, original offset equal to self dot offset. And we don't need to do the self, but it's nice to know just to help read it a little better. So that'll go ahead and start the actual shaking process. But then to actually make it go into effect continuously, we have to go ahead and have a process function. Okay, so now that we have our values set, we have to use them now and initiate that actual shaking. So to do that, pretty simple. We're just simply going to do if shake current time is greater than 0, then we'll do our shake current time minus equals delta, so it goes down by the current time of the frame. Then we're going to go ahead, create some new variables for some random values. So we'll do current magnitude. We'll equal it to our shake magnitude times parentheses set of shake current time divided by shake duration. Then outside of there, we'll go ahead, do another variable. We'll do shake underscore offset equal a new vector2 we're going to create. Within that vector2, let's give it a set parentheses and open it up. Now inside of it, we're going to get that random float we're going to make. So the random float range, this will kind of help it make it look a little different each time we run it. So we'll do current magnitude, make sure it has that negative by the positive current magnitude, just like that. Then don't forget your comma at the end of the first one. Again, randf underscore range. Within it, same thing, negative current magnitude, comma, current magnitude. All right, and that is basically going to get us our random range values for each x and y, giving it a different shaking effect each time. Now, Next up, still inside the if statement, we're going to go ahead and do a self.offset, equal that to original offset, plus shake offset. Then we're going to go ahead, have another if statement here. Let me make some room. What we're going to do is simply do an if dot offset, or actually, you know what, better yet, we'll just do if shake current time is less than or equal to 0. So basically it runs out. We want it to stop and go back to normal. We'll do our self offset dot offset equals to original offset. And then of course, we'll set back the shake magnitude back to the original 0.0. And there we go. So from our player script, we'll initiate this when we run into an enemy. And then, because we changed the values, it'll go ahead in the process function and start the actual shaking, making sure that it's different every time until, of course, the shake current time is out. So go ahead, save what you got here. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's go back to 2D view. All right, now that we got two of the core scripts created for the player, let's test it out and make sure things are working. So let's go to our main node, and let's go ahead, drag and drop in the player onto our game world node. Let's just reposition them in the starting position, which I'm going to put right here. Then let's go ahead and create a fake little zombie area, just to make sure the herding effect and the camera shake works. So let's just right click on game world, add child node, create an area 2D. This will represent our little zombie guy. Remember though, for our area 2D, we need to give it a specific zombie group to actually make it affect the player. So go ahead, go to node. Let's go ahead and add zombie. If you don't already have zombie, then go ahead, just add a new one here, all lowercase, and hit OK. I already have mine created from earlier, so I'm going to go ahead, add zombie. You'll see it has this little box now with zombie attached. Let's give it a nice collision shape. Let's go ahead, add a collision shape. Give it a new shape, something simple like a little circle, and increase the size. I'm going to take that entire zombie area 2D right over here. Let's also give it a nice little color X so we can give it a shape. This is just a little box, and then I'm just going to surround it here, and then maybe change the color to something simple like green. Nice. All right, I'm also going to put it above the player just so the player can walk on top of it. So like right there, make sure it's above it. Now, there is some things we're going to need to change just to make the game playable right now, such as the global script has that is the game on. Now, eventually we'll set that with the main menu, but for now, because we're just testing, I'm going to go into script, into that global.gd, and set that game on from false to true. We normally want it set to false on start, but for now, we'll set it to true just to test things out. Again, there might be some other things in the player we also are going to comment out for now. So let's go ahead and just make sure things turn on, and of course, notice any bugs and fix them. So it looks like we are getting an error. That's because we don't have the process controller function created yet on the shoot controller. That is expected, so let's just comment that out for now. Save what we got there. Restart again, make sure there's no others. I think there might be one more. Yep, it's that knife attacking, because again, we're looking for a value within that same shoot controller script that we don't have yet. So go ahead for now, just like we did before, comment it out with the hashtag, and just give it a false for now. So save that there. Again, back to 2D view, start current scene, and we'll just start testing things out. So it looks like the player is looking at the mouse, but the player is currently in the herding color, which is not good. Can they move around? Yes, they can. Let's see if they can shoot with the left click. Looks like they can, but the images are a little messed up. That's okay. I think that's an easy fix. Let's make sure we can get hurt when going into the zombie area, which we can. I like it. There is a bit of delay, but no worries. Easy fix there. So let's go ahead and start fixing a couple of those things. First thing is the color of the player. I think I know why that's happening. Let's go to player. You can even tell currently it's set to that as well. First thing to do is go to the actual player node and make sure we have the default value of modulate set to invisible. All right. Now there's another area we need to do that same thing at, and that is in the animation player. Because if you remember, we changed the modulate in both the idle and the hurting. The hurting one looks like it should be, but if we go back to that idle one, it's currently still keeping it at that red color. So what we'll do is just remove the self-modulate, because we should normally just use the modulate one. That'll go ahead and change all the colors of everything. So again, we're on idle. We're going to click on the player node, go to the modulate, which is currently red. Let's change it back to white and save the key value. So now if we hit play, the player will be in this color. And if we go back to hurting, we'll have it flash like this, okay? Nice. And one thing to note also, I think what's going to happen is this is only going to play for 0.2 seconds. But if we go to our script, you're going to notice something. If we scroll up, our current hurt cooldown is 2 seconds. So we're going to have a bit of a delay. So what I'll do is actually just turn looping effect on for our hurting one. So even if it is 0.6 seconds, it's still only going to play for that and just loop in for the rest of the time that's left. But then it'll go back to the idle. So make sure you have that looping enabled too. And that should fix the color issue. Let's save that real quick. Back to main. Close out there. Close out here. And it is still going to be red here because the last time we dragged and dropped it in, it was modulated red. So let's go ahead, select the player, just so it looks nice in here for now. Again, turn this back up to white. Save that. Start current scene. And looks like we're still in that red color, and I think I know why. Let's close that here. If we save that change, go back to player. We just want to double check. We're setting idle on as start, which we were not. Remember, we need to set it on start with autoplay on load. Make sure you have that little mark there. Again, back to here, start current game. And now there we go, there's our color. Perfect, and let's see what happens if we hit this. We'll remain flashing red for the entirety of the 2 seconds now. So we're in there for 2 seconds. And yep, game over once we get out of health. Eventually we'll have that visual for the health. Well, let's go ahead and fix the positioning of the gun. As you can see, they're all currently on. That's why it looks a little blobbed right there. But we can fix that pretty easily. Go into player, go inside the body node under attack sprites, and as you can see, they're all currently on. But if you remember, we're really only going to want the pistol one on start. Now, we could have this in the script if you want, but since this is such a small game, I'm just going to keep the pistol one visible and the other two invisible. And that should fix the issue for now, which is fine. Back to main, play. And again, let's just double check. Yep, now we're currently only holding the pistol, not all the others. And again, if we go into here, we'll continue to get hurt. But overall, I do like it. I like the little screen shake. Looks pretty good overall. I kind of want it to be a little bit more, though. That's completely up to you. Personally, I like to have the screen shake be a little bit more noticeable. So I'm going to go back to player. I'm going to go into our camera 2D. And let's go ahead and just take a look at it real quick. Now we have the intensity multiplier set to 2.0. We could increase that. Or if we really want to, we could go into our player script and scroll on down to where we're connecting with that. Because if you remember, we're passing in that intensity. Okay? So we have that 8.0 and 0.2. If we want to go ahead, we could just increase these values. So I'm going to do 10. And then we'll do 0.1. If we save that, it'll go ahead now and increase the intensity of the camera shake a bit. So let's go ahead, play there, run into this, and there we go. The screen shakes just a little bit more. If you wanted to do it even more than that, you could, but I think this looks pretty good for now. Let's close out. Let's close the output. Let's go ahead and remove that area 2D we created because we don't currently need that. Let's close up there, and then let's go, of course, and close the current values we have just so we don't forget. So remember, global.gd, we set to true. Let's change that back to false. Go back to player. Remember, we hashtag 2 values out. Let's go ahead and unhashtag those. First one's under handle sprite state. Change it back there. And then other one's right over here. Under our physics process, we hashed out shoot controller. But don't worry, we're going to create these in the next section. So let's save what we got there. Let's go back here, back to player node, close out things up, close out here, back up a bit, and there we go. We're looking good so far. In this section, we're going to create the bullet node. We're going to start off and create a new node for the bullet. We're then going to give the bullet a shape and a collision. After that, we're going to add a simple script to ensure the bullet moves and gets destroyed when hitting a wall. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the bullet. So before we create the script for the shoot controller, we have to make sure we create the bullet, because of course the shoot controller is going to start spawning in those bullets. So we're going to create a new scene for this. Alright, so let's go ahead, up to scene, new scene. Let's simply go ahead and use other node, and we're going to use, let's use a, double click here. Instead of a character body, we can just go ahead and use a rigid body 2D. Normally we just want to use those character body 2Ds when we're creating some kind of character NPC, but when we would just want to create a object moving around, we'll simply use a rigid body 2D, okay? So let's go ahead and rename this just lowercase bullet. For bullet now, let's save it and make sure we're saving it in the correct components folder where we save the player. Alright, now let's go ahead and just give it a simple little shape. So I'm going to right click on bullet, add child node, give it a color rect, and I'm going to zoom in up here, make it real small. Again, it doesn't really matter what shape you give it. I just want it to be about small enough that it matches up with the player. So I'm going to scoop back. That still looks a little big to me. So I'm going to go ahead, shrink it just a bit more. We can always adjust it later too. And down a bit. And just so we can visualize it a little better, I'm also going to change the color to a bright yellow. Zoom out here, see how that looks. And yep, I think that'll be a good size. Maybe just a little shorter. Again, this is up to you. Alright, so now that we have the shape, let's go ahead and also give it an area 2D. That's going to, of course, sense whether or not it hits something. So let's go ahead, add child node, area 2D, and then give it that collision shape. And then all we want to do is just surround it with the collision shape using a little rectangle. And let's go ahead, do it about there. We also want to go ahead and eventually make sure we attach a signal. And for this one, we're not going to be using that area entered, and instead use something called a body entered, okay? Because then we can just use regular collisions. We don't have to be looking for any specific other area 2Ds. Now let's go ahead and create that simple script. This is a very small script. So let's select bullet, add new script, keep it as bullet.gd, but make sure we're saving that in the scripts folder with our other ones. Hit create. All right. Now, like I said, this is a very simple script. We're just going to need one simple starting variable. We're going to call this var. We're going to call this launch underscore vector. And we're going to go ahead, equal this to a vector2, and always start it equal to a vector2.0, because it's always going to depend on where we're shooting it and which direction. We're also going to create a function. We're going to call this initialize underscore launch. We're going to be passing in a value called direction underscore vector. All right, and if you guessed it, this is just going to equal that current one we have, so vector2, and then we're going to go ahead inside of here, simply set our launch vector equal to the passed in direction vector, just like that. Okay, then now that we have it, we can go ahead and do our next function, which is going to be our ready function, which we know is everything that starts at the beginning of spawn. So we're going to go ahead, set the gravity of this to 0, because this is a top-down game. We don't want it to have any downward gravity. We're also going to apply central impulse, which will help give it that movement of our current launch vector. Then we'll create a couple little variables here. We're going to call this a lifetime underscore timer. And we're going to go ahead, equal this to a new timer This is another way we can do this. It's going to be in code. I find it a little useful for small things that we don't want to add multiple nodes on top of. Okay. Make sure we have this here, lifetime new, yep. And it's going to look for connect construct class time because it is not aligned singleton. That's okay. For now, we'll just keep it as is. We'll continue on. We'll get our lifetime timer. Dot one shot. Oh, make sure it's timer, not time. That's why. There you go. Then we can go ahead, do dot one shot equal to true because we only want it to go off once. We're also going to set our lifetime timer. We'll do a dot wait time of simply 3 seconds. That's going to basically just be how long we want the bullet alive if it's floating around. Again, lifetime timer, dot timeout, and we'll do dot connect. And we'll simply just connect it to queue free, basically meaning once this timer goes up, it'll remove the actual object. When we have a queue free inside of parentheses, we do not need to close it out with parentheses. And then of course, last thing we'll do is we'll add timer into the game by adding it as a child. So inside its parentheses, pass in lifetime timer. And then also go ahead, set lifetime timer dot start to initiate that, okay? Perfect. All right, so that'll verify and ensure that it will disappear after that 3 second mark, okay? Then all we gotta do is remove it in case it hits another area body. So we'll go ahead, select area 2D. We will do a body entered, connect it to that script. And all we're gonna do in here is a simple if statement. Now, there is one body though we want it to pass through, and this will kind of just make the game look a little better. We want it to pass through the entry points. So if we are attacking a zombie through one of the entry points, we still want to be able to attack them. Now we don't want to attack them if it goes through a wall though, okay? So to do that, we're going to say body dot is underscore in underscore group, and we're going to look for specifically the entry point called entry, all right, which we're going to tag on those entry points, okay? So if it adds into those, then all we're going to do is pass because we don't want anything to happen, okay? But if it hits any other type of body, and that could be anything, that could be a zombie, that could be a wall, that could be an object in the game, then we're simply going to do the run queue free just like that, okay? So again, if we hit an entry, it's just going to pass and ignore it. But if we hit any other body type, then it will queue free and remove the bullet, which will make the game look a little bit more better overall. Okay, awesome. Let's save that change. Let's go back to 2D view. Let's close out here. And let's go ahead, back into player, close some things up, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the shooting controller script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to the shoot controller node. We're then going to add all the variables into the script. After that, we're going to create a couple functions for shooting bullets, reloading logic, and knife attacking. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the shoot controller script. So let's go ahead and select our shoot controller node, add a new script. Let's go ahead and make sure we're saving that in the correct scripts folder, and hit open, create. All right, so we're going to add a couple variables here to help handle the functions we're going to create. Starting off with a couple app exports. The first one is going to be all caps, knife, underscore, attack, underscore, duration. And then we'll go ahead and make this a type float, set it to a default value of 0.2. If we ever want to change that later, we totally can, but I think that'll work pretty good with what we're working with. Now below it, let's create another add export variable. This will be called knife underscore cooldown underscore time, all caps. Again, type float, and same value, 0.2. Now, below that, we're going to create a couple add-on readies for some preset variables. So we're going to go ahead, variable player. Now we know where our player is and what type it is. It's a character body 2D. And there are a couple different ways we can equal it. We can either drag and drop it, or because we know it's our parent, we can do get underscore parent and just give it a set of parentheses. That's up to you how you want to do it. Other than that, let's go ahead. Next one, at onReady, variable. We'll call this the muzzle, which will be the aim spot, which we know is a node 2D. And just simply equal that to our current aim right here. Next up, another at onReady, variable. This will be our reload underscore timer, which we know is a type of timer, capital T. Just equal that simply to our reload timer. Then we also have a knife attack timer. So again, at onReady, variable. We'll do knife underscore attack underscore timer. Again, type timer, capital T, and simply equal that to our current knife attack timer. Nice. All right, let's continue on. Next up, we're going to need a variable to represent our area 2D on the knives, because of course we're going to make that active on and off depending on when we're using it. So we'll just call it knife underscore area. And we know it is a collision shape, so go ahead, collision shape. It's also a 2D, so make sure it's that collision shape 2D. And then all we have to do is locate it. So let's go ahead, find that. Should be under body, under knife, and there you go, area 2D, and then that collision shape. So what we're going to do with the script, if you guessed it, what we're going to be doing is turning on and off if it's disabled, okay? So let's drag and drop that in right there. Looks good. Let's close up things. All right, let's continue on. Let's create now a preload for our bullet that we created earlier. That'll be a constant because it does not change. Let's just call this bullet underscore scene. And go ahead, equal it to a type of preload. And then we're going to look for the bullet. Now make sure though, it is not the bullet.gd. Make sure it's the scene, which is bullet.tscn under components. Then we're going to go ahead, create another couple variables that are going to help us calculate certain states. So let's do a can underscore fire, which we know at the beginning of the game is going to be a bool equaling false. Then we're going to create another variable, call it shot underscore cooldown. Go ahead, type float, and equal it to a 0.0. Next up, create another variable, is underscore knife underscore attacking, because we only want certain things to happen when that's going on. We don't want to be able to shoot while using our knife attack, which again is going to be a bool equaling false. Okay, make sure you spell things right or you're going to get that error I just got. Perfect. All right, so under knife attacking, we're going to have another one. This is going to be called ignore underscore next underscore shot underscore press. Now, the reason we need this is just to help basically have certain things happen while other things are going on, such as reloading. We don't want to attack while we're reloading, or if we do attack while reloading, then it will cancel it out. So that's why we're having this bool. Okay, you'll see that in action once we get to the function. But on start, it'll equal false, just like the others. Now our last preset variable is going to be called is underscore knife underscore on underscore cooldown. And again, that's a type bool, and we'll simply set that to false on start. Okay, I know that was a lot of variables. Make sure you have all those in though. You can always check the source code. Let's continue on now to a couple functions. So this is going to work similar to how we have our player script, all right? We're going to have a couple pre-built functions that are going to initiate certain things like shooting the bullets, handling the knife attacks, and of course handling the interrupting reloading in case we want to use the knife while reloading, which will reset it, all right? It'll make more sense the longer we go. So let's go ahead and start off with our first function, which is going to be one that we're going to create called process controller, which if you recall, we're actually calling this function in our player.gd. So let's go ahead, process underscore controller. All right. And this one inside of it is going to have a delta. And let's go ahead, do a float value for that. And then outside of it, just do a simple to void. Okay, nice. All right, so inside of it, we're going to start off and say if our shot cooldown is less than 0. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, set our shot cooldown minus equals delta. And then also another if, that's going to be shot cooldown is less than or equal to 0. If that's the case, then we'll simply do a can fire equals to true. All right, awesome. So this is just going to help kind of like update the process of the cooldown, because we only want to shoot when the cooldown is below, okay? All right, then we're going to run a couple pre-built functions. Now these functions don't exist yet, but it's very important we have them in the process controller, which is going to be our handle underscore shooting, which is actually going to create the bullet. We're also going to go ahead. We're going to have one called handle underscore knife underscore attack, which again, we don't have created, but we will in a minute. We're also then going to have another one called handle underscore reload underscore interrupt. All right, and that's going to be everything for the process controller, which remember, we're calling this from our player. So if you go ahead, Control F, paste that in, you'll see that we have this right here, and we're passing in that delta value, okay? So back to shoot controller. These are going to stay red, of course, until we create them. So let's go ahead and move on to our next function. I'm going to add some room so we can see it a little better. So our next function is going to be our cancel reload state, all right? So function, we're going to create one called cancel underscore reload underscore. And actually, you know what? We'll do cancel, reload, and state, because we're doing multiple things within this, all right? Go ahead, parentheses set, arrow to void. All right. Now, inside of here, all we really want to do is say if not reload timer dot is stopped. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead and set our reload timer dot stop, because we're forcing it to stop, okay? And we're calling this anytime we want to attack while reloading or maybe switching guns, all that stuff, okay? Anything that interrupts it. So then we're going to go ahead and set our global dot reloading value equal to false, okay? We're also then going to go ahead and say can fire and set it back to false. Or actually, you know what? We're going to set it to true, okay? Because now we're interrupting it. All right, nice. So leave that as is. Then we can go ahead and do another one. We'll handle the reloading interrupt one now. So I'm going to copy the name of that one. Then we'll do function, paste the name, handle reload interrupt. Oh, looks like I had an I in there. Make sure it's a U. So interrupt. There we go. Give it a set of parentheses. Again, we'll simply do an arrow to void. Then we're going to go ahead and do again another if not reloading or reload timer dot is stopped. So same scenario, but this time we're also going to say and input dot is action just pressed left click, okay? Because not only do we want to interrupt it, we also want it to continue on reloading while holding down the button, okay? So if we let go of the button, it'll reset it, all right? So we want to hold that down the entire time while we're reloading. So if that happens, then we'll go ahead, set our global dot reloading value equal to false. And then below that, we'll go ahead, reload timer dot stop. Below that, go ahead, set can fire equal to true. Nice. And again, we'll no longer have the error there. All right, let's see what we got so far. Let's carry on to some more functions. So now we're going to go ahead to our next one, which is going to be handle shooting, okay? So let's copy that name. This will handle the actual shooting function of the player. So let's do function, paste the name. Again, arrow to void. Give it a colon. And let's give it some space. This is a pretty big one. All right, so first thing we're going to do is have to do some checks, all right? So we'll do if global dot store opened, because we don't want to be able to shoot if the store is open. And that's simply because we're using that left click to select buttons as well. and it would just look kind of bad if we have it like that. So I like to just have this here as a little safety net. So we'll do return, okay? So we can't shoot our gun while the store is open. We're also going to have another if, another safety net, global dot. Actually, you know what? Instead of global, this will just be simply our ignore next shot press and input dot is action pressed. And again, we're looking for that left click, okay? If that's the case, then we'll go ahead. We're going to set ignore next shot press back to false. And then, of course, do a return, okay? Because we don't want it to happen if so. We're going to have another safety net, which is, of course, going to be the knifing. All right? We don't want to shoot bullets while we're knifing, so we'll have is underscore knifing. And if we leave it blank, it just means equal to true. So then I'll go ahead and do our return. Okay, nice. So if any of those cases happen, we don't want to shoot. But if they aren't, then we can go ahead and start. And how we're going to do it is going to be an if, capital I input, dot, is action pressed. And of course, we're looking for that left click again. We're also going to have an and can fire. If we leave it blank, it just means equal to true. And our global dot get current bullets, because we want to make sure we actually have bullets left, which was our helper function in our global script, is greater than 0. Okay, so all those cases are true. Then we can start firing, which we're going to build a function for that called fire shot. Close with parentheses. Again, we don't have that created yet. We will, but that's how we'll initiate it. We're also going to have an elif for input dot is action just pressed for, again, left click, and our global dot get current bullets equals 0, but we'll have another and specifically for if we have more in the clip, okay? Because again, we can still fire if we have in the clip, but we have to reload the clip. So we'll do and global dot get underscore reserve ammo, if the reserve ammo, of course, is greater than 0, and reload timer dot is stopped, okay? Because while we're reloading, we're getting it from that reserve ammo, but we don't want to do it, of course, until we're completely done. All right? So if all that happens, then again, we can go ahead and initiate start underscore reload. Perfect. Again, we don't have that created yet. We will, though. No worries. But for now, that looks pretty good for our handle shooting. Let's go ahead and move on to our next one, which is going to be the handle knife attack one, okay? Should be up here. So let's copy the name. Let's go ahead, new function, paste the name. Again, give it set parentheses, arrow to void. All right, so a couple things are going to go on here. Let's start off with, of course, a new variable. Let's call this is underscore idle underscore state. And we're going to simply equal this to a parenthesis set. All right, and the reason we're doing this is because we want to make sure our idle state is happening, okay? We don't want to be able to just switch around too much. We also want to be able to cancel if we're reloading or shooting when we knife attack, okay? So what we're going to say is if not input dot, and we'll do is action pressed. And again, we're looking for that left click. And just so we can fill it in the same line, I'm going to space. So we're doing and our reload timer dot is stopped, okay? Perfect. Then carry on in the same function. We're going to say if input dot is action just pressed. This time we'll do UI accept, which is simply our space bar. That's going to be our knife attack, okay? If the space bar is hit, then we're going to go ahead and say if not reload timer dot is stopped. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, cancel reload state, all right? Because again, if we knife attack while reloading, we want to cancel the reloading, okay? Then, if that is not the case, we're going to go ahead, or actually, if it is the case, we're going to continue to knife. And to do that, there's a couple things that are going to happen. Let me scroll a bit. We're going to say is underscore idle state equals true, which we can leave as blank, and is not, so is knife attacking, because we just don't want to be able to hold it down. We want to make sure the knife attack ends. So it's not knife attacking, and is not knife cooldown, because we want a little bit of a cooldown, so we can't just hold down the button, okay? So is underscore knife on cooldown, okay? So we only want to be able to knife for the idle state. We're not already knifing, and the cooldown is up. All right, the cooldown is very quick. It's only 0.2 seconds, so shouldn't be an issue unless you're really trying to spam the knifing attack. But now that we can finally knife, what we want to do is set is knife attacking, equal that to true. Then we'll do knife area, because we know we need to activate it to actually be able to hurt the zombies. So we'll set the disabled equals to false. And this is one thing we could do here. We want to make sure this is always set to off when we have it on. So what we'll do, go into body, go into knife, and just remember to go to collision shape 2D and make sure by default to disable it. Now again, we could put that in the script like on ready if you want, but I'm just going to leave it like this because this is a small game, okay? Let me go back there. All right, continuing on. So knife area disabled equals false now, so we are now able to hit zombies. We also want to go ahead and get our knife attack timer dot wait time and simply equal that to our knife attack duration value. Okay, perfect. Then we'll do a knife attack timer again dot start. We're starting up the timer. We can also play the knife sound. This is optional if you want. I'm going to use that right there. Do a dot play. Nice. After that, go ahead, set can fire, equal that to false because we don't want to fire while we're using the knife. And then again, also set the shot cooldown, equal that to 0.0, which will automatically just cancel that. And then of course do ignore next shot press because we don't want to like continue to shoot while we're knifing even if there's some left, okay? So I know that was a lot. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's save what we got so far. Let's continue on. So next function we're going to create is going to be our fire shot function, okay? So let's scroll down a bit. Let me get rid of this here. All right, so this is a new function, so let's create a new line for it. Function. Again, fire underscore shot. Parentheses set. Arrow to void. All right, so for fire shot, what we're going to do, of course, is set can fire back to false because we only want to shoot one time at a time. Then we also can play the sound. So again, for the shoot sound, drag and drop it in. Simply do a dot play. Then we're going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and set our shot cooldown now. We're just going to equal that to our global value for it, global dot, and we're going to do shot delay, which we know we set with our array. Then let's go ahead, create a new variable representing the actual bullet we're going to create. I'm going to call that bullet, and just equal it to our current bullet scene. Now remember, to put it in the actual game, we have to do a dot instantiate. All right, that'll bring it into the tree. But with that, we have to, of course, set the location and the position. So we're going to go ahead and do our bullet dot global position equals the muzzle dot global position. We're also going to go ahead, get our bullet dot global rotation because we're going to rotate with the player where they're aiming. This will make it look a little better. And of course the player dot rotation. Nice. All right, next up, let's go ahead, create a couple more variables. This one here is going to be called the bullet underscore direction. And we're going to equal that to a simple vector2 dot from angle, and we'll get the angle from the player dot rotation. Perfect. Next up, another variable. We're going to call this launch underscore vector. Equal that to our bullet. Well, actually, you know, we'll do the bullet underscore direction because we calculated that earlier. Times, again, global dot bullet speed. All right, because normally we would have multiple bullet speeds. I know we only have one, but it's best practice to have this just in case eventually we want to add that, okay? So now let's go ahead and do another bullet dot. We'll do initialize launch. We're going to initialize launch by the launch vector, okay? Then we'll do a player dot, and we'll do get underscore parent. And then again, we'll do dot add child. Now the reason we're doing this is because if we spawned the bullet in the player, it's going to move with the player. We don't want that. We want it to be kind of like its own thing outside the player. So the best thing to do is just get the parent of the player, which is game world, and then add it in. Then we're also going to go ahead, get our global value for dot current items. And of course we need to know which slot, so we'll do again global in there, dot current slot. And then again, another bracket set, global dot bullet in clip. And then of course, simple minus equals 1. That'll update the amount of bullets correctly. Then after all that, we'll do a simple if statement, and we'll say if our global dot get current bullets, let's say equals 0, and we're out of bullets. Then we're going to go ahead and start the reloading. So start underscore reload, which we're going to create in just a bit. Nice. That's going to be everything for our fire shot. Make sure I have things positioned correctly. That's okay if that doesn't exist now, because we're actually going to create that right now. So let's copy that name for start reload. Outside of the shot, let's go ahead, do function, paste the name. Let's go ahead, do an arrow to void. All right, so what we're going to do now, start this simple if global dot get reserve ammo. Make sure we're selecting the right one. There we go, get reserve ammo. If that's less than 0, then we're going to go ahead and do global dot reloading. Simply set that to true. And then also go ahead, set can fire to false because we can no longer fire without ammo. And then the last thing, go ahead, reload timer. We'll just kick that off as start. Looks good there. Nice. All right, I know that was a lot. Remember, check the source code if you need to. Let's wrap this up with 2 more functions. Now we just need the timer signals. So first one we'll do is going to be the reload timer. So let's go ahead, select the timer reload, go to the node, go to the timeout, and make sure we're connecting it to the correct shoot controller script that we're on. You'll see this new function below. Remove the extra spaces. We'll get started here. Let's create a new variable. First thing we need, of course, is the max underscore clip, which we know we can get from our helper function, the global dot get underscore max clip size. We need to do the same thing for the ammo, so variable. We'll call this reserve underscore ammo equals, again, global dot get reserve ammo. Next up, another variable. We'll call this current underscore clip, and simply equal that again to our global dot get current bullets helper function. Nice. We're going to create a couple more variables as well. This is going to help for our calculations. We'll go ahead, we'll call this needed underscore bullets. Go ahead, equal that to max clip minus current clip. Then go ahead, another variable, bullets underscore to underscore take. Equal that to min. Within min, what we're going to do is set the needed bullets, comma, reserve ammo. Then we're going to go ahead, start setting everything we need inside our global values, such as global dot current items, global dot current slot, and of course we need which one. So again, global in brackets dot bullets and clip, and again plus equals bullets to take. Nice. And we're going to do a pretty similar thing here, so I'm going to copy the whole thing, paste it below. Now all the way the same except for the reserve ammo, so go ahead, capital A, ammo reserve, but this time minus equals bullets to take. Okay, nice. Next up, we'll go ahead, reset can fire to true, and then of course our global dot reloading equals false. Perfect. Nice. One more function to go. This is going to be the knife timeout timer. So go ahead, select the knife attack right here. Let's go ahead, signal that to the shoot controller. And what we're going to do in here, give it some space, start off with an if, say if is knife attacking. If that's the case, then we're going to set is knife attacking back to false. Then we're going to do is knife on cooldown, set that to true. Then we're going to go ahead, turn on our knife area, so knife area dot disabled equals true. And then again, knife attack timer dot wait time equals knife cooldown time that we set. Then kick off the timer, so knife attack timer dot start parentheses. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to say if input dot is action pressed, left click, ignore next shot equals true. Only want a knife. Then outside the if, set can fire to true. Perfect. Last thing, outside of the if is the elif, okay? So elif is knife on cooldown, so we can't attack while that's going on. If that's the case, then go ahead, set is knife on cooldown equals false. Perfect. And there we go. Remember, this is a lot. You can always check the source code. Let's go ahead now and get ready to test things out. Let's go back to 2D view. Save what you got, close up things here. Let's test this out now. Before we do though, remember we have to go ahead and manually change the game on in global variables. So let's go to script, global, line 8, game on. Let's change it from false to true so we can force the game on. Back to 2D view. Let's go ahead, start current scene, make sure this works. So the player is looking around, walking around. Let's see if they can use their knife attack with the space bar. Yes, they can. Can they shoot? Yep. Awesome. Let's go ahead though and try it again, starting with the shoot, because I think there might be a bug. Yep, looks like when I hold down the shoot button, it is not firing. And I think I know the reason. Let's close that. Let's go back into the script. And if we go ahead and scroll on the top, I think what we did is, yep, right here, line 14, can fire, bool equals false. On default, we always want to set that to true, okay? So go ahead, set that to true, save that change, back to 2D view. Let's start it again, let that load. Now if we go ahead, we can go ahead and start shooting. And if we use up all our bullets, it'll be in the reloading and then start shooting again until, of course, you run out of bullets. But overall, it looks really good. I like it. Let's close out of there, close out here, save what we got, and there we go. this section, we're going to go ahead and create the attacking sprites script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to the main node for the attack sprites. We're then going to go ahead and add all the variables to the script. After that, we're going to create a couple functions to ensure the right attacking sprite is visible depending on which weapon we're using. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating this script. So this script is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to simply be updating which attacking sprite is active. So a very easy way we can do that. Let's go into our body node, select the attack sprites node, add a new script on it. Make sure we're saving it at the scripts folders right here. Hit create. Alright, let's begin. We're going to start off with our simple process function because of course that's going to run continuously when the game is running. And the easiest way to do this is simply just use our global variables. So we'll say if our global dot current items bracket global dot current slot, and we know that the current slot name is always going to be the bracket 0 because it's the first value, and we'll simply do equals our first one, which we know is going to be pistol. If that's the case, then we want to make only the pistol one visible. So we'll open up the attack sprites, drag and drop each one in here, and if you guessed it, we're just going to do a simple dot visible equals true or false for each. So for the pistol, we'll say true. I'm going to copy this whole thing here, paste it in below, and make the other two false. So let's go ahead and do the other value ones now. So let's copy the whole thing. We'll copy it all from global because we're going to use elifs. So we'll do elif, paste the name. This time we'll do the silencer, so go ahead, silencer. Make sure this is saved the exact same as how we're going to have it in our global variables. Then we're going to go ahead, make the pistol one false, but the silencer true. Let's do the final one for the machine gun. Let's copy everything up to the elif, paste it below. Simply change the value we're looking for, which is going to be machine, which will match the array. And then of course, make the current one that we need true. Nice. All right. Then we're going to create a simple helper function. Let's put at the end of the process one, which we're going to call update underscore weapon underscore in underscore use. Okay, give it a set parentheses. Let's create that function. Go ahead, new function, paste the name, give it a colon. All right, so in here, all we're really going to do is just be able to switch from our slot 1 and slot 2 here. Let's go ahead and just say if input, and we'll do dot is key pressed, so is underscore key pressed. And all I'm going to do is have the 1 key for 1 slot and the 2 key for 2 slot. So we're going to have key 1 for this one. So if that's the case, and our global dot current items, and we'll say brackets 0 and brackets 0, which is the name, does not equal something. So we want to make sure that we actually have something in the slot to be able to use it. So if it's empty, we're not going to be able to switch to it. So that's the case. And we're going to go ahead, do global dot current slot equals 0. All right. And if you guessed it, now we just need 1 for the key 2. So eventually, if you ever created multiple slots, like maybe you want to hold 3 guns, you would do that here. So then I'm going to go ahead and have another if. Whoops, make sure you're copying the whole thing though. Paste it in below. This time we're going to use key underscore 2, which is our second slot. So then go ahead here, but make sure to change our current items from 0 to 1. And then again, same thing, make sure it has a name. And then we'll send this simply to the 1 slot. And there you go. Now we can switch in between our 1 slot and 2 slot, and of course have everything visible that we're using. Let's save that real quick. Let's go ahead, back to 2D view. Let's close up some things, and let's save what we got. section, we're going to create our zombie. We'll start off discussing the components needed for the zombie node. We're then going to go ahead and create a new node and add all the components. After that, we're going to create a script to control the zombie's movement, health, and pathing. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents all the components we're going to need for our zombie. Starting off on the top left, we're going to need a sprite to represent the image of the zombie. We're then going to give it a body collision shape. After that, we're also going to add a hitbox so that the zombie can take damage. We're then going to add something called a navigation agent. This will give it the ability to navigate on the tiles with navigation set. After that, we're going to create a simple animation player. This will have two animations, idle and herding. The last thing we're going to do is create the script to allow all the functionality for the zombie. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the zombie. So let's go ahead and close out of our player and also the bullet. Let's create a new scene for the zombie. Top left, scene, new scene, other node, and the main node here will be a character body 2D. Okay, so search for that, select it, and hit create. Alright, for the character body 2D, let's rename it as zombie. For a zombie, we're going to go ahead and add a couple things in it, starting off with, of course, the sprite. So we'll use a sprite 2D, similar to how we did it with the player. Let's go ahead and drag and drop in our sprite for that. It's under art, Kenny top-down shooter, and go under PNG, and look for simply the zombie one. And I'm going to use the one where both the arms are sticking out, and drag and drop it on just like that. Let's save what we got so far. Save it in the components folder that we're currently in. Then we're going to go ahead and adjust the sprite 2D. If you remember, we set the original size of the player to be 1.3, so let's do that same thing for sprite 2D. Go to the inspector for it, transform, and then for the scale, 1.3 for both X and Y. If you want to make it a little more clear, you can also go to texture and change the filter from inherit to nearest. Next thing we're going to do is we can go ahead and give it a collision shape. So let's right click, add child node, collision shape. Let's go ahead, give it a new shape to match up the body. Let's go ahead, and I'm just going to adjust it like this because we still need to make room for the area 2D. Then we're going to go ahead, we can make that area 2D now. Right click, add child node, area 2D. Let's make sure we give that area 2D the group of zombie because you know we're looking for that in the player script. It's going to help identify what this is. So go to node, groups, add a new one, and just call it zombie all lowercase. Then we can go ahead, add another collision shape. Instead of creating a new one, I'm just going to go ahead and select the current one we have here, Control D, and then just drag and drop it in. But what you want to make sure is that it is at least a little bit bigger than the original one here. I'm also going to go ahead and change the color so we can see it a little better. I'm going to make it like a red. And I'm simply going to go ahead and just stretch the box out a bit. And a little bit on this side as well. Now the reason why it's moving the other one as well is because we never made it unique. So go ahead, right click on rectangle, make unique. Now if we go ahead and readjust it, it won't mess with it. And there we go for that. Nice. All right. Now, next thing we can do is we can go ahead and add an animation player, basically allowing a hurt animation. So let's right click on zombie, add child node, animation player. And we're going to create two animations similar with the player. We're going to go ahead, add a new one in. Let's just call this first one idle. And what we want to do for idle is we want to reset the color to what it currently is. So let's select the sprite, go to the visibility, and then for that modulate, we're just going to key value that current value. Then for the next one, which is going to be hurting, we're just going to have a simple flashing. So let's go ahead, change this color here to red, save the value, and then at 0.2, let's bring it back, save that value, 0.4, let's go ahead, back to red, and then again, 0.6, change that value to white. And I'm going to make this animation just simply 0.6 seconds long, so let's adjust the seconds to 0.6. Nice. And that's going to be our hurting effect, just like that. Let's go ahead back to idle. Now we need one more node, and this is going to help with the actual navigation of the zombie. So what we're going to do is we're simply going to right click on zombie, add child node, and we're going to add a navigation agent 2D. All right. And what this is going to allow us to do is, of course, navigate on our current navigation tiles, which, if you remember, if we go back to our main, we set navigation tiles to be the wood planks and also the stone. So whenever those are available, the zombie will be able to track the player down on them. And if we go outside of that somewhere, then the player or the zombie will not be able to track. But luckily, our player will be forced to stay within these boxes anyway. And the zombies will, of course, enter through all these areas here. Back to zombie. Let's go ahead. Let's save what we got here. I'm going to close up the art folder. And let's go ahead, select the main node now. Right click. Create a new script for it. Make sure we're saving that script in our scripts folder. Open and hit create. Save what you got so far. Let's go ahead now and add some variables. So let's go ahead and get started with a couple at-on readies, all right? So start off with at-on ready, var, and we're going to call this just our navigation underscore agent, and this will simply equal, again, capital N, navigation agent 2D, and then go ahead, equal it to our current navigation agent 2D. And make sure you got the colon here. You're going to get that error I just got. Let's continue on. We got two more add-on readies. Let's do another one. Add-on ready, var. We're going to call this sprite. Simply make it a sprite 2D. And just equal it to our current sprite 2D we have for the zombie. Next up, let's create another add-on ready, var. This is going to be our animation underscore player. Go ahead, call this an animation player. And we're going to go ahead, equal that to our current set, animation player. Nice. Oops. Make sure you got equals there. All right, continuing on. We're going to need a couple variables for our calculations now. Starting off with a constant, call it speed. This will be the speed for our zombie. And I'm going to set the default value to 150.0. If you want it to go faster, you can do that here. Next up, though, let's create another constant. I'm going to call it acceleration. And I'm going to start this off at 0.0. Another constant. Call this movement underscore threshold, and we'll go ahead, equal this simply to 5.0. All right, after that, create another variable, call this velocity underscore smoothed, and then we'll do a vector2 and start it off as a vector2 dot capital 0. Next up, another variable. We're going to call this player underscore node 2D type, and go ahead, simply equal that to null for now. All right, then we're going to go ahead, create another constant. This is going to be called stop underscore distance, and this basically is just going to be a little buffer so we don't spin out when we're on top of the player. We want to have a little bit of stopping distance, and we'll do that at 30 for now. We can always adjust it later. We're also going to go ahead, create another constant. This is going to be called path underscore update underscore interval. And we'll go ahead, equal that to 0.1. Create another var. Call this path underscore update underscore timer. And we'll just set this to a float of, let's do 0.0. And then we're also going to have a final variable for the health of the zombie, which eventually we're going to update this over time. But for now, we'll just set it to int equals global dot zom health. Nice, because every wave, the zombie health is going to go up over time. So save that so far. Let's continue on with our functions now. Starting off, we're going to go ahead and create a ready function. As we know, this is everything on start of the game. So anytime a zombie's in and the game started, this will go ahead and process one time. First thing we're going to do though is we're going to do simply an await. And we're going to do a get underscore tree dot create timer. And we'll do a simple timer of 0.1. And then we'll also do a dot timeout. The reason we have this timer here is because we want a little bit of a delay before we get the player node, just so everything loads in. I found that if you don't do this, it'll not find the player. So make sure you have that there. Then we're going to go ahead, do a variable called player equals, again, get underscore tree dot get nodes in group. Yeah, group, wherever that is. Not the first node in group. We could technically do that one too, but it's best practice to do this nodes in group just in case you eventually have multiple players. But for now, we'll just put player, nodes in group. We're then going to do another if statement. If not players dot is empty. Because if there is not a player, we don't want to go ahead and start the process. But if there is, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to set our player node equal to our player and give it a set of brackets and 0 because we want the first one. If we wanted other players, we could totally do that as well. We'll make sure you have player there, not players. Then we're going to go ahead, get our navigation agent, and we'll do dot target position. And if you guessed it, we're going to simply just equal that to our player node dot global position. And there you go. That's how it's going to find it and start the process to actually follow it. But now we're going to have to continuously update this path because the player's movement, of course, is going to change. And we're going to do that in the next function here. We're going to do it inside of our process function, which we know is updating over time, changing the physics of the player or zombie. So let's go ahead, do a physics process. I'm going to open this up because it's a pretty big function. So we're going to start off though and say if not is underscore instance. We'll do instance valid. And we're looking for that player node because we only want to do this, of course, if the player node exists. If that's the case, set velocity equal to vector2 dot capital Z 0. Then we're also going to go ahead, run, move, and slide, and then return. Okay, which will continuously move us towards that. But we also have to recalculate it, okay? To do that, we're going to go ahead, do a variable. We're going to call this a distance to underscore player. Simply equal that to, again, global position dot distance to. Make sure it's distance to, not direction to. And then, if you guessed it, we're going to do player node dot global position. Then we're going to go ahead, do an if statement, say if distance to player is less than our stop distance. Then we'll go ahead, create a new variable, call this 0 velocity, and equal that to our vector2 dot 0. Then we're going to go ahead, get our velocity smoothed, and simply equal it to velocity smoothed dot lerp. Give it a new calculation of vector and weight and float of, again, 0 velocity, comma, acceleration. And we'll simply just times that by delta so we can get it by the frame. Nice. Then we'll go ahead, get our velocity, equal that to the new velocity smoothed. And then to initiate the velocity, move and slide, and then make sure nothing else happens, simply do a return. Okay, nice. Then we're going to go ahead, move on down. Let's continue. Now we're going to update the path bit. So we're going to do path update timer plus equals delta, which will just continue it over time based on the frame. And then we're going to say if path update timer is greater than our path update interval. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, get our navigation agent dot target position equals player node dot global position. Then path update timer equals 0.0. Then outside of the if statement, we're going to go ahead, create a couple new variables. Call this one next underscore path underscore. Yeah, we'll do next path point. And we're going to go ahead, get the vector2, simply equal it to our navigation agent dot get underscore next path position. Then we'll continue on. Another variable, we need the direction now because we've got to make sure rotate the zombie towards the direction we're going. So direction is going to be a type of vector2. And we're going to equal that simply to our global position dot direction2. Within direction2, simply look for that next path point, and then don't forget to dot normalize the whole thing. All right, looks good there. Then we need our final variable here, which we're going to call desired underscore velocity. Okay. Again, type vector2. Equal that to direction times speed. Nice. All right, then we'll go ahead. Velocity smoothed now equals velocity smoothed dot lerp again. Give it a new calculation, which we'll do by desired velocity, comma, by the acceleration times delta. And again, this is all just helping the movement and the positioning and the direction. So now we got that, then we can go ahead, set our new velocity equal to velocity smooth. And then as we know, we need to also initiate the move and slide to actually initiate the velocity. And then we can go ahead, do a little helper if statement down here for if velocity dot length is greater than our movement threshold. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, set our self dot rotation equals velocity dot angle. Nice. And that's going to be everything for our physics process function. I know that was a lot. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's wrap this script up with one more function. This is going to be our area 2D for the hitbox. So let's go ahead, select our area 2D, go to node, signals, and then select the area 2D entered, connect it to the zombie script. Now you might have to get rid of all these extra spaces here. Now for this, we're going to have a couple things in here. First thing we want to do is say if our area dot is underscore in underscore group And we're going to look for specifically the group of bullet. So we know that affects the zombie. Or area dot is underscore in underscore group. And we're looking for the group of knife, all lowercase. If either one of those hits it, then we're going to go ahead. First off is minus the health by 1. So minus equals 1. Then we'll go ahead, add some money. So global dot money plus equals 1. Now, if the bullet hits it, though, we want the bullet to kind of disappear after. We don't, of course, want that to happen with the knife. So we'll say if, and then we'll just copy area is in group bullet again. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, get our area dot get parent, because that's going to be the main node of the bullet. So get parent, and then simply do a dot queue free. Oops. Queue free. Nice. Then we're going to go ahead, animation player dot play, and then do hurting. Now, we also have to check in case we need to delete the zombie in case it runs out of health. So we'll say if our health is less than or equal to 0, then we're going to go ahead, get our global dot money value plus equals 100, and then again global dot dead zombs plus equals 1. And again, the reason why we have the dead zombs value is just to help calculate when the current wave is over. And then the last thing, of course, is to just queue free the zombie, which will get rid of it as a whole. And that's everything. So go ahead, make sure you got all this down. Remember, you can check the source code. Let's see what we got here and go back to 2D view. Let's go ahead now and test out the zombie. Before we do, though, there is one thing I would like to do. This isn't necessary, but it is going to make the game a lot better, I think, is if we go ahead and select the zombie, go to the collisions. Let's change the layers to 2 for both the mask and the layer, because what I want to happen is I want to be able to pass through the zombie but get hurt. If we don't do this, then it's going to be kind of like an object we can't move around. The other thing that you can do, and this is what I did earlier, is it was originally ungrounded. It's actually better to use floating so we don't push the zombie around. It kind of is just an object by itself that we can't push, okay? So make sure you set that as well. So now let's go ahead, save that change, go back to main, and let's go ahead and simply drag and drop our zombie into the game world. So go to components, drag and drop zombie.tscn. Let's bring it on over near the player. And one more really cool thing we can do too, just to help make sure things are working correctly, is in the zombie, if you go to our navigation agent and then you go down to debug, this little debug thing here, if you enable this, you will see the little debug areas where it's going. And this is just really nice for helping ensure that we're having the correct location for the navigation. So let's go ahead, hit play there. And there we go, we have the navigation set, but it does look like we're having an issue with the zombie not moving forward. And let's make sure we can hurt the zombie, which doesn't look like we can, but I think I know a way we can fix that. We do get hurt by it though, which is great. Let's go ahead and close out of there. Let's fix the actual motion first. That's going to be in the zombie. And I'm pretty sure we just messed up one of the variables. So let's go into the script, go up a bit, and let's double check. Speed is set, acceleration, movement. Oh, acceleration should not be 0. I think we want that at 8 or just anything above 0. I thought we were going to originally calculate it higher, but it's best to have a default value of something higher than 0. So let's go ahead, back to main, 2D view, start current scene. And there we go. Now the zombie is following us. It looks like, though, it will get stuck on the corners, but I can show you a way to fix that. And I don't think the zombie is getting hurt right now. Let's make sure. Can we knife attack it? Yes, we can. Let's go ahead and fix the bullet attacking real quick. let's open up a bullet sprite. And let's go ahead into the script of it. I think the actual functionality is working correctly, but if we go ahead into 2D, we need to add the actual bullet area onto this, because if we remember, go back to the script, scroll to the bottom, we're looking for that bullet group. So we need to make sure that has that. Okay, so let's go ahead to bullet, select area 2D, add a new group, lowercase bullet. Save that change. Let's go ahead, close the bullet real quick. And to make it not go too close to the corners, that's a simple change. In our navigation agent, you can go ahead and go to the, if we go to, I think it should be this here, path. We're going to do, instead of this one here, we're going to do the edge centered. That basically means it's going to be always centered in the middle of the tiles that it's on. Okay, you'll see the difference as we test it out. Let's go ahead, start current scene. Now, as you can see, it's now centered, and when we go around a corner, it will also go ahead around like that. Nice. Let's see if we can shoot the zombie, which we can. Looks good there. Let's make sure the actual hurting effect happens, though. We can make sure that does that by going to our script, going to the global script, and scrolling on down to Zom Health. Let's just increase that to something like 3 for now. Let's go ahead, try it out again. And let's see, make sure it has the flashing, which it does. Let's see if our knife attack works, which it does. And overall, I think it looks great. Let's close out of there. Let's reset the Zom Health back to 0. That's going to be our starting value. Back to 2D. Close out this here, close out the zombie. And so far, we are looking good. In this section, we're going to create the barriers. Starting off, we will discuss the components needed for the barriers. After that, we're going to create a new node and add all the components needed. We're then going to go ahead and create a script to give the barrier its functionality. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents the barrier that we're going to create. Each barrier on start of the game will be set to a max health. For the health to go down, all it takes is a zombie to be on either side and slowly attack it. For the health to go back up, all you need is a single player to stand on one of the sides until, of course, the health bar reaches maxed out. However, once the health bar goes all the way down below 0 value, then the zombies will be able to pass through. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating some of these barriers. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to create a new scene for this. We're going to need 2 barriers, one going up and down and another going left and right. So let's go ahead and go to Scene, New Scene. We're going to create the first one, which is going to be a starting node of a just node 2D. Let's go ahead and give it a name, Barrier. And I'm going to call this one Barrier V for vertical. Okay. Now, we're going to add a couple things in here. The first thing I want to do is actually predict the exact sizing, and we can easily do that by right-clicking, Add Child Node. Simply go ahead and just add a tile map layer. Then, like we've always done, let's go ahead, New Tile Set. Give it a new value of what we usually have, which is 64 by 64. Then all we got to do, drag and drop in the tile set we got. Let's go ahead, tile set. Locate the one we need. Drag and drop it in. Select no. We will just use one. I'm just going to use this green one here. Go to tile map. And then let's go ahead and just put one just like this. Now, we're going to eventually get rid of this. I just want to make sure we're putting everything on the correct size and location. So now we can go ahead and create some of the background. So let's right click on here, add child node. We're going to just use a main node as color rect. And honestly, I think what we could do is just give it a plain background. So let's do, let's make this like a dark brown color. Let's see if we can get a good brown color. There we go. And I'm going to put this on the top. So let's go ahead and stretch it to the top. About, let's say, that big. And go out there. Make sure we're on the top of it. Then we just need room, of course, for the zombies to go through. About that size should be good. Let's go ahead, Control D for that. Bring the other one all the way to the bottom. Zoom in a bit. Let's make sure it's perfectly set, which it is. Nice. We can create a parent node for all this, though. Let's right-click, Add Child Node. Simply add a node 2D. Just call this BG for background. And for BG background, what we can do is just drag and drop each of these in there. If you want to give them a specific name, you can. There's really only going to be one thing we're going to change, though, with that color, and of course turning it on and off is going to be the middle part. Okay. Now what I'm going to do for the middle part is simply give it like 2 rows of wood, maybe a little lighter color. So I'm going to go ahead, Control D on another one of these. Let's do the first one. I'm just going to go ahead, put it about, let's say, yeah, let's do like towards the end, but in a bit, like about there. Then go ahead, push that all the way up, and maybe we'll just move it in just a bit, kind of like it's a wood barrier. Nice. And then let's go ahead, make it a little lighter. I'm going to put this on the top so it's behind the 2 there. Nice. Then let's go ahead, Control D, and just put another one, same location on the other side. There we go. All right. So this is going to be the actual barrier. So eventually what we'll do is turn these off and on depending on whether or not we have any health left. And to make it easier, I'm going to drop it into there, rename this as wall. Okay, nice. Or even better, we could just call it boards. Nice. All right, so eventually the boards will go on and off just like that. All right. Now that we have that there, we need the actual health bar. So let's go ahead, right-click on Barrier V. Let's go ahead, add a progress bar, just like we've done in the past. Let's remove the percentage so we can make it a little thinner. I'm going to go ahead and just go out a bit, and then we're going to go up. Make sure we're still centered. Let's put it somewhat above, like there. And then I'm going to make it down a little bit. You can always customize this however you want. That's completely up to you. I think this will be pretty good for the most part. Then we're also going to go ahead, change its color and the settings for it. I think what we could do is just have the max value set to something small like 10. And then for now, we can also set the current value to 10 as well. And then I'm going to change the colors, give it a black background, but a green, like a light green for the health. So let's go ahead to the theme overrides, colors, and oops, not colors, I think it's going to be under styles. Yep, styles. See that background? Let's change that from a new style box flat. Select it again, and just simply make the BG color black for the background. Then as for the fill color, do the same thing, new style box flat, and give this a bright green color. And I might even go brighter than that, just so it doesn't match up with the grass in the background, which we know is this color. But I think that looks great. All right. Then what we can do is we can actually remove the tile map layer now because we don't want that to be the background. We already have tiles for that. We just wanted to use this as an example to know we're in the right location. Let's go ahead, remove that. There we go. Nice. All right. Now we're going to need a couple things specifically for the area entered because we want, of course, it to start being destroyed when we have a zombie in the area or start rebuilding once we have a player in the area. So let's go ahead, right-click, add child node, give it a simple area 2D. Let's give that a collision shape. Let's give it a nice big square. And I just want it to be a little bit sticking out because we're going to be able to get real close to this. So I'm going to go about, let's say here, and then there we go, about there. Also, we only want it to be in front of the boards, so I'm going to go ahead and put it there and there. All right, and eventually we'll attach a signal so we can start rebuilding it or destroying it depending on what's actually in contact with it. All right, now that we have this though, now we need a couple different collisions. Because of course, we don't want the player to ever go through this, but we do want the zombies to go through it once the health bar is out. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node. We'll create a node 2D to house all these. We'll call this collisions. And then in collisions, we're gonna add a couple different static bodies. So let's right click, add a static body. All right, so first ones we're gonna do is add the corner static bodies. These are gonna be this here and then this here. So let's go ahead and give this a name. We'll just call this corners. Now let's go ahead, add a new collision shape in there. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead, just surround the corners with a new box. Same one over here. Nice. And then we're going to go ahead, Control D that, and just bring the other one down right on top of the other block we got. Right over here. Nice. All right. So now that we have the corners, now we just need the middle area. And we're actually going to have two. The reason we're going to have two is because we need one specific for the player and then another specific for the zombies. Okay. So let's go ahead, right click, static body, and I'm going to call this one, let's just call this one wall. And this is the one that's going to block the player. Now, we know it's going to block the player because if you go to its collisions under inspector, you're going to see we're setting it to 1 and 1, which is exactly what we want. We want it to block the zombies. Now, we also want to change, though, our static body corners to not only be 1 and 1, but also 2 as well, because the zombies have a 2 layer and 2 mask, unlike the player, they only have a 1 for each. So we got to make sure anything we don't want the zombies to go through or the player to go through, we need to make sure to add both these numbers. But for the wall one, that's okay, we'll keep it as is. Now we just go ahead, add a collision shape, and then simply surround the wood planks with a new rectangle shape. And then over here, and then down here. Nice. And if you want it to stick it out more, you can, that's up to you. But I think that'll be okay. Now, one thing to note though, for these walls is we are going to give it a specific group. And the reason we're giving it a specific group is because we want to be able to shoot and attack through it, which if you remember in our bullet script, we have something looking for entry. Okay, so we need to make sure to add that entry group tag onto the ones we want it to pass through. So we're going to select it, go to node, and go ahead, lowercase entry. Nice. Now we need to do the zombie one, so let's go ahead and just duplicate this, Control D, change this one. Instead of wall, I'm going to call it door. And for door, if you remember, we got to go ahead and change the collisions for it. Let's go ahead to layer 2 and mask 2 without the 1. Perfect. Nice. All right. So now that we have that there, make sure both of these have the entry group tags, which they do. You can highlight over here. And with that, we just have one more node to add, and that's going to be our timer, which is going to be our fixing timer. Okay? Because for the fixing, unlike the attacking, we're going to slowly give it a little bit of in-between time before fixing. Okay? This will just make it a little bit more realistic and not just be a constant back and forth. It'll delay us a little bit with fixing it. So let's go ahead, close up here, right click, add child node, add a timer, and we can go ahead, call this timer fixing. And eventually we'll get into the settings for it, but for now we can keep as is. Let's save what we got so far. Make sure we save it in the components folder. Then all we got to do is get started with the script. So let's go ahead, add a new script, and get rid of that _v. Nice. And then what we could do also is we could go ahead back to 2D, and actually just duplicate this, because if you remember, we need a vertical one and a horizontal one. So let's save that change real quick. Let's go ahead. We're going to select our components, select the barrier underscore V, right click and duplicate. Simply just change the V to an H, just like that. Open that new one up. And then one thing I always like to do also, it's not necessary, but also change the main node name to what it is for the name so we know where we are and we don't get confused. So barrier underscore H. Nice. Save that. Or I think we just did, yeah, it automatically does that with Godot. So I'll also do that, just so it is the same. Capital H. Now, for this one, the only two changes we have to do is, of course, just rotating the actual image here, and then, of course, repositioning the barrier. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead. I'm going to rotate the whole thing. So I'm going to select barrier, go to transform. I'm going to go to the rotation and just rotate it a simple 90 degrees. All right, and then center it up. If you want to center it up, you could just highlight everything and move it up a bit. Honestly, I might just keep it where it is. It doesn't really matter. But I will, though, reposition the progress bar. So we have our progress bar here. Make sure we're rotating it in the correct location. So I'm going to use the rotate tool and just make sure we're rotating it because we don't want to flip it over completely. We want it to be about here. And then you can double check the rotation if we go to Layout, Transform. Make sure it's a whole number, which it is, -90. And then go ahead now and just reposition that. And I'm going to put it like right about here. And again, it's up to you how you want to position it. I think this is fine for now. We can always change it later. Let's save that, though. Let's close up our components. Let's jump into the script. Let's get this script started with a couple variables. So let's go ahead. We're going to start off with our most important one, which is the variable for health. We're going to equal that to simply 10.0. We're also going to go ahead. We have to set the max health as well. So max underscore health. Go ahead, just equal that to same thing, 10.0. We're also going to go ahead, have a bool called fixing. And we're going to equal this to false on start. We're then going to go ahead, have another one. We're going to call this zombie underscore in underscore area, which is also going to default set to false. Next up, we're going to create a constant. This is going to be called damage underscore rate, which we'll simply set to 1.5. Apart from that, we'll also create a couple add-on readies. Let's go ahead, add-on ready. First one is going to be called door underscore block. All right, nice. So for the door block, we're going to go ahead and simply equal that to our collision shape. So inside of collisions, we have, of course, corners, walls, and the door. So the door is, of course, not going to allow the actual zombies to get through. So we're going to mess with that. We're also going to do another add-on ready. We're going to go ahead. This is going to represent our health bar, which will go ahead and simply just equal to our progress bar. Then the final add-on ready variable. This will go ahead and be called the fixing underscore timer, which is simply going to equal to our set timer. Get rid of that there. Nice. And those are going to be all of our starting variables, okay? All right. Our first function we're going to create is going to be our process function, which we know is everything that's going to continuously update throughout the game. The first thing we'll do is going to be if our health, and let's say if it's less than or equal to 0, then we're going to go ahead and set our door block dot disabled equals true. So now the zombies can come through. We're also going to go ahead, turn off the boards. So inside of our BG, drag and drop the boards, do a simple dot visible, and just equal that to false. Now, of course, if that is not the case, so else, then we're going to do the complete opposite of that. I'm going to copy the two values we just made, paste them in below. So door block disabled now equals false. And then the visibility of the boards is also going to set back to true. Nice. We're also going to have, of course, the health slowly going down if a zombie's in here. So we'll say if zombie is in area and the health is less than 0. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, get our current health minus equals by the damage rate we set times delta, so by the frame rate of the game. And then also get health equals max health. Or actually, you know what? We will do max parentheses so we can help reset the health. This will basically limit it to health, comma, and then a minimum of 0. Perfect. Okay, nice. Then last thing we can do is go ahead, get our health bar, dot value, and just simply make it to our current health that we have. Let's continue on. Next up, we're going to create our function for the timer. So let's go ahead, select our timer fixing, go to node, signals, select timeout, and connect it. All right. So then we're going to go ahead and add some things in here. First thing is say if health. If health is less than max health, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to do our global dot money. Oops, make sure you've got money there. Plus equals, we'll just do 10 for now. So you get a reward for at least fixing things up. We'll also set our health. We'll do times equals, or actually, you know what? No, not times equals, plus equals 3.0. And then we'll also go ahead, do the same thing we did before, set our health equal to the min. We'll do our min value of current health, comma, and we'll do our max health, which we know is 10.0. Nice. All right. And then we can go ahead, we can double check too. I don't think we need to set any settings for the timer. I'm gonna go to inspector. Currently it's set to 1 second. I think it might look a little better if we set it to 1.5. Just to make it a little bit slower, but that's up to you. I'm gonna go ahead and continue on. So then we're gonna go ahead and do our area enters. So let's save what we got here. Let's go ahead, select area 2D. Let's go to node, area entered first, connect it. So in the area entered, all we're gonna do is say if area dot is underscore in underscore group. If it's in group and we're looking for player lowercase, if that's the case, then we're gonna go ahead, we're set fixing equal to true, and then we're gonna go ahead and get our fixing timer dot start to initiate it. Now we're also gonna have another if for a zombie, so let's go in here. Let's drop the if in it. This time, lowercase all zombie. So if a zombie enters the area, then all we're gonna do is set our zombie in area equal to true. And if you guessed it, the next thing we're gonna do is just do the area exited. So let's go ahead, select area exited, connect it, copy everything here, simply just paste it in. But this time we're gonna reverse things. So fixing is now gonna equal false. And then we're this time going to stop the timer. And then last thing, of course, is set this to false for a zombie in area. And with that, that should be the entire script. So let's go ahead, save what we got here. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's go back to 2D view. One thing we do got to make sure is that we also connect the signals in the other barrier as well. So let's go ahead, timeout, connect it. Same thing for the area 2D, connect the area entered one, and then also the area exited, just like we did with the horizontal one. But with that, we should save and go back to 2D view. Let's go ahead now and test this out. So let's go ahead and we're going to select into main. In our game world, let's create a new node. just a simple node 2D. Let's just call this barriers. With an S. And then go ahead, drag and drop it above the player. Then we can go ahead and add in some barriers to make sure they're working. So go to components. Let's drag and drop in the horizontal one and the vertical one. Just going to add each. Make sure we're putting them both inside the barriers node just to keep things organized. Let's go ahead and place them in the correct positions. Let's do the vertical one first. I'm just going to put it on the lower left entry point. And then just make sure it's matching up with the wall. That looks pretty good to me. Let's go ahead, do the other one. Let's make sure everything's matching up. And then down a bit. Nice. Then we got to go ahead, place the zombies in the correct position. So I'm going to take our current one and just put it behind this one over here. Let's Control D and then drag and drop in another one right above the one over there. With that, let's go ahead, save, start current game. Let's make sure it's working. Looks like they are able to lower the damage. Let's see if it's for both. Yes, it is. Looks like they are getting stuck though. Let's see what happens if we move around. Looks like they're getting stuck on the corners. Let's also make sure we can repair it. Now it does look like there's a bit of an issue with it getting repaired. Let's fix the corners first. I think I know the reason for that. Let's go ahead into the barriers. I think the easiest way to do this would simply be to turn off the area 2 for the corner ones. So let's select the corners. Static body 2D corners. Go ahead, deselect the 2 for each. Save that change. Same thing for barrier. Let's go ahead. Barrier H. Turn off the 2. And then I think the issue that is not making it repair, because the code looks correct, I think there's not actually a group node for player on player. So what we could do is go to main and just select scene for the player, which will open it up. And then for that area 2D, which is the hitbox for the player, just make sure on node that we have one called all lowercase player. Because if you remember in this script, we're looking for this to initiate it. So I'm going to save that change. Let's go back to that script we made. Yep, we're looking for that lowercase player. Okay, so it's not going to actually go into effect until we have that. So make sure you added that on the player. I'm going to close the player out. Let's go back to the main scene, 2D view. Let's hit play and just make sure everything is working. So let's see, let's make sure they can defeat the barriers and then come out of there. Wait till they all load. Yep, that looks good to me. I like it. I'm also going to go ahead, see if we can repair it, which it works as well. Nice. Let's make sure we can do the other one too. Looks good there. I think the timing might be different for each. If we want to adjust the timing, remember all you got to go is go to the barrier, timer fixing, and then adjust it. I think we did 1.5 for the horizontal one, which I think looks better for both. So let's do that. Let's save that change. Let's go back to our main though, and let's actually place them all now. Okay, so we will go ahead and do the horizontal ones first. I'm going to Control D and just go ahead, move that new one over a bit. Just make sure we're lining it up correctly. I'm going to go ahead, add it there. Go down a bit, nice. We have a couple more on the top and the bottom. Let's position them all up correctly. If you want them to be pixel perfect, you totally can do that as well. That's completely up to you. I'm just going to make them as best as I can. Let's go ahead, do that one there. And then we have 2 more on the top for the horizontals. Let's go ahead, add the ones up here. Make sure it is positioned correctly. We don't want them to get stuck. Control D. Same one over here. Let's go ahead. Make sure you're lining it up okay. Nice. So those are all the horizontal ones. Let's do the vertical ones now. So select the original vertical one we have. Control D. I'm going to bring that on over to the other side. Make sure it's matched up. Nice. Let's do the other ones. Control D. I'm going to do this side over here. Let's match it up. And I think it goes in just a little bit. Nice. 2 more on this side. Let's do this one as well. Make sure it matches up. And I think I need it to go just a little bit forward. There we go. 1 more over here. Make sure it matches up. And then we got, of course, the other side. Let's go ahead. Bring it on over. Match it up. 2 more left. Let's match this one up as well. That looks good. 1 more to go. And then we got to do that there. Nice. Looks great. So now we have all of our entry points. All right, let's close up the barriers. Close up game world. We can close out of barrier V and barrier H. Back to main. Save what you got. And we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the doors. We're going to start off and discuss all the components needed for the doors. We're then going to go ahead and create a new node and add those components to it. After that, we're going to create a script to give the door its functionality. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents the door that we're going to create. It's going to have a very similar design to the barriers we just created. The only difference is that when you go up to the door as the player, a simple UI will appear, showing us how much it will cost to unlock the next area. If we end up buying the next area, the door entry will disappear and the player can now go through the door and navigate the new area. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating some of the doors. So, real simple way to do this is actually just reuse the vertical barrier we have because it's going to be pretty much the same thing. So let's just open up the components, select our vertical barrier, and we're just going to duplicate it. So let's right click, duplicate, and just change the name to door. Then you can close out of the barrier and just simply open up the door. Now, for design, what we're going to do is fill in the in-between spot with one of the wood planks. So let's go ahead and just select one of the boards we have here. And the easiest way to do this, honestly, is to just combine it to the other one, just like that. And if you want to make the door a little darker, I'm going to match it with the corner ones. So let's save the corner color, hex value, and just paste it in for each of the boards. And then same thing. Oh, make sure you save the value though. Same thing for this one. Paste it in. Nice. We don't need a progress bar for the doors, so I'm going to delete the progress bar. I'm also going to disconnect the current script we have. And then as for the area, we are going to have actually 2 different areas. We're going to need one for the left side and the right side, because of course there's 2 different areas we could unlock depending on which direction we're facing it. So what I'm going to do is just rename this one as area R for area right. Then I'm going to simply go ahead, take that collision shape, and I'm going to move it in to about there. Then I'm going to go ahead and just simply duplicate that area 2D R, change it to area 2D L for left. And then if you guessed it, all I'm going to do is just take that shape and move it on over to the left side. Let's save that change there. We can also disconnect the current signals because eventually we'll add our own in there. So I'm going to disconnect these. Same thing for that one. And again, same thing for the others. Nice. All right. So now that we have that, we're going to go ahead. Let's close that there. We can leave the collisions because we're going to have the same thing. But what we are going to do though is we're going to go ahead and create a UI now. Now we're just going to have a real basic UI, just saying unlock door question mark and then the buy button. We want that to appear, of course, once we enter the actual areas. We don't need the timer like we did with the last one, so we can delete that. Now we just right click, add child node, add a canvas layer. And we're just going to call this one canvas layer R, the right one. So for canvas layer R, we'll right click, add child node. Let's simply add a label. And all I'm going to do is just, of course, drag it over like this. You can always customize the design later. For now, I'm going to go ahead and just say unlock door question mark, centered up, make it a little bigger. Let's do like 55. And we can keep it like that. Then we need the button. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node, 9 patch rect. Let's go ahead, use the same button that we use, which if you remember is in art. And it's under the Kenny UI pack, PNG, locate the red. And it should be, I think this one here, button underscore rectangle underscore depth underscore border. Let's take that, drag that in. And let's go ahead, make this about similar sizing to the other ones we have. I'm going to do about that size. If you want to customize the margins, we can go ahead and do that. I'm making them all equal 5. And one more. Nice. All right. We can also give that its own label as well. Let's right click, add child node on there, label, and let's just stretch it to the same size. I'm going to go up a bit. Let's just go ahead and put the price. I'm just going to put 1,000. Let's go ahead, center that up, increase it a bit, change the font color. Let's do 25. Change the color to black so it blends in a little better. Maybe a little bigger. Let's do 28. And I'm going to lower it just a bit. About there. Looks good. Again, we can always adjust that later to match up with the others. We also need, of course, though, the actual button. So I'm going to go ahead, add the button. Now, it is important, though, to remember which side this one is. So because we have canvas layer R, I'm going to call this button by right. Or actually, I think this one, we'll actually change this name to, yeah, we'll just change it to button by R for right. And then go ahead, cover the entire button. And I don't want it darkened out like that, so I'm going to go ahead, theme, change that theme to flat button. And then same thing for theme overrides, styles. For that focus, change it from empty to new style box flat. And just gray out this BG color. This will go ahead and get rid of the white rim that surrounds it. It's not necessary, but I think it looks better. Then all we got to do is just position it. So I'm going to go ahead and just put it right below. Let's put it like right about here. Again, we can always customize this later, but I think for now it's okay. All right, so that'll be the canvas layer R. Now we need the L, so go ahead, just duplicate this whole thing. Change the main node's name to canvas layer L. But don't forget, we also got to change that button name. So button by L now. Nice. And again, the reason we're doing this is because we want 2 different ones, each for whichever area we enter into. Now, there is one more node we're going to create, and this is specific to basically having a navigation area. As you remember, we have navigation areas all around here, but we're missing some right here. And the reason why we don't have them here is because, let's say we unlock all the rooms going this way, but not this door here. If our player is standing here, we want the zombies to go around the whole way because this is still blocked off. So that's why we don't have a navigation area there. So what we're going to do is basically once we unlock the door, we're going to add a new navigation area, which is going to be an entirely different node. A real simple one though. Let me go ahead and turn off the UIs real quick for this. We can close these as well. So let's create that simple node though. It's just going to be its own scene, new scene. Let's go ahead. This will just be a main node of a tile map layer. just like we've done in the past. And we're going to go ahead, simply get tile set, new tile set. And what I'm going to do is go ahead, set it to the correct 64 by 64, because that's what we know matches up. Don't forget, we need to add a navigation layer to this one. So keep that there. And then go ahead, just drag and drop in the current tile set we use for everything else. Go ahead, locate that, tile sheet complete, drag and drop, select no. Now for the tile, I'm just going to use just a real simple gray one, honestly. I think we could use this one here, just a plain block. It's going to be under this, so go ahead and select that. Go ahead though to paint. You also got to go ahead, locate the navigation layer 0, and just select it. Make sure it has that gray around it, because that means we have the navigation. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead to tile map. We're going to select it and just paste it down right there. Now I know it's hard to see, but just make sure it's on this side because we want it to match the same positioning as the door, which is going to be here, okay? So basically once we buy the door, this will go away, adding in that new navigation. So for here, what we could do is change the name. I'm just going to call this nav tile. Save that in the components section. And that's all we got to do with this. So I'm going to close that one out. Back to door. Now to make it match up, you could either have a color rect there as well. But what I'm going to do instead is just do exactly what we just did. So again, right click. Actually, you know what? We'll put it in background to keep it organized. We'll go ahead, right click, add child node, another tile map layer. This one does not need the navigation, so go ahead, create that new one. Make sure it's set to the same size, 64 by 64. But if you remember what we need to do, tile set, drag and drop in, select no, and all we're going to do is just make sure we have that same tile, which is right here. Select it. Don't add the navigation because this one does not need the navigation. So go to tile map and then just simply go ahead and paste it here and here. Now make sure though the tile map layer is above everything, or of course it's going to be on top of the current sprites we have. So make sure we got that there. Now this is also just a thing if you want to do it. I'm going to add like a little doorknob on the ends of it. Just a real simple little box for it. So I'm going to go ahead and use one of my current ones here, Control D. I'm going to go ahead, just bring it up. Oops, make sure we go up. Yep, make sure we bring it up to here. And then go ahead, bring it up to here. And let's make sure it's centered. Yep, one more down. And then I'm going to go ahead, just make this a bright yellow. And then go ahead, we're going to put this to the back, but still above the tile map layer, right there. So now it looks like it has a little doorbell or doorknob. And I'm going to match it in a bit more, just a little smaller. Again, that's up to you. I just think it makes it look a little better. But overall, that's going to be everything we need for all the nodes. So I'm going to close out of the art folder here. Let's save what we got. Let's go ahead now and, well, we can rename it here as well, door. But we're going to add that script. So let's go ahead, close everything up, add the new script, keep it as door, but make sure we're saving it in the correct location under scripts, create. Nice. Let's begin with a couple variables. So let's go ahead, start off with a couple exports. First one is going to be what's on the left of the door. So let's say left underscore of underscore door, which by default will always equal empty string. We also need the same thing for what's right of the door. Let's go ahead, change the name to right of door. Nice. So what we're going to do here is once we place the doors down in the world, then we can customize and verify what exactly room we unlock once we buy this. Okay. Now next thing we'll do is go ahead and get our preload for that specific navigation spot. So again, at onReady, var, and we'll call this nav underscore spot and simply equal it to a preload for our nav spot. Okay. Make sure you have that nav tile.tscn. Perfect. Now we're going to go ahead and connect a couple of the area enters. So we need to do both the area entered and exited for each one. So let's start with the rights. Let's go ahead, select it, 2D, area entered, connect it, and I'm also just going to connect the exited while we're here as well. Same thing, let's just do the other ones in left, area entered, area exited. Now, what we're going to look for specifically on the first area entered right is going to be if area dot is underscore in underscore group. And of course, we're looking for specifically the player. Okay. If area is group player, then we're going to go ahead and simply turn on our canvas right. So drag and drop that in just like that. Dot visible equals true. And if you guessed it, we're just going to do this for each one. So let's copy it. Let's paste it down for each. And then change out what we need to change out. Get rid of this extra space. So for this one, it's going to be now closing it once we exit it. So go ahead, false. This one over here for the left, make sure now we're opening the left one, which is going to be set like this. And then make sure we're closing it for this one as well. Just like that. And that's how we're going to open and close the store as the player walks into the areas. Next up, let's go ahead now and do the actual buying buttons. So once we do one, it's pretty easy to do the other one. So we'll start with the left, or actually, yeah, we'll start with the right. Open up the right, select button R, select pressed, and just connect it. Now, in here, we want to check a couple things. Of course, we want to make sure the player has enough money. So let's say if capital G global dot money is greater than or equal to 1,000. If that's the case, then we'll go ahead, set our global dot money minus equals 1,000. Then we'll do a quick for area in global, and we'll do dot unlocked areas because we don't want to rebuy something that already is unlocked. We'll say if that area equals left of door, because this is on the right side, so we're unlocking what's left of it. We're going to go ahead and do add nav spot, which will create a function for that. That's basically just going to place down that navigation spot. So we'll add underscore nav underscore spot, simple parentheses. We'll add the nav spot, and then we'll go ahead and queue free the door, so we'll no longer be blocking the player. Nice. That's going to stay red though until we create it. Outside of the if statement and the for loop though, right over here. So let's say we do not, or we already have it unlocked. Then we're going to go ahead, do global dot unlocked areas dot append, because we're adding it to the list, and we'll just say right underscore of underscore door. Nice. Or this one's the left one actually, so left of door. Perfect. Then after that, again, we still want to add the nav spot, so we'll add the nav below. And then we can go ahead and queue free the door to remove it. Perfect. So that'll ensure to only add the new spot unlocked areas if it doesn't already exist. Now let's do the other one. It's going to be pretty simple, same thing. So we can go ahead, select button L, select pressed, connect it to door. And if you guessed it, all we got to do is just copy everything we have in this one, paste it in. Then for this one though, we're just going to switch things up. We're going to do right of door for that if area. So right of door. And then of course, unlocked areas, append what's right of door. Nice. And then the last thing, of course, is just create that simple function for our add nav spot. So let's go ahead, copy that. Let's do function, paste the name. Then we got to go ahead, new variable, we'll call this new underscore nav, and we'll simply equal that. Make sure it's underscore nav, equal that to our nav spot that we have. Don't forget we need to do .instantiate to create it in the game world. We have to go ahead now and set where we want it. I'm just going to add it as a sibling to the current door. And then go ahead, new nav. And then we're going to go ahead, set the position, new nav dot global position equals our current global position. Nice. Don't forget your colon there. But with that should be everything for our script. Let's go ahead, close out of there. Let's go back to 2D view, close things up, zoom out a bit, save what you got. Let's go ahead now and test things out. So let's go ahead, open up our main. Let's go inside of our game world. Let's create a new node to house all the doors. So I'm going to right click, add child node, create a node 2D. I'm going to put it right below the barriers we created earlier and just simply call this doors. Now in doors, let's go ahead and drag and drop in our first one. So door.tscn, drag and drop it in. Let's position it correctly. I'm going to put this one like right here. Now make sure it's exactly on the tiles because remember, it's going to drop those tiles in. So it's very important we get the positioning correct, okay? So I'm going to go ahead, drag it there, and then, yep, right there. Perfect. Now, the next thing we need to do is tell it what is on either side of the door. So if we go to inspector, we see left of door. What's on the left of door? It's the left area, which I'm going to call left. Now what's on the right of this door? That's going to be the bottom area. So I'm going to call it bottom. So let's drag and drop in some more doors. Let's do our next one. Select it, Control D. Let's move this one on over here. Let's go ahead, position this correctly. Remember the positioning is very important. There we go. And for this one, we need to describe what's left of this door. That's going to be the bottom now. And what's right of this door, that's going to be the right room. So just right. Let's go ahead and do the next two. That's going to be up here and here. Let's select door 2. Bring it on up. Go to the right here. And let's go ahead, move this down a bit. Make sure it's perfectly on there, which it is. Now we just need to describe the doors. What's to the left of it? That's going to be the top. And what's to the right? Just the right. Let's do the last one. Control D. Bring that door over. Oops. Make sure you duplicate it though. There we go. Bring it on over. Make sure it's perfectly aligned. And then go ahead, describe what's to the left and the right. The left is going to be the left room, so left. And then the right is simply going to be the top room, top. Let's go ahead, zoom out a bit here. I'm going to close the doors, close the components here. Looks like we had a script also in there. I don't really want that in there. Make sure to keep things organized. Just going to put that in there while I'm looking at it. There we go. Let's go ahead now, save the main scene. Let's start the current game. Let's make sure we can unlock the left door. So I'm going to go to the door here. And yep, let's see if we can buy it. I don't think we actually have enough money to buy it. So what I'm going to do, just so we can test things out, is go to the script, go to global, and just set our money to 1500 just to test things out. Just like how we did with the game on. We'll keep it like this for now until we get to the end. Let's go ahead, try it again. Just make sure we can unlock it and the zombies can chase us in that room. So here we go, door unlock. Looks like it's unlocked and we can see the navigation area. Let's make sure it can walk on there, which it can. Perfect. Looks awesome. All right. Now, one thing to note, I don't know if I told you how to do this, but this navigation area, all this visible stuff, this is coming simply from our editor, or no, our debugger, which is next to editor. And I'm just making those navigation spots visible by showing visible navigation. If you turn that off and then hit play again, you'll notice it's not going to be there. That's up to you. I like to see it, especially if we're testing things like the door, because then we can see that new navigation spot added there. But overall, I think it looks great. Let's go ahead, close out here, close out game world, close the door, and save what you got. In this section, we're going to create the weapon spot. We're going to start off and discuss the components needed for the weapon spot. After that, we're going to create a new node and add all those needed components to it. From there, we're going to create a script to give the weapon spot its functionality. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents our weapon spot. Our weapon spot is simply going to be an area 2D that once our player is on top of, it'll then open up the UI. Now the UI will be signaled by a script using some global variables. So once those global variables are active, we'll see the title for the gun, and then two buttons. One for purchasing the new gun, and two for purchasing more ammo if we already have the gun. Alright, let's go ahead and get started with the weapon spot. So we're going to create a new scene for this. Let's go ahead, top left, scene, new scene. And we're going to make the starting node just a basic 2D scene, which is going to be a node 2D. Let's rename this as lowercase weapon, capital S spot. Let's save that. Make sure we're saving it in our components folder. All right. Now, first thing we'll do is we'll give it a nice little background to highlight which gun it is. Let's right click, add child node. Just use a simple color rect for this. And I am going to keep it white. I'm going to go ahead though and extend it just a bit. Let's do it about that size. Again, you can always adjust this to however you want, but I think this will be good for what we're working with. So now next thing we're going to do is go ahead and create that area 2D. So let's right click, add child node, area 2D. We need to give it a collision shape. Right click, add child node, simple collision shape 2D. And just go ahead and create a simple box to surround the image we have. So I'm going to move the corner over here up a bit, and then connect the other corner over here. Perfect. All right. Eventually we'll attach a signal here, but for now we just need the images. So let's go ahead, right click on the weapon spot, add a new node 2D, and we're just going to call this images, all lowercase. And then we just need a simple image to represent each gun we can buy. So let's create another node 2D. This one here, I'm going to call pistol. And again, it's up to you what image you want to put here. I'm just going to create a simple image using color rects. So let's go ahead and create another color rect. This one here, I'm just going to make it black. And it's just going to be a real simple pistol image. So I'm going to go ahead, move it over here. We'll do about that size. I'm going to move it up a bit. Duplicate this one, Control D, and I'm just going to extend it to go about like there. Yeah, let's do same width. Maybe make it a little shorter over here. And then let's do another one for the actual trigger. Real simple. Maybe I'll darken this one a little bit less or lighten it. And then we'll go ahead. I'm just going to move it down a bit. And let's go ahead, shrink it a bit to here, and then to here, maybe a little less. And that's what I'll do for that. Again, it's up to you what design you want to do for each one, but I think this is okay. I'm going to make sure to center it a bit in the middle. Let's do, yeah, like that. We can always adjust it later. So that'll be the pistol. Let's go ahead and do the other one, Control D. This is going to be for the silencer. For the silencer, the only real difference is going to be the actual silencer at the end. So I'm going to go ahead, take the current black one we have here, Control D, and then I'm going to shrink it a bit. And then let's just extend it to go about there. If you want to add more customization to it, you can, but I'm just going to keep it simple for now. And then let's recenter it. If you want to see it better, turn off the other one. And then, yep, I'm just going to center it up, similar to how we did the other one. I think that should be good. Maybe over one more. Yep. Then we just need the machine gun. So I'm going to go ahead, make this one invisible, Control D silencer, change the name to machine for machine gun. Let's make this one visible. Now for this one, I'm going to get rid of that extra piece we have at the end. I don't think that's necessary. Or if you want to maybe make it a little thicker, we can. Go something like there. And then go back a bit. That might look nice. And then we can make the handle kind of extend down like it has a bigger magazine. So we'll take this here, Control D. And again, real simple, just going to go like this. And let's go ahead and actually just use a couple boxes here. And I'm going to move it to the left a bit. And down. Same thing, one more time. To the left and down. Yep, let's see how that looks. I think it looks pretty good. Then we'll go ahead and just center the whole thing up again. I think if we just extend it forward a bit, maybe go up a bit because it's a little lower now. And something like that should be good. But overall, I think these look pretty good for each one. So we have the pistol one, we have the silencer one, and now we have the machine gun one. Nice. All right, I'll keep them all off for now. With that, that should be good for the nodes. Let's go ahead, say we got so far. Select the weapon spot, create a new script. Make sure we're saving that script in the scripts folder. And open that up and hit create. Let's go ahead now and add a couple variables. So we have our new script here. And we're really only going to need one variable, which is going to be an @export var. And it's going to be called weapon underscore type. And this is just so we can depict which one it is. And the default one is always going to be pistol. Make sure you have that in there. Make sure it matches the spelling. Then we need to update the image based on what it is. So we're going to go ahead, create a new function for our process, which we know is everything that updates over time with the game. We're going to start off and say if our weapon type double equals pistol. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, if you guessed it, make the pistol image visible. So let's take that, do a dot visible equals true, and then we'll set all the other ones as false. So let's take each other one, the silencer and the machine gun, copy that whole dot visible, paste it in for each, and simply change the true to false for each. And now we just need to do that for each other type. So let's go ahead. Let's take everything from the if, do an enter after the last false, paste it in. But just to make things a little faster, we'll do elif, and then go ahead, do a silencer. For this one, make this one false, and make the silencer true. Let's do the last one, copy the whole thing all the way up to elif, paste it below, change silencer to machine. Then we're going to go ahead, make this false, and make machine true now. All right, now we just need to open it up when the player goes into it, which we can easily do by selecting our area 2D. And then we're going to go to node. We're going to do area entered and go ahead, connect to the script. If you guessed it, we're going to go ahead and say if area dot is underscore in underscore group. And we're going to look for specifically the group of player, all lowercase. If we have that, then we're going to depict which one. So say if weapon type, we'll say equals pistol. Then we're going to change our global value because we have to open a specific store UI, which we know we can do with global.store opened. And simply now set that equal to, again, double quotes, pistol. Now we just need to do an if for each one. Let's copy that. We could even do an elif to make it go faster. I'll just paste it twice though. Change those ifs to elif. And now we just need to do the next one. So we have our pistol one. Let's do the silencer one now. So silencer. Change this one here to silencer as well. And then go ahead, this one here, machine for machine gun. And then this one here to machine as well. Nice. All right, now we need to close the store, which we know we can easily do by selecting our area 2D, connecting area exited. And this time, we'll go ahead, look for that same if area is in group player. But because we're leaving it, we want to close all stores, which we can easily do by getting our global variable again, global dot store open, and simply equal that to an empty string, which we know is the default value. So let's go ahead and save that real quick. Let's go back to 2D view. Let's close this up here. Now let's put it into the actual main world. We can't exactly test this out though until we eventually create our UI script for the store. But for now, we can place everything down. I'm going to go ahead, create a new node to hold all these. Let's add a new child node in here, node 2D, and we'll just call these weapons. Oops, or better yet, we can just do gun spots. There we go, gun spots, and I'll put that right below the doors. And then we'll go ahead into components, locate weapon spots, and let's put the first one in there. Let's move this one somewhere like right here, I think would be good. Like in the middle of the screen. Yeah, let's do that. We can always adjust it later, no worries. I'm going to move it down a bit though. And what we're going to do is go ahead, select it, go to inspector and make sure it's set to which one we want. This room will only have the pistol available. Let's go ahead, Control D it though. Let's put another one on the top up here. I'm going to put it, yep, right above it. So like right there. Maybe we'll match it up actually. So it's perfectly above it. Yep, let's put it like right there. Nice. And I don't think it's centered very well. Or if it is, then we're just not. Yeah, it's a little bit to the, I'll move it a little bit to the right. And then go ahead, change this to machine for the machine gun. Nice. Same thing, I'm going to recenter that other one just a bit. Again, it's up to you how you want to design this. Now we're also going to have one on either side as well, so let's go ahead, Control D one. And I'm going to go ahead and just rotate this a bit. So let's rotate it. I'm going to go this way. Double check, it's a whole number, so 90. And I'm going to go ahead and put this one somewhere like right here. Let's Control D it, or actually before we do that, make sure it is set to the other gun, which is silencer. Go ahead, select it, Control D. Let's drag the other one over. Now we can rotate this one as well. I'm going to go ahead, just rotate it a bit until it goes all the way around, which will be, I think, 280. Oops. Or let's see. Should be at 270. And then to make sure it's on the same spot, I'm going to put it right on top of it, just like that. And just simply move it over with the X. And put it about right there. Nice. All right, let's go ahead, close those things up, save it. Now we can't test the functionality of it, but we can test to make sure it's showing the correct gun, which let's do simply by jumping into the game. Let's go ahead, locate it, make sure this one has the pistol on it, which it does. And I think it looks pretty good. All right, let's close that. Close this up here, close this up here. We can also close out the weapon spot. We'll actually test the functionality once we get the store script created. But for now, we're looking good. Let's save what we got. In this section, we're going to create the store script. We're going to start off and create a new script for the store. Then, we'll ensure we have all the functions to buy, replace, and add more ammo to the player. After that, once the script is finished, we'll test it out and make sure everything is working as expected. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Let's go ahead and start creating our store script. So let's go ahead, open up our current UI node, open up our store node, and then select the store components node. From there, what we're going to do is add a new script. We can leave the name as store components. Just make sure we're saving it in the correct scripts folder. Select open and hit create. All right, so the first thing we need to do is make sure we are visibly showing the correct store based on which platform the player is standing on. We can easily do that with our process function. So let's add in our process function. Then all we're going to do is say if global dot store opened equals double quotes pistol, which we know matches up with the script we just made earlier. Then we're going to go ahead and make only the pistol store visible. So we'll do a dot visible and just simply equal that to true. Now for the others, we're just going to equal them both to false. So let's go ahead, drag and drop each of them in, copy the dot visible equals true, and paste it below. Then all you got to do is simply turn those trues into false. Now if you guessed it, we're going to do pretty much the same thing for the other ones. So let's copy that entire if statement, paste it below the last one, simply change the if to an elif, and then from there, this time we're looking for the silencer. Make sure you're spelling it the correct way you did in the other scripts. So if it equals the silencer, then we're going to make the pistol false this time, but the silencer node true. Let's do the last one now for the machine gun. Let's copy that entire elif, paste it below, change the silencer to machine. Go ahead, make the original one false, and then change that one to false as well, but the bottom one is going to equal true. And there we go. Now it'll update whatever node specifically on which one the player is on. Now another thing we could do as well is turn off it in case it equals nothing. So we could have another elif, paste it below, and go ahead, make this equal nothing, and go ahead, make this all equal false. Now we don't necessarily need this because we're going to have something in it when you exit, but it's nice to have a little safety net in case things get confused. So let's save what we got so far. Let's continue on. Our next function will be a really basic one. It's basically just going to force the store closed in case we actually do an action. So I'm going to go ahead and let's create a new function and just call this close underscore store. All right. So for close store, once we buy the gun, we want to close it. So let's go ahead and give it a set parentheses, colon, and all we're going to do in here is simply make our global.storeOpened equal empty quotes, just like this. So go ahead, just paste that line in just like that. And we'll run this eventually once we get the other functions down. Let's begin some of the other functions, specifically for buying the gun and also buying the ammo. So that's going to be inside each one of them. We'll start in the pistol store. We should have a button called button buy gun under the buy button gun node. So select it, go ahead to node, and select pressed. Make sure we're connecting it though to the store components script, okay? You can go to source here and then locate this here. Once you have that in there, that's great. Then let's also do it for the next one, which is going to be the buy ammo button. Same thing, select it, select pressed, and make sure again it's in the correct one. Go to source, scroll up to store components. Now we need to make sure all the buttons are connecting to these two functions, which we can do because they're going to have the same name. So let's go ahead, do the same thing for the silencer store. Open up each one, make sure they have all the same name, and just simply connect them. It shouldn't create any new functions. So let's do the same thing for buy ammo button. Locate it, select pressed. Again, locate the top one, store components, hit connect. Last one for the machine gun. Let's do the same thing. Open up machine store, buy button. Let's go ahead, connect it, go to source, and then locate store components. Final one, let's go ahead. This is going to be for the ammo. Select it, go to pressed, and just simply connect it to the store components script. There we go. Now they all should be connected, which is great. And then we can create the actual functions. Let's go ahead. Let's do the buy gun one first. All right, so first thing we're going to do is give it some room. This is going to be a pretty big function. So first if statement, we need to make sure we actually have enough money to buy the gun. So we're going to say if global dot money, let's say is less than 1,500 because that's how much a new gun costs. If that's the case, then we'll do a return. So nothing else below will run. All right. Let me remove that extra space there. But if that is not the case and the code can continue, we're going to have another if statement and say if our global dot current items, and we're looking for basically if you have any room in the current slots, which we know the first one is the second. So if that one and the actual name of it, which we know is going to be the first, which is 0, equals empty quotes, which means we have not bought any gun for our first slot, then we can go ahead and place it in there. So we'll continue on and do another if and say if our global dot store opened equals double quotes pistol all lowercase. Then we'll go ahead and add in the pistol by doing global dot current items, which we'll do 1 because we know that's our second slot, and we'll equal that to a new slot, which is going to be the default for all the pistol items. So pistol, don't forget the comma out of that. We'll do 12, comma 12. So we'll have the ammo, the clip ammo, and then we'll have the current ammo, and then we'll also have the current max ammo you could have with it. So we'll do that for this one. Now we need to do this for each other gun type. So let's go ahead, copy the if, paste it below, and we can change this to an elif. This one will be the silencer, so let's do silencer. We change the name to silencer as well. And for the silencer, the current and clip ammo is going to be 20, so we'll do 20 for each. And then for the max, current max ammo, we'll do 140. Nice. Next up, we'll do the machine gun, so let's copy that entire elif, paste it below. This will be for machine. Change the name for machine as well. And then also we'll change this to 40. And then 40 current clip. And then we'll do a max ammo of 200. And then current to 200 as well. Now, let's say though we already have the second slot filled. Then we're just going to replace the current gun we're holding. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and simply do else, because if we don't have extra room, then we're just going to replace that. So we'll say if, and you know what, better yet, we'll just copy this entire line we have here, because it's going to be the same thing. We'll paste it, but this time, instead of changing the 1 value here, we're going to change the global current slot. So let's go ahead, do global dot current slot. All right, because we're changing now the current gun we're holding rather than the current empty slot we have, okay? So go ahead, paste that in for each, and everything else can stay the same. Nice. And then last thing we'll do, after all these cases end, we'll minus our money. So we'll go ahead, we'll do global dot money, and we'll do minus equals 1500. And then we'll also close the store. Okay, we'll always close the store if we buy a gun. All right, and we can do that with ammo too, that's up to you. I think we'll do it for both. So now let's do the next function. It's going to be this one over here. And I'm going to go ahead and make some enters so we can see it a little better. All right, so for buying the ammo now, it's going to be a little different. First thing we're going to check is we're going to check our global dot current items. And we're going to be looking for our first slot. And then we're going to look for our first name. And we're going to make sure that equals the global dot store opened. Okay, and the reason we're doing this is because we want to make sure we're actually holding the gun we want to buy ammo for it. Okay, this is just the simplest way to do it. So you can only buy ammo if you're holding the current ammo. All right, so we're going to do that, store opened, or better yet, I think what we're actually doing is we're going to basically refill any of them that we have ammo in. So that's why we could do the other way I was saying with the global current slot, but it might be a little faster for the player to just buy ammo for any gun they're holding, as long as any of those guns match the current stored item. All right, so we're going to continue on. We're going to say if global money, we'll do global money is greater than or equal to 1,000. If that's the case, then we can continue on and actually buy the ammo. To buy the ammo, we're going to do global dot current items, and we're going to go ahead, get our current slot. So global dot current slot, and then we'll go ahead. We're going to look for the current max ammo, so we're only going to be refilling the current ammo we have, but we need to basically equal it to the max ammo value, so we'll go ahead, do our number 3, which is going to be 0, 1, 2, and 3, so current reserved ammo, and then all we're going to do is just match it to our current max ammo. So we're basically going to max out our ammo if we buy ammo, okay? So we'll have this here, and we're going to simply take this, copy it, equal it, and set it to 4. All right, nice. Then we're also going to go ahead, minus the money, so global dot money minus equals 1,000, and then again close the store. Okay, nice. Now we need to do it for the other one, so let's go ahead and let's do an elif, the one if we're not holding it. So let's go ahead, elif, and we'll do global dot current items, and we're going to look for 1, and we're going to look for 0, and then we're going to go ahead, equal to global dot store opened. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, do if global dot money is greater than or equal to 1,000. So that's the cost. If that's the case, then we're going to pretty much do the same thing. So let's copy everything we have here, paste it in, and then basically match it all up. Again, we're basically saying, hey, if we have enough money and we currently have either or of the gun, then we want to re-get the ammo that is currently set to our max value of each one. Okay, nice. To make sure you have all that down, let's clean up this here. And we'll save what we got currently. Remember, you can always check the source code if you want to. Let's go back to 2D view and get ready to test. All right, let's go ahead and test this out now. So to test this out correctly, we're going to have to increase our current money just so we can afford to get around and collect all the guns. Let's go to script. Let's go to our global script and go ahead and find your money value, which is currently set to 1,500. Let's just add a 0 to there to do 10,500 just so we have enough to buy all the doors and the guns. Let's save that change, go back to 2D view, and hit play. All right. So we're going to make sure that we can collect multiple guns and use our current ones. Let's get rid of the current zombies in the game. So let's make sure we can use up all our current ammo and still reload, which we should be. If you're getting this glitch though where you're not able to reload, which I think is currently happening to me, I think I know where the area of that issue is, but let's make sure we can purchase the other guns before we get into that. Let's go ahead, buy the new gun here. Select the 2 key, and yep, there's our second gun. Looks like it's still having that reload issue, but we'll get to that in just a bit. Let's make sure though we can select the other guns. So I'm currently on key 2. Let's go ahead to 1, back to the pistol. Let's make sure we can replace this one now. Yep, and there's the machine gun. I like it. Looks good there. We have the silencer and the machine gun. Let's make sure we can buy back the pistol gun though. I'm currently holding the machine gun. Let's go ahead, buy the pistol. And yep, back to pistol. All right. So it looks like we can actually buy the guns, and they're switching out correctly. But looks like we're having some issues shooting with the new guns, and maybe so with the old gun on reload. I think I know the issue though. So for the reloading issue, if we go to script and we go to our, I think it's in our shooting controller, we scroll down a bit. I found this issue earlier under our function where it has handle reload interrupt. So anytime we use our knife or switch guns mid-reload, it's going to initiate this. And there's a bit of a typo here. It's going to be the input.isActionPressed. So we actually only want to shoot when we're doing that. So instead of isActionPressed here under this function, we're going to change this to isActionReleased. So isActionReleased, all right? Or isActionJustReleased instead. Okay, that's going to basically say, hey, if we stop holding down the reload, it's basically going to cancel it. All right, so we save it. Let's go back. Let's go ahead, verify the reload fixes it. Let's go ahead, we have this here. Once we're in the reloading, let's stop it and then redo it and make sure it still reloads, which it does. Let's make sure we can knife during it as well and make sure it goes away. So we knife, hold it down for a bit, and there we go. It's back. Now, as for the other issue, that's going to deal with our global variable issue. So if we go to our script and then we go to global, you're going to see that our open store variable is set to null. Now, if you remember though, after we buy a gun, we're resetting this to an empty string. Now it's up to you if you want to reset them all to null when we're not using them. I think though, to just match up with what we have in our store and also the weapon controller area, if we go to our store components, you're going to see that script is resetting it to empty there. We're also, of course, looking for that empty string here to close it. And then I think we have something similar inside of our weapon spot. Let's see, yep, we're resetting it to an empty string as well. So an easy fix right now would just be to change that global variable instead of that null to an empty string. And where you're going to see the issue is going to be inside of, again, the shoot controller. If you go down to where we're shooting, we're again looking to make sure it does not equal null. So what we could do is go ahead and just change this also to a null. Or not a null, an empty string. If you want to do null for all the other ones, you can. But because we only have to change it in 2 spots for now, for global and then right here under the shoot controller, I'm just going to keep it as is. So with those 2 changes, it should work. Let's go back to 2D view, start current game. Let's go ahead, I'm going to get rid of the zombies real quick. Let's use up some ammo, make sure we can reload still, which we should. Yep, unlock the door. Let's buy the new gun, which is going to be in our slot 2, so make sure you select slot 2. And there we go. We can go ahead now and try the machine gun. Let's go back to slot 1, buy this one, and there we go. Looks great. Awesome. I like it. We can make sure we can reload this as well. Hold down the button, and there we go. Looks good. Now in the next section, we'll go ahead and start updating more of the UI script so we can see the current ammo we're holding, current health, and anything else. Let's save what we got. And there we go. In this section, we're going to create our in-game UI script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to our main node for our in-game UI. We're then going to ensure to create some functions to update all the UI elements. After that, once the script is complete, we'll test it out and make sure everything's working as expected. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started with this script. So let's go ahead, open up our UI. Let's go ahead, open up the in-game, select the game screen node we have. Let's go ahead, add a new script for this. I'm going to go ahead, create this under, scripts. Open it up. Hit create. All right. So we're going to start off with a couple variables here, a couple at-on readies to represent some of the elements. All right, so we're going to start off with a variable, call it health, underscore bar, and simply just equal it to our health bar in the node. Drag and drop it in. Nice. Next up, another at-on ready variable. We're going to call this ammo underscore label. And again, simply just equal that to our current ammo label. All right, and that is going to be under ammo text. And then get the ammo label. We're also going to go ahead, have another at-on ready variable. Let's just call this money underscore text. And we're going to equal that simply to our money text, which is the label money. Nice. Looks good there. All right, we'll continue on. Let's go ahead and start off with our first function. This is going to be everything that updates on runtime of the game. So we're going to use our process function. First thing we'll do, of course, is stop updating things if it's game over. So we'll say if our global dot game over equals true, then simply just do a return because we don't want anything else to update. We're also going to go ahead and run a few functions we do not have created yet. We're going to call it update. Let's call it update gun underscore name. That'll just continually loop through and update whichever gun we're currently holding. We'll also create another function called update underscore reloading underscore text, which again will just verify whether or not we are reloading the current gun we're holding. Let's continue on and do a couple other things. Let's start off with a couple variables inside the function. We'll call it current underscore clip underscore value. We'll go ahead and make this a type int. Equal this to our global dot current items, and we're looking for which one we're holding, which we know is our global dot current slot. And then again, we know the current clip amount is going to be inside of 2. Okay, 2 meaning if you go back to our global script, it's going to be 0, 1, and 2. This one's number 2. Let's go back to our script. So now we're going to need one also for our current available ammo in reserves. So let's just paste the same thing right below it and just call this current ammo value. And then all we got to do is change the current slot right over here to 3, which we know, go back into here, is going to be 0, 1, 2, and 3. This one, the reserve. Back in here though, let's continue on. Now we can go ahead, create a new text for it. So we'll do variable current underscore clip. And to make this readable, we'll do a string. And to organize it correctly, what I'm going to do is always make it have a couple zeros available for it, which I'm going to do, we'll do 2 to make it visible. We'll do percentage 0 2D. This is just a formatting for the string to basically always have it with a specific number of zeros. And then to replace in the text, we'll just do our current clip ammo, or value. Then let's do the same thing for the ammo. Let's go ahead, paste it below. We'll just do current ammo now. This time, I'm going to increase it by 1 0, which we can simply do by changing that 2 to a 3. So now it'll always be a 3 0 value, and this will always be a 2 0 value. Okay? Then simply change this to our current ammo value. Nice. Then we can go ahead and set it, which I'm going to do by using our ammo label dot text, and I'm going to equal it simply to our current clip, which we already have formatted into a string, plus let's add a simple just comment slash so we can make it separated, and then again add the current ammo. And with that, it should update it correctly. We can also update the money text while we're here. So let's do money text dot text equals, and I'm going to put a $sign just to make it look nice. We'll do $sign plus str string, and then we're just going to stringify with a similar way we did it with the ammo. I'm going to give it a 6 0 value this time. So if you guessed it, we're going to do the same thing. Percentage 0, and for 6 zeros, just put 6 D. Then we have to pass in the value for it. So again, percentage symbol, global money. So we know that's where we house our global money value. Perfect. All right. We're going to continue on now. Same function. This time we're going to say if global dot, we'll say player health is less than 90. Then we're going to go ahead, set our global dot player health. We'll do plus equals 3 times delta. And basically what this is going to do is just slowly always increase our health, which I think it makes it look really cool with the game we have. So anytime we get hurt, we're going to lose a chunk, but as long as we're walking around, we'll slowly regenerate health. After that, we'll do another global dot player health equals, and we'll do min just so we can make sure we don't always go over and under. So we'll do global dot player health, and then set the max to 90.0. Perfect. All right. Now, because we're calculating all the health in here, we can set the game over if we're ever below. So we'll do if global player health is less than or equal to 0. Then we're going to go ahead and just simply set our global dot game over value equal to true. And then the last thing we'll do is update the wave and the health bar. So we'll get health bar first. Health bar dot value, which we know is our progress bar. We're simply going to go ahead and just equal that to our current global dot player health that we're calculating above. And then, like I said, we're also going to do the wave, which we can just easily drag and drop in here. Drag and drop that wave in there. Dot text. And I'm going to go ahead, equal that to simply capital wave, space bar, and then just space plus str, and then pass in that global dot wave value we have. And with that, it'll update everything we need in real time. Now, as we move on, we'll go ahead and create our two functions here. Let's save what we got so far. All right, let's wrap up this script with two more functions. These ones are pretty simple. We just need one for updating the gun name and then also updating the reloading text. Let's do the update gun name first. So I'm going to copy this here. Let's go ahead, do function, paste the name, give it a colon, and then make it some room. All right, so what we're going to do, similar to how we've done it in the past, just if global dot current items, and we'll go ahead and look for the current slot we're at. So again, global dot current slot, and we're going to look for the name, which we know is going to be the 0, and we're going to look and see if it equals lowercase pistol. If that's the case, then we go ahead and update the name as needed, which we know you should have multiple ones in there. If we go to gun name, yep, we'll have different ones here. So I'm going to go ahead and let's make all of them false for now. Drag and drop in this one here and just do a dot visible. And then simply make it equal to true for pistol. And then for the others, we'll equal it false. So let's go ahead, paste that in for the others. Make sure, though, we have the correct names, which I did not do. Let's get rid of those there. Drag and drop each one in, just like that. And go ahead, make these both false. And let's go ahead, copy the entire thing, paste it below, change the if to an elif, and this time we're looking for the silencer. And then go ahead, make the pistol false, but the silencer now true. Again, let's copy the whole thing, paste it below. This time for the machine gun, so go ahead, type in machine, and then go ahead, make this one false, but the machine one true. And that should be everything for this function. So now we just need the update reloading text. So let's go ahead, save that real quick. Let's copy the name for the reloading text. Let's create a new function for it. Let's go ahead. I'm going to start off with an if, say if global dot capital reloading. If that equals true, then all we're going to do is go ahead, get our, I think it's ammo text, yep. We're going to make the reloading one true this time, but the other one false, so go ahead, dot visible equals true. And then let's paste the name of the other one, drag and drop it in. Let's go ahead, dot visible equal that simply to false. And then we can just do a simple else right here. And then just copy in both the values and just switch them out. So the top one here will be false. And the one below will now be true. Nice. Let's save that real quick. Let's go ahead. Let's close that down. Make sure those things are set. Yep. All right. And then we'll test it out, make sure everything's set correctly. Let's save what we got, go back to 2D view. Looking good. All right, let's go ahead now and test it out. So for testing purposes, what we're going to do is automatically just turn on the in-game. Usually we're going to have it off because we're going to have that main menu opened up first. But for testing purposes, just go ahead, turn that on. Let's start the current game. We should see things visible. Looks like our ammo is visible. Let's make sure it works correctly. Once we run out, it should refill. The reloading looks like it's working. Let's make sure if we get hurt, we can see, yep, health's going down. We'll continue up. Looks good there. I like it. Nice. Overall, looks great. Let's make sure, though, we can update the gun we're using. Let's go ahead, go to the gun, and select 2. Now we have the silencer. Let's also make sure it reloads correctly. Yep, looks like reloading, and there we go. Oh, doesn't look like it's minusing, though, correctly, because we're currently at 120. Nope, it is, I think. Looks good there. And let's make sure, one more down. Yep, all right, it is working good. Perfect. And the wave eventually will go up once we get that created. There is one thing we do need to add, though, which is the quit button. Currently, it is not working. As expected, it should reload the scene. We can go ahead, and what we'll do, actually, is once we get into the UI script, which manages which is open, and, of course, connecting to the menu, we'll add that in then. So we're not going to worry about it for now. But for now, though, let's go ahead, set everything back to what it is, which is the in-game as invisible, okay? Looking good, though. Let's save what we got. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the game over script. This is going to be a real simple script. All we're going to do is basically have it enable the game over screen once the player runs out of health. So to begin, we'll go ahead and create that new script and attach it to the main game over node. From there, we'll ensure we have the functions set up correctly. And after that, we'll test it out to make sure things are working as expected. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the game over script. Now this is going to be a real simple script. All we're going to do is just initiate game over once our player runs out of health. So let's go ahead, open up our game over node, select our game over screen, and then just add a script. Make sure we're saving the script in the correct location, and open it up and hit create. All right, as mentioned, this is going to be real simple. We're simply going to have one variable here, call this game_ended. This will just ensure that we're not running the game over screen animation over and over again. We only want it to run one time. So to make that happen, we'll use our simple _process function. And within it, we'll simply say if global.gameover equals true and game ended equals false. This will ensure that it only runs one time. So we'll set our game ended now equal to true. And then, of course, we'll run the animation. So go ahead, open up the node, drag and drop the animation player, .play, and then run the game over. We're also going to go ahead and save what we got. From there, let's go back to 2D view. Let's go ahead, turn on the in-game screen, just so we can monitor the health, and we'll just run into a specific zombie until we get a game over. So let's go ahead, run into these zombies once one breaks through, and we'll just make sure things work as expected. So there we go, we got our zombie. It'll slowly start to hit us until we get that game over. Here's our game over, and there we go, it looks great. Now in the next section, we'll create that UI script so we can actually exit and restart the game. But for now, I think it looks pretty good. Let's go ahead, close out here, and save what we got. All right, in this section, we're going to create the UI script. We're going to start off and create a new script for the UI node. From there, we're going to ensure to create functions to turn on the correct screen depending on where we are in the game. After that, we're going to connect all the quit/menu buttons to this script to restart the game. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started creating our UI script. Now this is going to be a real simple script. Basically, it's just going to turn on specific scenes that we want, and of course, be the hub for all the quit menu buttons. So let's select the UI, add the script, make sure we're saving it in the correct scripts folder, create. All right, so we'll start off with a couple things. We don't need any preset variables for this because it's going to be so simple. We're just going to create a function underscore ready. And we're going to start off showing, of course, our menu screen. So let's go ahead, drag and drop the menu in there, dot visible, and then go ahead, just equal that to true. We can also set the other scenes we want to be set first, such as the end game. We can do a dot visible and just set that to false. Same thing for the game over. Let's drag and drop that in, do a dot visible. And actually, I'm pretty sure the dot visible for the game over is irrelevant because we're already making it invisible and turned off, I think, with the animation player. So don't worry about that one. We'll just simply keep in the menu in the in-game for now. All right. But for updating it, we'll go ahead, do our function for our underscore process. And what we'll do, we'll say if global dot, let's do our store one, store opened. Let's just say equals empty quotes because that's what we put. Then we'll go ahead and take our store, drag and drop it in, dot visible, and equal it to false. We'll then do another elif. This time, of course, we want to say if it does not equal empty quotes. So let's go ahead, take that, paste it in there, do an exclamation point for does not equal empty quotes. If that's the case, then we'll go ahead and make it true. Just like that. Perfect. We're also going to have one more if statement, and this will just be kind of like a reassurance. We'll just say if our global dot game over, and we'll go ahead and just equal it to true. If it equals true, then we'll turn it on. Now, it's really up to you if you want to turn it off over here. I might just put it in there just to be safe. So I'm going to go ahead, make sure that equals true there, because we're turning it on. But make sure we go ahead and just drag and drop it in here. Again, dot visible, and equal this to false for now. Just in case. Not really necessary because we're already turning it off with the animation, but I'm going to keep it in there for now. Now we can go ahead and have the buttons. We have two buttons, one for playing the game and then one for kind of like restarting it. So let's start with the playing game. This will be under menu. We have button play. Let's simply connect the button play, press, and just go ahead and connect it to UI. From here, let's go ahead and first set on our global dot game on, and we're going to equal that to true. We're also going to go ahead, turn off the menu screen. So we'll go ahead, take our menu node, dot visible, and go ahead, equal that to false. Next up, we'll go ahead, drag and drop in the in-game, dot visible, and simply equal that to true. Nice. Now, if you want to keep things squared away, I'm going to go into our global script now and just go ahead, locate that game on. We've been keeping it on true because we wanted to just test the game, but for now we can go ahead and keep it at false. So I'm going to save that there, go back to the UI script. Let's continue on to our next button, which is going to reset all the variables. So let's go ahead and select into in-game menu, or this one here, and then go ahead, locate the quit button we have, which is just called button menu. Let's connect it to the same UI script. So you might have to scroll up a bit. And all we're going to do in here is run the reset variables and then restart the scene. So global dot reset game values. And then to restart the scene, we'll do get tree parentheses dot reload current scene. We also have another one of these buttons as well inside the game over. So let's close this one up here. Locate game over, open it up. Locate the menu button, simply select button menu, and make sure it's this exact name as the other one or it's not going to work. Let's simply go ahead, scroll up to where the UI is. Once we're there, connect it. And there we go. All right, let's go ahead, close everything out, get ready for testing. Save what we got, go back to 2D view. All right, let's test it out now. Let's go ahead. And for now, I'm going to turn off the in-game view and the store, and honestly, even the game over, because this is all automatically going to turn on. I am going to default turn on the menu. Let's go ahead, hit play. Make sure though, make sure you're hitting current scene. All right, so we have our main menu here. I'm gonna hit play. Looks like we have the correct menu open. Let's make sure we can get a game over and leave the game. So I'm gonna hang out here until we run out of health. Then we can select the button and see if it restarts the game. Hit menu, nice, there we go, and hit play. Awesome, let's make sure the quit button works as well. Let's select quit, perfect. Looks like it's working as expected. All right, let me close there, close out here, and let's also close up the UI. I'm gonna zoom in a bit and save what we got. In this section, we're going to start creating our spawner node. We're going to start off and discuss the zombie spawner node being created. We're then going to create all the necessary nodes for the spawner. After that, we're going to ensure to add a timer for the spawn creation. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here will represent our spawner node. Our spawner node will be placed in the game node. Once a zombie spawns in, it'll be housed as a child to the spawner node, which has the spawner script attached to it. Every time a wave goes up, more zombies will be spawned and their current health will increase. Now, depending on what parts of the map you currently have unlocked will depend where the zombie spawns. Starting off, we'll always start off at the bottom area, spawning zombies only there until the player, of course, unlocks different rooms. Once all the rooms are unlocked, then zombies can spawn from any direction and any point. Alright, let's get started creating the spawner node. So, to make things run a little smoother, I'm going to turn off the start screen real quick, which is the menu, just to help things move a little better and be able to see where exactly we're going to put the points at. Now, the spawner node is going to be inside of the game world, so let's go ahead and create a new node 2D for this. I'm going to put this above the player and above the gun spots. So like right here, or below the gun spots. Let's go ahead and call this spawner node. All right, for spawner node, we're gonna need a couple different things, okay? First thing we're gonna need is the collection of different zombie points. Now, because we only want certain ones to be visible per area that's unlocked, what I'm gonna do is create a parent node for them. Let's call this zombie points. And then inside zom points, we're going to have 4 distinct nodes for each area. Let's right click on it, add child node, another node 2D. And let's just go ahead and name this each one. I'm going to call the first one bottom, which will be placed in the bottom area. Then I'm going to go ahead, Control D. Let's call this one left for the left side. Then we'll do another for the right. So duplicate that, right for the right side. And then another one for the top. All right, now inside of these we can place the actual spawn points. Now, to determine whether or not we want them to actually spawn, we're going to give them a specific group tag. And we're only going to give the bottom ones the starting group tag. The others, the script will attach that group tag as we slowly unlock the areas. So let's go ahead and start off with the bottom ones. Right click, add child node, simply create a node 2D. And I'm just going to call this point. And like I said, we need to give the bottom ones that starting group. So go ahead, select it, go to groups. Let's add a new one and just call this zom point, capital P. All right, now let's place this one in the correct position. I'm going to put it somewhere like over here. Let's go ahead, Control D this. Put the other one above the other barrier. Let's do another next to this one, and then another over here. Looks good. All right. And as mentioned, these ones are all going to have that group tag. The other ones are not, because we need to unlock the area for them to start having that group tag in them, which the script will only spawn zombies at whatever ones have this tag. So let's go ahead and do the other ones. I'm just going to take the first one here, Control D it, drag and drop it into left. Now for left, let's go ahead and place them correctly. I'm going to put it a little bit behind the entry point. Let's do another, like right over here. And another right over here. Looks good. Now these ones though do not need the group, so let's select them, turn off the group tag for each one. Let's go ahead though, duplicate another one in here. I'm going to drag and drop it into right. Let's put them in the correct location for the right side. Control D, another one over here, and then Control D for another right over here. Perfect. All right, again, these should not have that group tag, which they don't, and that's great. Let's do the final ones for top. There's going to be 4 in this one. So let's Control D, drag and drop into top, and then go ahead, place each point. Let's put a point there, another one over here, another over here, and then the last one right over here. And with that, we have all of our points. Just remember, those other ones do not need the group tags. The only one that should have the group tags is the bottom one, because that's our starting location. All right, now that we got all those there, let's close up Zom points. We can go ahead now and add in our timers, okay? Now I think we're only gonna need one, which is gonna be the spawn timer. So let's right click on the spawner node, add child node, and select timer. Now eventually we'll attach a signal to this. For now though, I think we can leave everything else the same. We'll change it in the script. So just make sure you have timer here and give it a distinct name, like timer spawn. And just to help clean things up, let's get rid of our default zombies, because all the zombies eventually are going to be inside of the spawner node. So let's select zombie and zombie 2. Delete both of those. And with that, we're ready for the next section. We'll go ahead and create the script. Let's save what we got so far. In this section, we're going to get started creating the spawner script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to the main spawner node. We're then going to go ahead and add all the code we need to spawn in zombies based on the current wave we're at. After that, once the script is complete, we're going to test and make sure everything's working as expected. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started creating the spawner script. So let's go ahead, locate the main node, the spawner node, select it, and simply add a new script. Let's go ahead, create that script in the correct folder, script folder, open it up, and hit create. All right, so we're going to start off with a couple different variables here. First one is actually going to be an enum, which is going to be called wave_state. Make sure capital S, there we go, state. And let's go ahead, pass in the values we want for this enum. First one will be called start, comma. Next will be cleanup, comma. And then the next will be spawning _ wave. That's going to be everything we need in our enum here. That'll help us keep track of when we want to start creating new waves and do the cleanup and other things. So let's go ahead, next up, create some constants. The first constant is going to be called base _ zombies. This will be the starting amount of zombies in the first wave, which we're going to set equal to 20. Next up, we're going to create another constant. We're going to call this wave _ increment. This will be the amount of zombies that are added after every wave, which will be set to 5. Next up, we're going to create another constant. We're going to call this base _ spawn _ rate. And we're simply going to equal this to 2.0. Next up, we're going to create another constant. We're going to call this spawn _ rate _ decrease or decrement. This will be the amount it goes down every wave, ultimately making it faster spawnings of the zombies, which we'll do to 0.1. Then we're going to need some more variables for calculating the waves. So let's go ahead, do a var. We'll call this current _ wave _ state. And this will go ahead, equal our wave state equals, again, wave state dot start. Then we're going to go ahead, create another variable. We're going to call this current _ wave. And we'll simply equal this to our global value for .wave. Then we're going to go ahead, create another variable, call this zombies underscore to underscore spawn, and we'll go ahead, make this a type int, and equal this to 0 starting off. We're also going to go ahead, create another variable, call this zombies underscore in underscore current underscore wave. And the reason we need this value is because as the waves continue, we don't want to start any of them until the current waves are back to 0. Next up, we're going to create another variable, call these zombies underscore points. And this will be an array of where we can spawn all the zombies. So go ahead, make it a type array. And go ahead, inside of it, it's going to be a collection of nodes. So just node. And we'll always equaling it starting off to an empty array as, again, array of nodes. There we go. All right. Then next set of variables, let's go ahead. We're going to call this added underscore right underscore points. And this will equal false. We're going to have another one for added underscore left underscore points, which is also going to be false. And then another variable, added underscore top underscore points. Again, equaling it to false. And our last one will be variable, and we'll call it last underscore updated underscore areas. This will basically be when we want to update the areas. Of course, adding in new locations once we unlock them. But for now, we'll equal an empty array. Then we'll create a couple add-on-readies. Our first one will be add-on-ready variable. And we'll call this our just basic underscore, or basic capital Z zombie. We'll equal that to our current preload of our zombie that we created earlier. Just make sure it's the zombie.tscn. And then our final preset variable will be another add-on ready variable, spawn timer. And we'll simply go ahead, make this a type timer, and equal this to our current spawn timer inside our node right here. And there we go. So these are all of our starting variables. Make sure you have those in there. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's carry on to our next couple functions. So let's go ahead, start off with our first one, which is going to be our ready function. As we know, this is everything that happens on start. So let's add that in, make some room. All right, first thing we're going to do is we're simply going to say if our current wave equals 0, so it just started, then we'll simply set our current wave, equaling it to 1, because no zombies should start until we're on wave 1. And then we're also going to go ahead, set the global one, so global.deadzoms, and just simply reset that to 0. And outside of the if statement, we're going to set our zombies in current wave back to 0. And then we're going to run a function called update underscore current underscore zom underscore points. And the reason we need this is just to make sure that we have the exact points spawning the zombies. Eventually, we're going to run this every time we have a new wave because we need to reassure that, of course, we're spawning them in the correct unlocked locations. All right, that'll stay red until we make it. But our next function is going to be our process function, which we know is everything that updates over time when the game's playing. Now, first thing we'll do is simple if. We'll say last updated areas does not equal global.unlocked areas. So if that array is any different, then we want to do the same thing. We want to update our current zom points. So just simply paste that in there. Again, it's going to stay red until we get it done, but for now, it'll be all right. We'll do another if statement after that one called if global.gameOn and current wave state equals wave state dot capital S start. If that's the case, then we're going to run another function called start underscore wave underscore sequence. Okay. That'll, of course, initiate any new wave that we're on. We don't have that created yet, so it'll stay red. But for now, that's all right. Then we're going to have one more thing in this process function, and we're going to run a simple match. All right. The match is going to be for current wave state. Oops, make sure we got that there. There we go, just a colon. If it wants it. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. There we go. Make sure you have the colon. And then just like an if statement, we're simply going to do our wave state dot cleanup. Wave state dot cleanup. Make sure it matches up with what we have here. Clean up, and then go ahead, another colon. We're just going to be doing another if, and we're going to say not global dot game on. And within this one, if that's the case, we'll do a simple return. Then we'll go ahead and say if global dot dead zombs is greater than or equal to zombies in current wave. Then we're simply going to go ahead and get our global dot dead zombs, re-equal it to 0, and then again start the wave sequence. Okay, and that's going to be everything in our process function. This will just reassure we're having the exact waves currently set, and of course updating any of the current zom points if we ever change and unlock new areas, which we're doing in the door script. All right, make sure you got this. Save what you got. Let's continue on. Our next function will be our start wave sequence. So let's go ahead, take one of those, go ahead, backspace, new function, and let's simply go ahead and get started with it. Now, the first thing we need to do before starting a wave sequence is make sure the game's on. So we'll say if not global dot game on, and if we leave it as is, it just means if it doesn't equal true, then we're going to return, meaning, of course, not start any of the wave sequence. But if that's not the case, it'll continue and run the next line, which is wave underscore number. It's a new variable. We're simply just going to equal to our current wave. We're then going to go ahead, get our zombies to spawn, and equal that to our base zombies, plus parentheses of our wave increment. And then we'll again times that by another set of parentheses. And within there, we're just going to do our wave number minus 1. Basically reassuring that we're always adding those extra zombies in each wave, depending on which increment we're at. All right. Then after that, we're going to go ahead, get our zombies in current wave, and simply equal that to our zombies to spawn. Nice. All right, then we're going to go ahead, update the spawn rate. So we're going to do a new variable, call this new underscore spawn underscore rate. We're going to equal that to our base spawn rate minus parentheses set wave increment. And we're simply going to go ahead, times that by the entire parenthesis value of, again, our wave number minus 1. Then we're simply going to set our new spawn rate equal to max parenthesis set 0.5 comma new spawn rate. Then we're going to carry on and set some global variables specifically for our global wave. We're just going to equal that to our current wave we have. We're also going to get another global variable, global.zom health, because we always want to increase the zombie health as well every wave. So we'll simply do a plus equals 1. Then we're going to have another if statement below, still in the same function. We're going to say if is underscore instance valid. Within instance valid, we're going to get our spawn timer. And we're going to go ahead, get our spawn timer dot wait time and just simply equal that to our new spawn rate that we calculated above. Then we'll also say if our global dot, again, game on equals true, then we're going to go ahead and spawn timer dot start. All right, two more things to set outside of the if statement below. We have to set our current wave state. We're just going to equal that to our wave state dot spawning wave. And then below that, simply set our current wave plus equals 1. And there we go. That'll ensure we're starting a new wave sequence. Okay, nice. All right, next up, we just need our timer signal. So go ahead, select timer spawn that we have inside our spawner node. Go to the node. Make sure you're selecting it. I need to select out, select back in. And there we go. Go to signals, select timeout, and just connect it to our current script we have in here, spawner node. I'm going to get rid of these extra spaces here. Let's add in some more below so we can see it better. All right, so first thing we're going to do in here, just like we've always done, is a simple if statement. Say if not global dot game on equals true, which you can leave as blank and it'll do that. We want to return because we don't want to do anything if the game is not on. We also want to go ahead and say if current wave state does not equal wave state dot spawning wave, then we want to go ahead, spawn timer dot stop, so we can turn it off, and then do a return. But if that isn't the case, we'll do another if for our zombies to spawn, greater than 0, and then below that, simply do our spawn zombie, which we'll create in a bit, spawn zombie. Give it an empty set parentheses, and then of course get our zombies to spawn, minus equals 1, and then we'll say if zombies to spawn is a less than or equal to 0, then we're going to go ahead and stop our spawner timer. So spawner timer dot stop. Below that, get our current wave state equals wave cleanup, or wave state wave cleanup, which will clean up the values. And then, of course, if this whole thing is not the case, so basically we still have less than, we'll say else. And then we'll go ahead, get our spawn timer dot stop. And then below that, our current wave state equals, again, our wave state dot cleanup. Make sure that's stop here, not start. There we go. Nice. All right, looks good there. And eventually we'll create this, but so far we're looking good. Let's save what we got. Let's wrap this script up with two more functions. We only have left the spawn zombie one and then also the update current zom points. So let's go ahead, do the zombie spawn one. This one's the easiest. Let's go ahead, do a simple function, paste the name, and let's go ahead, start off with a new variable. We'll call this random underscore spot, and we're going to get that from our zombie points dot pick random, which just picks a random value in it. And we need to make sure this is a node 2D though. So as a node 2D. So that'll pick us our random spot. Then we need to create our new zombie. So new underscore zombie equals basic zombie dot instantiate. We're then going to go ahead, set our new zombie dot global position equal to our random point, or random spot dot global position. After that, we're going to get tree dot current scene dot add child and then pass in the new zombie. And there we go. That'll create our new zombie. Now, of course, we need our final function. That'll be the one that updates the zombie points. And we're going to be running that over and over again, depending on if it ever changes. So let's take the name. Let's go ahead, new function, paste it. And then we're going to start off with a for loop, because we're basically going to just loop through and add in any new ones if need be. So for area in global dot unlocked areas, because we know that's an array of all the unlocked areas we have. And what we're going to do is just have an if for each area. So if our area equals double quotes lowercase right and added right points equal false, then we're going to go ahead and say added right points now equal true, because we only want to do it one time. And then we're going to say if is instance valid. Make sure it's instance valid. And we're going to look for specifically in zombie points. This is for right. We're going to look for that first one, which is going to be 0.8. So I'm going to take that guy right there. We're going to do that. And then we'll do a simple colon. And again, same point. Drag and drop it in. And then do a dot add to group. And we're going to simply add to group, double quotes, zom point. Okay, perfect. Make sure you have that in there. And we got to do this for each one. So let's go ahead and just copy the whole thing all the way to the beginning of the if. And I'm going to go ahead, paste it. So now we need to do the other one, which is going to be 9. So just replace the 8 to the 9s for each one. And then same thing, let's go ahead, paste it. Replace the same thing. This one will be 10s. So 10 and 10. Nice. All right, and that's going to be everything for the right side. Let's do the left side. So let's take the entire if statement in the for loop. Go ahead, add a tab, paste it in. This time, just change what we need. So instead of if area right, we're going to say if area left. And then, of course, the bool, change that. Added left area, or added left points. Same thing, make it true now here. And then all we got to do is, of course, change it out for what we need. So let's go ahead, open up the left ones. I'm just going to replace one here. And just drag and drop in the first one. Same thing for this one. Drag and drop it in. And then I'm just going to copy that whole line there. Get rid of the 2 we got here. And just paste it in for each. And then just change it out to 6 and 7. Okay, so we have the 5 one. And then we have the 6 one here. And then we'll have the 7 one below. There we go. All right. One more left. That's going to be for the top. This one's going to have 4 in it. So let's go ahead, copy that whole if statement. Backspace once, paste it in. Change the area now. We're looking for top, all lowercase. Same thing here. Added top points. And then same thing, paste it here. And then let's do what we did before. Locate the top. So we point 11. So go ahead. Let's remove the first one. Drag and drop it in. Same thing here. Remove it. Drag and drop it here. Nice. Let's copy that line. And just remove the ones there. Paste it in 3 times below. So we have 11. Now we just need 12. And then we'll do 13 below that. And then the final one, which is going to be 14. Looks good there. Nice. All right. And then at the very end, outside of the entire for loop, so outside the for loop, but still in the function, we're going to simply set our zombie points equal to get underscore tree dot get underscore we'll just do get nodes in group. And again, we're looking for that specific group of zom points. Was it zom point or zom points? Let's double check. Yep, zom point, no S. And then we're going to say as array. And then we're looking for just capital N node. Okay, nice. Last thing, go ahead, last updated areas now equal the global dot unlocked areas dot duplicate. And there we are. Perfect. I know that was a lot, but there's a lot of things going on in this. So go ahead, check the source code if you need to. No worries there. But once you got it, save what you got, head back out to 2D view, and get ready to test. All right, let's test things out to make sure we're working. Now, one thing to test just to kind of make this a little easier is let's go back into that script, scroll to the top, and change the constant for base zombies to something way smaller, like 5, so we don't have to wait around too long. Let's save that. Back to 2D view. Start current scene. And let's make sure that we can attack multiple zombies. All right, so we have some spawning up here. After 5, we should be able to move to wave 2. Currently it says wave 1. So let's go ahead. Yep, we're at wave 2. And it looks like no zombies are spawning, so there's probably an issue in the script. One other thing I want to test is make sure it actually resets. So if I hit quit, play, let's make sure they spawn again in wave 1. Yes, they do. But it looks like we're having an issue with our gun. We're not shooting again. Everything else looks to be working fine though. So there we go. We got 2 issues to fix. The spawning of the zombies and then the quit, game over, restart with the shooting. So let's go ahead. And before we get into the spawning, I think I know why the gun's not shooting after quit. If we go into our script, if we go to global, and we go to our reset values, you're going to see this store opened equals null. But if you remember, we changed that. We changed it to equals empty quotes instead of null for now on. So with that, that should fix that issue. As for the spawning of the zombies issue after wave 1, if we go into our spawner node, and I think it's going to be somewhere down under here, start wave sequence. I think the issue revolves around the actual sequence of it, which should be in one of these lines here. Let's see, new spawn rate equals base spawn rate minus wave increment. Now, this is not correct. We don't want to do minus the wave increment of it. We actually want to do the spawn rate decrement, all right? So there you go, type that in there, and that should fix that. There might also be another issue in the actual timer of it as well. So if we scroll down a bit in our timer, let's just double check some things. Global on, current wave, current wave. Okay, current wave is not correct because we're actually checking the states here. We're not checking the wave. So what we gotta do is simply go ahead, change this to current wave state, all right? Because now again, we're checking that state, making sure it doesn't equal the spawning wave, and then stopping the timer. So let's save that real quick. With those 2 changes, we should have everything working correctly. Let's go ahead, let that load, hit play. So let's make sure zombies are spawning in, and then we can get to wave 2. It should also make the zombies harder in wave 2 as well. Let's go ahead, wrap that up there. Yep, wave 2, and they're harder. Nice. Let's make sure they can spawn in the other areas as well once we unlock another door. Let's make sure one can spawn over here. Yep, there we go. Looks like another one spawned. And there we go. Looks nice. Now let's also make sure we can still shoot after hitting quit. Yes, we can. Looks like that fixed it. And the wave start as well. Awesome. All right. One other thing you could change though is you could turn off the little debugging for their navigation simply by going to the zombie node. So go into there, select zombie under components, and then go ahead, select the navigation agent 2D, inspector, and see where we have the debug. Just go ahead and turn that off for now. Save that change, go back to main, and then double check that it's turned off. Let's see. Wait for a zombie to appear. Yep, looks like there's no navigation for them. They're spawning in, but now it's not telling us where they're going to go. I like it. All right, let's close out of there. Let's close up our stuff. Save what we got. And we're looking good. In this section, we're going to do some bug fixes. We're going to start off and test the game and identify any bugs. If we find any bugs, we're going to then apply the fixes and retest the game. If you find any bugs that are not mentioned, please don't hesitate and let me know. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, so after I played the game myself, I didn't locate any prominent bugs. Really, the only bugs that we need to make sure we address are resetting the values that we changed for testing. So if we go into our script and go to our global variables, you remember we reset the money so we could test things out. If I was you, I would lower this just a bit, maybe to something like 800 or even 500, depending on what you want it to be at. Same thing for the spawner node. We reset the spawning zombies to 5 zombies. I think that's a little low, so I would set that to simply something like 20. And apart from those two changes, I didn't find any other functional bugs. The only other minor changes I would suggest changing is just realigning some of the UI objects. I think they're positioned a little strangely, so maybe moving the left ones up a bit, and so with the right. And if you wanted to maybe bold the text on the bottom right, I think that would look a lot nicer, but overall I think the game works pretty well. Again, if you find any other bugs though that weren't mentioned, please let me know and I'll apply it. Congratulations on completing the project. Let's review what we learned and made. We learned quite a bit in this project. We created a top-down zombie game where our player had to survive in a multi-room map, avoiding zombies that followed the player. We also had a weapon inventory system and a difficulty wave progression for the zombies. Some things you could add to this game are more zombie types, and maybe even traps that the player can activate to help fight off the zombies. Again, congrats, and see you in the next section. Congratulations again on completing the project. Before we continue on to the next section, I'd like to take a minute with you to discuss about one of our other courses we offer here at Red Fool Studio, our 30 Games in 30 Days. Now this course is my all-time favorite because we get to develop so many different games and you get to build a massive portfolio you can show off to family and friends. On top of that, you can then use that portfolio to help build any other game ideas you have. Now I highly recommend taking this course. You can find it at the official website, redfoolstudio.com, or if you're watching this on YouTube, simply select the link in the description. Now again, thank you for being a participant, and I can't wait to see you in the next section.